Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome. This is the hybrid commission meeting of September 27th, 2023. We are still in an undisclosed location outside of City Hall. Actually, we're in the Miami Beach Convention Center because of renovations that are going on in City Hall. If you're hearing this and you want to get to our meeting, you're going to have to come to the Convention Center, follow the signs, go to the second floor. At this time, I'm going to ask our esteemed City Clerk, Mr. Granato, please give us the Zoom information.
Yes, sir. Welcome, everyone. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the temporary commission chamber located at the Miami Beach Convention Center, 1901 Convention Center Drive, meeting rooms 222 through 225, Miami Beach, Florida. The public is encouraged to attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comment in person may appear at the temporary commission chamber at the Miami Beach Convention Center. To participate or provide comment virtually during the commission meeting, the public may join the meeting via the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us or by telephone at 1-305-224-1968. Again, the phone number is 1-305-224-1968. The toll-free number is 888-475-4499. The webinar ID, I'll repeat twice, it's 813-928-576-71#. Again, the webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app or the *9 on the telephone to raise their hand.
Thank you. All right, so here's what will happen. It is 3:40, so we're going to start our Sutnick Citizens Forum. So what that means is that you can speak on any topic for 2 minutes, and then Raphael, our esteemed clerk, will cut you off at 2 very, very gently. But if you would like to speak, he's going to alternate between people here and people online. So please come up to one of the 2 podiums. You can line up, and he'll take you in order which you appear. So those of you walking faster have got this figured out pretty quickly. And if you're waiting, come to the other podium so that we don't have to wait for people we want to give everybody as much time as possible. So the clock will start at 3:40, and it will end at whatever 3:40 plus 30 minutes is.
You want 30 or not 15?
Well, I'm sorry?
Usually it's 15 during these types of meetings. I'll give them 30 if you wish.
Give them 30.
30, okay. So we are going to start. Ms. Latone, you are first.
How do you know my name?
This took a wild guess.
First, I'd like to thank you all for your service. I've come to learn that although I might not agree with certain positions being taken by members of this body, each and every one of you are willing to engage in discussion on matters and hear my perspective. For that, I'm grateful, and this community should be grateful because I've never seen a body like this provide access to residents like this one does. I've often heard it said in this chamber that optics matter, and they do, because perception is reality, and community's opinions are formulated through perception. Unfortunately, the optics of this process have been horrible. It started when it was announced at the end of the term of the Nikki Beach agreement. An item was presented to this body that would have turned this property over to the Boucher brothers at the end of the current concession agreement in 3 years. Excuse me, I'm nervous, not used to standing up. Our residents were alarmed, and the optics looked like something shady was taking place. To your credit, you responded by preparing and issuing an RFP. A committee was formed to review the proposals. However, to my knowledge, criteria were not established as to what would constitute appropriate members of this committee. Instead, the members were appointed. Again, if I'm correct in my understanding, oh, I'm nervous, sorry. I can't stop shaking. If I'm correct in my understanding, that's upsetting. The formation of the committee and the appointment of its members is accurate. The optics are horrible. They look as if they were handpicked to get a specific outcome. When the RFP process began, the residents were assured that there would be workshops and public input. The residents will have a voice and a comment on the RFP itself and the bidders on the RFP. No workshops or public input was solicited for either the RFP, the bids themselves. The optics, again, are terrible. The current concession agreement has almost 3 years left. I don't even know what's going on with me. In November, we'll be electing 3 new commissioners and a new mayor, yet the process is being pushed through to get completed prior to the seating of a new administration. Again, the optics are horrible.
Thank you, Ms. Latone. I apologize.
It's okay. I'm apologizing.
Hey, get some water.
I am going to go virtually to the next speaker. Our next speaker virtually is Michael Sprotzer. Sir, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Thanks for the time. I had sent an email in to the elected officials last night. I live in the South of Fifth neighborhood. Admittedly, I'm generally not involved in these things, but this process, I think that piece of real estate is extremely valuable to property owners, of which I am one. I don't understand if this was an SAT question and they presented the Restoration Hardware proposal and the Boucher brothers, it would be a any unbiased analyst would choose Restoration Hardware. They're offering to invest a lot more money. They're offering to pay almost double the amount in rent. We're relying on Boucher's offer of rent is a percentage of sales, which is merely an estimate at $4 million. Further, it's RH is a publicly traded, credit-rated, ascending hospitality and lifestyle brand, whereas you guys are trying to award a major mixed-use project to a group that has experience renting chaise lounges and jet skis. One of the responses I got from one of your officials was, she didn't address my points regarding the business points. She said, I'm going to go with the local guys. They've been good to the city. I don't even know what that means. So I just think the site is too important to rush through a process like this. And it's going to have a lasting impact to, the neighborhood for years to come. So I'm just disappointed. No one said as to why they're still recommending the Boucher brothers proposal. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I'm in commercial real estate investment as a profession. I have an MBA degree, and I don't think it requires an MBA degree to see which proposal an unbiased commission would recommend. That's all I have to say about it.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Lynette Long. When no women were inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2021, the 21-member Miami Beach Commission for Women decided, of which I'm the chair, to make our goal to have an equal number of men and women inducted into the Hall of Fame this year. We created a list of approximately 20 women candidates, discussed the merits of each, and voted for 3 women to nominate: Judy Drucker, Nancy Liebman, and Deanne Conley Graham. After an extensive process, the 9-member City of Miami Beach Hall of Fame recommended Judy Drucker and Nancy Liebman, along with 3 other candidates for inclusion into the hall. Deanne Conley Graham was 6th in the voting. At the last commission meeting, it was noted that a set of 0 scores by one judge skewed the results and adversely impacted the scores of certain candidates, which allowed the validity of the entire process to be questioned. An ensuing discussion resulted in the Miami Beach commissioners voting to add Russell Garrett, Jerry Libin, and Muhammad Ali to the list of inductees. Following the lead of one commissioner, I used the data presented by the Hall of Fame to recalculate all the scores after eliminating all the scores by one judge that gave 0 scores. I concur that Russell Galbert and Jerry Libman did move up significantly in the rankings, but so did Deanne Conley Graham, placing her right behind them in the new ranking, right behind Russell Galbert and before Jerry Libman. If the scoring system was the problem, Deanne Conley Graham should have also been added to the list of inductees. Bending the rules in favor of one gender violates the tenets of fairness and undermines confidence in the process by the community. Next time, I would recommend using rank order so your scores are not skewed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Charlotte Light. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Hi, I live at 7728 Collins Ave. I'd like to discuss the Hardin Town Site overlay issue. Just a few things. First off, in our last meeting, the mayor introduced this issue by saying that it was voted favorably by the city planning committee, and the reason why it was even being discussed in last meeting was because it was voted favorably. That information is wholly incorrect. It was not voted favorably, and I find it very suspect that that information was even shared in the last meeting. A couple of reasons why me and my fellow neighbors across the street from the house are trying to petition this is lack of parking that's going to be available, a major increase in rodent issues and pest issues, and also safety and noise issues in general. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is John Porter. I serve as the general manager for One Ocean Condominium. One Ocean Condominium is located at 1 Collins Avenue and is directly across the street from Nikki Beach, located at 1 Ocean Drive. The owners of One Ocean have the greatest impact to any changes that may be approved by the city as it relates to this parcel. As of today, no members of any of the bidding organizations have met with or attempted to engage with the owners of One Ocean Condominium. Likewise, no member of the City of Miami Beach management team have engaged with or attempted to meet with the board of directors or members of the association. As such, it seems premature for the city manager to issue a recommendation following the bidding process. One Ocean Condominium opened in March of 2016, and in that time, the association has experienced very few negative effects of the current operation at Nikki Beach, aside from traffic congestion on Ocean Drive entering the lot at Nikki Beach due to lack of traffic enforcement. The current operators have been good neighbors and partners throughout the years since One Ocean opened. The board and members of the association would like to see this parcel remain as it currently is without alteration. One Ocean would like to make it, the board from One Ocean would like to make it clear that to the City of Miami Beach that SOFNA, the South of Fifth Neighborhood Association, does not speak for or represent the interests or opinions of the board of directors or members at One Ocean Condominium. The One Ocean board and members of the association are not supportive of any plan that will materially alter the current look or height of the current structure at One Ocean Drive. Any alterations of the design or height allowance for this parcel will have a negative impact on the values of units at One Ocean. The association does not necessarily object to the Boucher Brothers proposal in principle as endorsed by the city manager, but there are concerns from the association regarding their partnership with Major Foods, where there have been serious deficiencies in the maintenance and management of the back of house area of their current restaurant, Carbone. There's a long history of grease spills, cooking grease being poured into sewer drains, deficient garbage and food waste management, among others. The board of directors would like the opportunity to meet with the bidders and city officials as partners
Thank you,
prior
sir.
to the city making any decisions moving forward.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker has a screen name of Ava. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Ava Frankel. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, so I'm not really sure exactly what's inside the proposals of the takeover for Nikki Beach, but I'm a Miami Beach resident and I have been for 26 years. And the one problem that I have with our beaches is that it is absolutely impossible for me to go and enjoy the beach without being a member at various clubs. There's Soho House, there's Bath Club, there's a million other places, and it's all thousands of dollars per year. Whereas if you go to Mykonos or Ibiza and you want to go to the beach, it's a simple reservation as it would be at a restaurant, and you can go order whatever you want. It's a minimum guarantee. You have to spend a certain amount in order to get a beach chair. I think that's what's fair, and I think that you guys should do your part to make sure that whoever gets this beach allotment is allowing the citizens of Miami Beach to use it at free will without having to be a member at some crazy price. That's all.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Hi, I'm here for 1320 Flamingo Way, the home impacted by an ordinance that you're voting on, R5D.
If you could state your name.
Yes, Ariana Vannon. I'm the owner of 1320 Flamingo Way. There's a lot of rumors, misinformation that have been going around this project, so I wanted to share a little facts and a few reminders. So Flamingo Way is surrounded by multifamilies, suite hotels, commercial spaces, and a few homes. Around the homes, or around my home, there are 8 out of 13 homes that support the B&B, including our neighborhood association, WAVNA. Most of them are actually right behind the property and directly connected to my lot. My intent and vision for the home has been the same since I purchased a home in 2019. and started the renovation in 2020. It's to build a wellness retreat where people can gather to learn about healthy experiences and enjoy a peaceful stay. The application started as a B&B, went to a single family, and went back to a B&B, part of a permitting strategy that is one of the reasons why I'm here. But B&Bs have been allowed between 2002 and 2021. B&Bs are different than short-term rentals. There's additional requirements that I'm obliged to comply with, like living on site, having a lobby, and I'm also implementing a lot more measures to make sure that there's peace and it's a peaceful stay in the neighborhood. So no parking, no advertising on Airbnb, curfew, no alcohol, no parties. So very different than what folks are used to. I've invited all neighbors who are opposed to meet with me so I can discuss their concerns. I know Miami Beach has a lot of issues with short-term rentals, but this is very different. Those who oppose refuse to see that this is different than a short-term rental. And finally, this request would only extend the expiration of the ordinance by 3 months, making my application the only one who can benefit.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Paula Allen. Paula, please go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Yes, I'm a longtime Miami Beach resident. I've lived south of 5th since 1997. I've called into other meetings. I'm basically calling to speak on the Nikki Beach replacement or bidding process. And I agree with Miss Elizabeth Latone and Michael Sprotzer that the process seems very rushed. And when there's over 2 years, almost 3 years remaining on the lease. And, it was originally set to go through as a no bid. And thank goodness we had Commissioner Minor stop that and bring it to light so that there could be further discussions. However, the city manager's recommendation and then the setting of this meeting was a very short time. And it just didn't seem that clear or transparent or why there's such a rush to give the Boucher brothers more business, because they've had business for decades on Miami Beach, like exclusive beach chair, jet ski rentals. Also, and I'm also in agreement with the woman who called in earlier that this is the Miami Beach residents or it's public land property. It needs to be available to the public in regards to affordability, so that a family can go with whatever restaurants they have. There should be something where a family could go purchase, some sandwiches or something and go to the beach and use this establishment, as opposed to it being, minimum $200 to sit down at a table, basically. So there needs to be some sort of restaurants there or food options that are affordable. Plus, it also needs to be affordable for residents to use it in terms of getting a beach chair or an umbrella, etc.
Thank you so much.
Since, yeah.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Jack Kahn. I've lived in Miami Beach my entire life, and I spend a lot of time in the water. I believe some of you up there know my father. He got a lot of Faena stuff removed out of the 36th Street Beach Park. I wanted to talk about items C7A and C7B, and I understand that there was some public concern brought to light by 2 individuals. This is about the reef line and the beach. I spend a lot of time on the reefs off of Miami Beach, and the idea that something outside of the swim buoys can be marketed towards the everyday public is a chaotic idea. This rolls into another topic of concern brought on by the individuals, which is the budgeting of the project. It has allocated $5 million for artificial reefs, and anyone who knows anything about artificial reefs knows that this is a huge amount of money. Now, the reason for this is because art sculptures are more expensive than artificial reefs that are made for habitat. Given the memorandum of understanding that Surfrider achieved with the reef line in putting the first phase of the reef line outside of the swim buoys, I would suggest a budget cap on the amount that can be spent on phase 1 of the sculptures, with an increase in funding on more cost-effective habitat structures that are farther offshore and intended for environmental restoration, coral reef mitigation, and dedicated participation from the public, because there are jet ski rentals in that area, there are boats in that area, and it is not a good idea to tell people that they can swim out there. And beyond that, this poses a huge potential to raise the economic attention towards the coral reef crisis in Florida specifically, which we've all seen this year. Bleaching is out of control. And we can use some of that funding to do actual mitigation, culturing, and planting of real ecosystems, real corals outside of our Miami Beach, which I love. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Cindy Esquivel.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. I'm just wanting to speak. My name is Cindy Esquivel. I live south of Fifth. I'm bringing up concerns that I have brought to the Commission this past week regarding the Nikki Beach project. And the community has spoken to a lot of the members of the Commission this week, email or phone. We're all very concerned about the process. It has been very rushed. It has not allowed for the most important element, and that's community feedback, as you're hearing today. We need to slow this process down and delay it so that we can continue to get community feedback. As you know, it's very important, because bottom line, the locals have to visit, as they've explained, these businesses go there so it can be successful. Whether it's 10, 20, or 30 years, we need local resident participation for it to succeed. Right now, we have unfortunately just gotten the proposals on Monday, and we've only had a day to review them, and now our decision is already being made. So like others have already mentioned, we need to slow the process down. So we're asking all the Commission if they kindly put a delay on this so that we can get from the city and work together to get more feedback from our community on what they really want. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, please. Sir, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Manny Maharaj, a resident of Flamingo Way. I come here as a resident together with my fellow neighbors who have been long-term residents in total opposition to the proposed B&B on Flamingo Way. There has been some misinformation that I'd like to clarify to the Commission that has been circulating. All of the neighbors on our street are not supported of this proposed B&B. As a matter of factual evidence, from the very beginning in 2020, neighbors sounded their opposition to this B&B when word got out. Subsequent to that, there's been a thread of emails sent to the Planning Department and the City Commission in May of 2020 documenting the strong opposition by the neighbors. A recent rumor circulating by the applicant that neighbors on our street are supporting an application is totally false and unfounded, and that needs to stop. WAVNA, we the neighbors are now in shock to know that WAVNA has shown their support for this proposed B&B. Or is it that WAVNA Association was misled by the applicant to believe that her immediate neighbors support her, which is not true? We now want to believe that the latter is true, and WAVNA should heed our opposition and support all of the residents on Flamingo Way caught up in the permitting process. I want to speak about that. The applicant was not caught up in the permitting process, as she says. As per city documents, permits were obtained for single-use family, okay? Single-family use. The application clearly states, we have corrected this to show that the existing, and I quote, we have corrected this to show that the existing single-family residence shall remain as is, unquote. A city ordinance was unanimously passed, further prohibiting B&B in the area. In addition, I'd like to bring up the fact that the wellness center was never allowed in the current or previous ordinance, and that was never stated in the application. Additionally, this will create confusion for code enforcement, as this allowed for a wellness at the spa. I believe the Honorable Commissioner Dominguez is sponsored.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Manny, you introduced yourself as a resident, and we've been told that you're not a resident. Do you live on Miami Beach?
I can prove. I need to show my ID here.
Yes or no?
Yes.
You don't have to show.
You don't have to show your
Yes, yes. For the past 26 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Our next virtual speaker is Carla. Carla, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carla Probus. I have a unit south of 5th, and I would like to say that I am in support of Nikki Beach being replaced by the Boucher Brothers, because I think the 10-year program is fair. Nikki Beach has not been a good neighbor with the noise and the trash, etc. And actually 10 years ago, I fought with them on some overgrown vegetation. And I believe that Boucher is a known quantity, just like we did with, like what we did with Smith and Malinsky. We went with a known quantity. And I just think it's better than trying to do a 30-year deal with an outside vendor. We've been fighting this as residents for a land grab and giveaway. So I support Boucher Brothers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Gail Durham. I live at 1455 West Avenue, and I'm here for the same reason as Manny. I live around the corner from this proposal to make the Airbnb, and I oppose it. I just wanted to remind you, you know, we all know about unintended consequences, and I don't know if you know this, but there's other establishments in this same zone that are trying to do the same thing to get, you know, backdated so that they can enjoy a short-term rental venue, which has been outlawed for 2, sometimes 3 years if it's a suite hotel. For example, 1400 West Ave is even referred to this ordinance, this B&B ordinance, and use the same attorney, and they want to be grandfathered in too. Last month, there was 1330 15th Street, an apartment building. He wants to be grandfathered in. There's another apartment building across the street from my house on 15th Street called Casa Vale. It was purchased 2 years ago. It was gutted and made beautiful. And it's not supposed to be a short-term rental, but people keep walking in and out of there with suitcases all day long. And maybe he doesn't know the law, and maybe he's going to come here when he finds out he's not allowed to be a short-term rental, and he's going to want to be grandfathered in. So it's too much. We have to, you know, unfortunately, put your foot down, and maybe it works something out. Maybe defer it and go back to land use, and maybe work something out with this person on Flamingo Way. That's just my idea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Anastasia. Please state your name. Go ahead, please.
Hi, how are you? My name is Anastasia. I actually used to work at Nikki Beach about 5 years ago, and I know my voice might not be valid. I live on 10,000 and West Avenue, but I can say that Penrose did so much for the community as well as for the employees that used to work there. It was the most amazing experience, and we did a Cafe Nikki with complimentary coffee for the residents. We did the pizza classes for little kids. So it was so many family-friendly activities, and I would say that they really care about the community, and they really, really care about the people. And there's no better people who can actually be there and who can actually care, because it's a family-owned business. That's it.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
My name is Alina Carcassis. I am here in opposition to the...
Get closer, please.
Sorry. I'm here in opposition to the bed and breakfast at 1320 Flamingo Way. We've lived at 1330 Flamingo Way for over 35 years. We raised our son there. We are raising our grandkids there together, and the bed and breakfast is probably like 20 feet approximately away from my grandkids' bedroom. There's a sun deck, a pool. We're very concerned about the noise level. We just are in opposition. I want to thank you for letting us voice this opposition. We were here at the last meeting with my 92-year-old father who waited to speak, and we never did get that chance, so I'm glad to do it now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Neeson Kasdan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Neeson Kasdan. I'm speaking here on behalf of Refly, which is before you on the consent agenda. I'd like to make a couple of points. First, of course, it was included in the general obligation bond issue and voted on by the citizens of Miami Beach as one of the cultural projects. And therefore, the funds must be used for that and cannot be used for other things as instead. More importantly, Jimena Caminos, who is in charge of this project, has an incredible record in terms of bringing great cultural activities to this area. She was the co-founder and longtime director of Faena Arts, which has set a standard for what businesses and citizens of this community should contribute towards the arts environment in this community. More recently, she has also been responsible for all of the cultural installations in the Underline, which is one of the great publicly accessible recreational and community projects in our county in recent years. Now Jimena is extending that by having worked with and is creating the Reef Line, which will be a cultural project, but also one that is environmentally sensitive and available to those who would like to enjoy Miami Beach in the outdoors, the beaches and the water, and not have to only experience culture in the cloistered halls of a museum. Jimena has assembled an incredible team of very talented people who are experienced in the creation and installation of reefs of this time in an underwater environment. And I know that she can present to you the members of her team. I think that this is a great gift for the city of Miami Beach, one that will be able to be utilized for free by residents and visitors who enjoy the outdoors.
We have time, Mayor, for 2 more speakers, so we're going to call here, and then we're going to go back outside. So go ahead, please.
I'm Jonathan Plutzik, 1455 Ocean Drive. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Manager, here to talk about One Ocean Drive. Let me begin by actually commending Commissioner Minor for pulling this item out of the consent agenda and beating the table, as he often does, about the importance of competitive bidding. And then want to commend the rest of the commission for then leaning in and voting to go forward with a competitive bid process that was laid out very clearly. And then several companies, big boys and girls, put together their proposals and lined up to present them to the city. It's no secret, they did it openly. We had a committee, I say we, the city had a committee to review them. The reviews were done actually publicly, not the interviews, reviews done publicly and exposed for all of our consideration. I worry, frankly, about the reputation of the city as a place to do business. We can't establish plans and then change them when businesses act on them in responsible ways. I'm not going to speak disparagingly of the other bidders, but I do want to say I'm struck by how casually people talk about the Boucher brothers and this team. Before I get to the Boucher brothers, who have they assembled? Major Food Group, one of the most important restaurant groups, frankly, in the world at the moment. Raymond Jungles, by any measure, one of the most important landscape artists in the world, certainly in our region. Third, Kobe Carp, whose name is on virtually every building being built in Miami Beach. They've assembled an all-star team. And then Boucher's are local, but with a capital L. Yes, they have a city contract, but they actually earn their contract with the best hotels on Miami Beach every single day. This process is not done. This is just the next step. Citizens can step forward and express their views about what should happen next. But if something great is going to happen at One Ocean Drive, it takes several years to get ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker is Inez Flax. Ms. Flax, please go ahead. Inez, please unmute yourself. Inez, are you available? PJ, then let's go to Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts.
Okay, unmute. Hello,
go
hello.
ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm here. Can
Okay.
you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I live at 1500 Ocean Drive. I lived at 1500 Ocean Drive for about 25 years. And I'm just here to also express my support for the Boucher brothers. I think like other citizens expressed, they are local, they're a known quantity, and they do a great job, a fabulous job at whatever they do. So that's all I want to say, that I support the Boucher brothers proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We have spent 30 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you all. We're done with the Sutnick half hour at this time. Typically, it's 15 minutes for these shorter meetings, but I figured I knew there was a lot of interest in this, certainly the Nikki Beach item, so I extended it another 15 minutes. Okay, at this time, why don't we begin with, because we're Miami Beach, something a little out of the ordinary. So let's call up the Miami Beach Senior High School Marching Band, which is actually wearing uniforms funded by the City of Miami Beach and the PTA. This is the entire band. Hello. Get your selfies out.
Let's go. High tides. Do what you wanna. Do what you wanna. Na 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 na. Groove it two.
All right. Thank you all. Wasn't that great? Those are our young people, and I think they were thanking us for the city and the PTA for buying them new uniforms. Should have just let them keep going for the rest of the night. All right. What we're going to do now is we're going to begin our meeting, but first we should recite the pledge. I'm going to ask our Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor Richardson, why don't you lead us in the pledge? All right, let's commence the meeting. Mr. Clerk, what kind of announcements do you have?
For the consent agenda, Commissioner Dominguez is separating C7A and C7B. So we have remaining on the consent agenda C4A, if we can get a vote or approve that by acclamation, the referral.
Show it done. So we'll have A and B, C7A and B have been pulled, and we'll get to them in a moment. What I'd like to do, though, is we had a couple items now. Almost the entire agenda was available on Wednesday of last week, which is important because some of the items have to do with the public looking at some of these projects we're going to be looking at today. So that's been available since Wednesday of last week. I think Friday, Commissioner Arreola put in an item for foot volley, which we just took care of, and I adopted that. And I know that Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez today added an item which I've also put on the agenda today, but we'll do that at the end of the agenda since it was just put in today, and that way if anybody has thoughts on it, they'll have at least the meeting to think about it. So with that, we're going to move right into the regular agenda, okay? And the first thing we're going to do is take up C7A and B, which were pulled by Commissioner Dominguez.
C7A is GeoBond Arts and Culture Artificial Reef County Agreement. That's C7A. C7B is GeoBond for Arts and Culture Reef Line Grant Agreement.
Okay, Commissioner Dominguez, you pulled the item. It's from the GeoBond Committee, so why don't you go ahead and tell us why you pulled it, and then I'm going to ask Maria, who is the czaress of the GeoBond, to tell us why they're recommending we vote for it.
I pulled the item to request that we defer it. I heard from Ben Moskoff, who's on the Marine Waterfront Committee, and a few other people. I did have a conference call with Maria, and that prompted the committee to send a 7-page letter with their concerns. Maria addressed some of them, but the committee feels that Maria didn't understand some of the scope of their concerns, and so that's why I would like to request to defer it. A couple of the items that they mentioned was someone's going to get hurt or killed. Another is that it's $5 million, and we're hiring a company that has never done this before. And another item he mentioned was that Ocean Rescue, who they spoke to, was not even aware about the proposed reef line project. So there's still a few things up in the air, just needed to get ironed out, and I would like to request a deferral.
Okay, let's hear from our administration and then from my colleagues. Maria, and I know Amina is here as well.
Yes.
But why don't you tell us why this has been around? This isn't the first time it's been before the
Yes.
commission. Why don't you give us a little bit of history of the, I don't think it's months, I think it's years that a lot of these issues have been addressed, but why don't you give us some understanding of it?
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Maria Hernandez, I'm the GeoBond Program Director. Yes, of course, the GeoBond, or the desire to have a GeoBond program, goes back many years. As everyone knows, it was approved by the voters with a 65% voter approval back in November of last year. Within the parameters of the GeoBond, we have a combination of things. We have some projects that we're doing as an administration by our own internal departments, CIP, as well as property management, and then there are some that are grants. And at the moment, we have 9 grants to different institutions totaling about $33.6 million. The grant to the reef line would be an additional $5 million added to that for a total of 10 grants. I was actually, I actually want to thank the residents for all of the questions that they asked. The resident that asked the question is the chair of one of our committees. However, that committee did not make a motion in the meeting that they had on September the 12th, but nevertheless, he and another resident gave us all of their questions, and what was great in my mind is that we were able to answer all the questions. So the questions were answered just a couple of hours ago, and I'm sorry that we couldn't get it any sooner. We got all the questions yesterday. But I think, in speaking to our fire chief and our police chief, they feel very confident that they would be able to just adapt to whatever artificial reefs the city would be building out on our shores. The two agreements are companion items, but they're very different. The first agreement is an agreement that will allow the city to act on behalf of Miami-Dade County. This particular project has been in the works since 2011, and we have an extension to a permit until July of next year to be able to deploy what we are referring to as Phase 1. Phase 1 has all the permits it needs to be deployed pretty much immediately before that permit expires. There's going to be a Phase 2, which is going to come down the road, which will entail the city and DERM to engage together to see how that phase moves forward. So what C7A, what we would request for you to allow an approval of for C7A is so that the agreement that we have with the county, which has been negotiated between our attorneys and our staff and the county attorneys and DERM, are to allow the item to be on the agenda for the county commission for October 17th. So that would be item number one, to allow us to be the ones that would act on behalf of DERM to deploy this reef. Then the second item is, the companion item is for us to give a grant to the Reef Line, otherwise known as the Blue Lab Preservation Society, who has been working on this project for many years and has already spent a substantial amount of their own money, as well as other grants, to get it to this point. They've spent about almost $1 million. They just need to take it to the finish line and to deploy the design along with the grant money that we would be giving them. The grant is for a total of $5 million. The phases are going to have separate costs that we have not yet completely vetted. But our responses to the residents' questions are very thorough, and I'm glad they asked the questions because, we have all the answers. So if there's something specific that
Sure,
is
I'd be
felt-
happy to get into some of the specifics. I
You're
feel that this
you're
item.
recognized, Commissioner.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mayor. I feel that this item is not ready. It is a lot of money, and there are a lot of resident concerns. You answered some of the questions, not all. They feel you didn't grasp the concept of some of the things that they were asking. Other residents did write in. They wrote in about swimmer and snorkeler safety. How will swimmer and snorkeler safety be managed near the structure? The planned structure is outside the swim zone buoys where motorized vessels transit and lie in 21 feet of water. Most folks don't have the knowledge, skill, and means to access that area. Key exhibits were missing, like Exhibit B, C, the transition and construction plan for the project, the post-construction plan. They were also concerned about the fiscal accountability. Is full accountability and budget control built in to protect the taxpayers? So there's still a lot of missing pieces. I hadn't heard much about this before. I remember watching it on TV before I was on commissioner. And the coral plantings, does the project include coral plantings, or will the structure be left as a bare concrete? So there's still a lot of things that are not clear for an amount that large. So I'd like to request a deferral.
Okay, I'd like to, I disagree very respectfully, because I feel a little bit like this is at a wedding, a far distant past ex-boyfriend has showed up to object, because frankly, the amount of work that's been done in permitting, federal permitting, these are incredibly hard things to obtain. In order to even get them, you have to go through incredible proof points, which this has been doing for years, not months, weeks. The residents voted on this overwhelmingly. I'd like to ask both Maria, Rick, you also, and Hamina's here, who really is one of the brain children of this. So Hamina can come up with you. I'd just like you to explain to us what permitting you've already done and what agencies have already approved it, who your partners are. I feel a little bit unusual that we're explaining this project even though the residents it was explained to our residents and they voted for it, so they are now being taxed for it. So a lot of the permits that we have been dealing with have actually been around for a while, and the problem hasn't been getting the permits, it's been getting them extended because we keep waiting to do the work. So Hamina, why don't you explain to us, introduce us to who you are. I know we have a short video of if the people who just are discovering this project for the first time want to see it, we'll show it to them. But why don't you tell us a little bit about the status of the project? In fact, why don't we start, can we start with PJ? PJ, are you able to roll the video? I don't want to.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a quick question.
Yeah.
Just on this item, because as I'm looking through the material, and perhaps staff can clarify this for me, but as I look through the agreements, we're not giving money up front, are we? This is on a reimbursement basis.
That is correct.
So any regulatory reviews, any permitting will have to occur first, and then they'll have to actually build this.
Correct.
Install it, incur the expense, and then invoice us for that. And then we have to review those invoices for accountability purposes before they get any public taxpayer dollars.
That is correct. This is our boilerplate grant agreement that you all approved back in April of this year. Now, that grant agreement also has an amendment. It's an Amendment 1, which allows the advancing of funds if an institution requests it, but that has to come with a lot of paperwork and has to be vetted to make sure that it is a legitimate request. But all of it is done through our grants, which have already been approved.
And but that's not the request here today.
No, the request today is to allow the Reef Line to get a grant agreement.
To get a grant agreement that is solely a reimbursable agreement.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay, let's go. PJ, show us.
Mayor, if I could, as a point of order, my esteemed colleague, I know she's made a request, but I don't know if it was a motion, and if it is a motion, has it been seconded? Because we have a very tight schedule, and I think we should just get to.
You want to know whether we can pass this?
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
Is that
Hold,
okay?
PJ, let's find out.
Did you make a motion?
Sure, I'd be happy to I'd make a motion, I move to defer this item.
Okay, is your microphone on?
I
Okay,
move to
item's been
defer
moved
this
to defer.
item.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but what are we deferring it to? Where are we sending it back to the committee so that they can vet it out a little bit more?
Well, there's a few things. Mayor, may I?
Yeah,
respond?
you're recognized.
There are quite a few concerns, and the person that we had the conference call with is a very knowledgeable person, so it's not a resident without any background or knowledge. He's an expert and worked on Durham and county stuff and has a lot of experience. He expressed a lot of concerns that haven't been answered yet, so if we can spend time for his questions to truly get answered and then have the vote on October meeting.
Okay, why don't we, first of all, let's figure out, I want to do a quick vote to figure out what we have if we need to. Commissioner Richardson, where are you going to be? You going to want to sign it today?
Yeah, I'd like to move forward, but I mean, the motion's been
I got it, I'm
seconded,
just
so,
doing
but
a-
I'd like to move
it's a
forward. I
straw
mean, this
poll,
is,
I
we
guess.
spent years on, and I know the person that raised the question, and the commissioner's correct. He's very, very knowledgeable, but I don't think there's a reason to defer this because we're not spending the money. Also, the taxpayers voted for the item, so I want to move forward.
Commissioner Dominguez would like to defer it. Commissioner Ariel, where are you?
Yeah, look, I was caught, by surprise that this is even an issue. Voters overwhelmingly supported this. I heard 3 objections from the gentleman, or as articulated through you, my colleague, Commissioner Dominguez, which is $5 million is a lot of money. That's not his business. Voters voted on that, so that's off the table. Ocean Rescue didn't know about this. Madam City Manager, does Ocean Rescue know about this? I believe I heard that they do, and they're fully
Yes, they do.
aware and secure. And then the last one is somebody's going to get killed. I mean, at what point do you start, saying that about literally everything that happens in a city? I mean, this is open water. It is beyond the buoy, so a swimmer shouldn't be going beyond the buoy. That's why we have buoys. This is for not just recreational use. This is a resiliency project as well because it will mitigate wave energy as it hits our shores, and we've been trying desperately to protect our shoreline from beach erosion due to through waves and storms. This has been vetted, overwhelmingly voted in support by our voters. This is coming at the 11th hour. I'm not totally sure, why or where it's coming from, but the objections that I heard, I think, are all satisfied and are not valid.
Okay, let's just keep going. I'm obviously think we need to do this. And I'll just say something, and if we're gonna have a real debate about it, if we don't have 4 votes, then I'm gonna ask them to explain it, because I'm pretty familiar with this project. And you have to understand that they've gotten permits from people that are very hard to get permits from, who look at all these issues and do this for a living. The idea that it's not the 11th hour, even the 12th hour, it's like the 14th hour. Somebody comes in and says, wait, someone might get hurt. What about this? I mean, that's really not, it's been very hard to get this done, not because of their effort, but because getting permits is not easy. And I know they've had to extend the permits a few times already, which, by the way, is also hard. So our residents are paying for this project. Our staff have done an immense amount of work. The Geo Bond Committee has done an immense amount of work. We've supported it. We've negotiated with them. And there wasn't a question that it was the reef line. When I heard someone say, well, they've never done anything like this, my goodness, I think everybody knows exactly who's doing it, because that's all the advertisements were. So our residents expect us to start, and they're already paying for it. And if we keep kicking it down the road to the point where the permitting is in jeopardy simply because of administrative challenges, then we'll have done an incredible disservice. So I appreciate that there are, in a city of 90,000 people, there are going to be people who object to a lot of things, but that doesn't mean you stop it every time somebody objects. So I want to go forward on the project today, and as soon as if we get a 4th vote, then I don't need to hear from all these people, and we're going to go ahead and do it. But Commissioner Minor, I'm taking a straw poll now. Are you for doing it today?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, where are you?
I'm not against the project at all, but I wouldn't mind if, would you consider deferring 1 month to go to the committee and answer any of their questions, so that at least the committee understands what's happening? I don't think it would be a lot to ask for the 2 of you to go and sit with the waterfront committee and just explain the project. It's 1 month. I don't think anybody has any concerns about the project. I think it's paradigm changing. Nobody's ever done it before. We want it. The voters approved it. But that's why we have committees, so that we can get public input. So if there are people who are concerned, and there was a gentleman here who was concerned, and I did get Ben Mostoff's phone call too. I don't see what the big deal is to just have them present to the let's refer it to the waterfront committee at the same time. Why don't we could move it. If we don't have the votes to defer it, then we could move it forward and at the same time ask for you guys to present at the waterfront committee and address their issues.
Okay, there are 4 votes to move it now, and I'd like to move it. I don't care if it goes anywhere else. I just want them to be able to do their work. Commissioner Fernandez?
And I think, again, I have comfort with this, because this is strictly on a reimbursable basis. And I think to my colleague's proposal, we can move this forward simultaneously, make a referral to the appropriate committee so they can get a presentation, all their questions can be answered, and I would imagine it's going to be time before any expense is occurred by the Reef Line project, and before our city administration getting a request for reimbursement. So I'm fine moving forward today. Our voters voted for this, and there's been excitement around this, and more importantly, this is part of our reef restoration efforts in a very artistic way. So I support this today.
Okay, so you have a motion to defer, which does not have the votes. So you want to withdraw it so we can go forward, or do you want to vote? What do you want to do?
No, you can vote on your item.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on the item.
So I will, I just want to make sure, Mayor, that, so I will move the item, the 2 items, but I just want to make sure in moving that there's not going to be anything that would prohibit staff to going and meeting with the committee and answering their questions, right? Because I think that's a fair request. So with that, I'll move this item, both items.
Okay, it's seconded and done. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much for the ongoing support.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's approved 7-0?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's very exciting. I'd love to show the video, but we got a crowded schedule. All right, let's do, what we're going to do is, I have I've got to step out at 5 o'clock for something, so I'm going to try to take some of the items.
So just for the record, we
Yeah.
have one no. Just
Oh, there was a no?
Yep.
Okay, it's okay. We totally are fine with that. All right, let's do the R5, let's see.
no R5.
No R5s.
All right, why don't we start?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I'm gonna defer R5A to be heard together with R7G and H, because I consider them to be kind of companion.
R5A is going to R7G and H, which,
Yeah.
oh, so you're deferring it in total.
Yeah, to go together.
Okay, why don't we get to the,
So R5A is open and continue by acclamation, and
Yeah.
we'll
Yes.
bring it up again at 5:10.
all right, why don't we get to R2B, which is and we're going to come back to R2A, but I think R2B will probably take us a little bit of time. I just want to be here for some of these other ones at 5 o'clock, so why don't we do R2?
Mayor, as a point of order,
Yeah.
just so we have the record, on R7G and H are both opened and continued, so I'm unclear, is Commissioner Fernandez, are you also opening and continuing R5A?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
And
so
I-
all three of those will be shown as opened and continued.
To the January meeting, I believe. I'm not
Okay.
sure
To
about that.
to which meeting?
I'm not sure of the date.
The next meeting is October 18th.
I believe.
Okay, so what we're going to do order-wise is we're going to take up the.
So the January meeting.
We're going to, yeah. Is that all- you got that, Raphael?
Okay.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Richardson, you got your point of order answered?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right, let's go to the R2B, and then we're gonna go to, Commissioner, we'll start with that and see how long that takes us through. I know that, Commissioner, where is your item? Your Commissioner Dominguez, yeah, which is your item that?
R5D.
R5D. Okay, I'll tell you what, we're gonna take those two up, R2B, then R5D, and I suspect that'll take us a little bit past 5. I'm only gonna be out of the meeting for a few minutes, but I didn't wanna miss a vote where we need 7 people here. So let's go ahead and start with the R2B. Let's call that up and let's resolve it.
Yes, sir. R2B is issue RFQ 2023-506 WG Franchise Waste Contractors.
Okay, gentlemen, introduce yourselves and tell us what you are recommending that we do so that we can move this in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor Richardson and Commissioners. Joe Gomez, Public Works Director.
Eric Carpenter, Deputy City Manager.
Okay, this has a pretty sordid history in the sense that it keeps coming back like a bad penny and we haven't been able to resolve it. So let's hopefully to resolve it today. So why don't you tell us, give us a history of it and tell us what you are recommending that we do today. And I know there are sort of 3 issues, age of vehicle, renewal age, and open enrollment. I think those are the main 3 issues. So what I'd like you to do is, since I'm going to have to, since whether I will or the Vice Mayor will, we're going to have to get this in for a landing. So why don't you begin by telling us the
Mayor,
thing?
if I could,
Sure.
if you
You
don't
wanna
mind,
help out?
as Chair of
You want-
Finance.
You want to help out?
I want to help out.
All right, if I will recognize you in that spirit.
Thank you, Mayor. This was before the commission, and we sent it back to Finance for a very, very specific reason. And Finance heard that item and made a unanimous recommendation on the primary issue that was before, and that is the expiration of the contracts. It came to my attention after that meeting with the unanimous recommendation, and of course I haven't been able to talk to my colleagues because of sunshine, that staff came back to me as chair and recommended a slight change to what we had recommended in committee. And so, and I fully understand why it had to be changed rather than having contracts expiring at all different times. They want to do that in blocks. So I just wanted to put that out there, so if my colleagues hear something a little different from what was heard in finance, that is the reason and with that I'll recognize you.
And Joe, if I could just make a few introductory comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I just want to highlight, this is the culmination of over a year and a half of work together with, through the legislative process, not only with the commission, but also with the committee. This item has been to commission multiple times, and it's been to committee at least 7 times. Before we go into the detail of the RFQ, the draft RFQ that we're recommending for your approval, I would like to highlight that it's very important to us that before we get there, that we actually have a separation of the issue related to the current franchise agreement. The current franchise agreement is scheduled to expire this Friday, and it's very important to us that we separate that out and that we take a vote as quickly as possible to allow us to stay on a month-to-month until such time as executed franchise agreements are in place.
And Mayor, if I
Yeah, I'm going to let you continue with the issue. I just want to make sure there's no public hearing obligation in this. Okay, so Vice Mayor, why don't you take the
And Aline,
the
I
helm.
know this issue was raised, and thank you, Mayor. Obviously there's an RFP. Was there a separate item, or was this part of the item? Because I know the contracts are set to expire this Saturday, and so we have to continue month to month. But I just want to make sure that we don't have a point of order, that continuing on a month to month is in order.
It would be in order, and we'll prepare an after-the-fact resolution.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we will continue on a month-to-month contract until such time as a new contract can be awarded. Otherwise, all these contracts are going to run out on Saturday, and trash is not going to be picked up.
Okay, I'll second. Is there objection from anybody? This is the safety net provision.
And then, yeah, so we can do that as an after-action item. And then just in the interest of time, guys, be brief, and let's talk about there were 1 or 2 issues that's the only thing that we really sent it back to finance for. So let's be brief and then see if my colleagues have any questions.
The only thing I'd ask is, even though there's a history with this and we're very familiar with it, give enough explanation so that the public who's just tuning in get a sense of what it is, because sometimes when we have one of these long, sort of issues, we tend to just get to the stuff at the end of it, and people wonder what the rest of it looks like. So give us a fulsome enough explanation so people understand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor. As you recall, Mr. Vice Mayor, at our FERC, the recommendation was to have there were 3 points in the contract termination. One would be contracts that were signed after January the 1st of 2023. The second would be the January 1st of 2022, and then all contracts prior to January 1st of 2022. The modification that we're recommending after discussing the matter is as follows. For those contracts that would be entered into or after January the 1st, 2023, the period for the first tranche, we would be releasing those contracts for competition by prospective waste haulers would be between March the 1st of 2024 and June 30th of 2024. Very important. If we're not able to have an executed RFQ by February, that would be the target of 2024, then obviously we would move the date slightly. The second tranche would be contracts entered during the calendar year of 2022. Those contracts will be available for a second tranche, start between March the 1st of 2025 and June 30th of 2025. And then the last, which would be the ones that were prior to 2022, those would then be released as a third tranche would be from March 1st of 2026 through June 30th of 2026. And then those that their expiration date that didn't have options, those would then fall in either tranche 1 or tranche 2, depending on the time frame.
And thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to ask these questions. So the other thing that came up is asking the 2 current vendors for the quantity of contracts in each tranche.
Yes.
So they're going to be required, they're going to give that, is my understanding, so that you can let all offerors know how many contracts, because it may affect their offer. And then the other thing is, if anyone who's selected, if the 2 that are current are selected as a condition of award, they would be required to give the name of the vendor, the name of the company, the entity that they are servicing, and that's it, in the tranche.
Correct.
They're not required to give up any of their proprietary data.
Correct.
And so that's the one item, colleagues. The other item I know was the service life of the trucks, and could you address that issue?
Yes, sir. And that one, what we're recommending is on the initial franchise term, the initial term, we were recommending vehicles no older than 3 years, 3 years or less. At renewal, it will be an average of 3 years. So that means that if the vehicle, they have some vehicles that are older, that would average out to be the 3-year average.
Vice Mayor, I think Commissioner Rosa-Gonzalez wants to ask a question.
Sure.
This release of the contracts, it's very complicated. I was not at the finance meeting, so I'm not necessarily privy to the details. But I have a few questions that I wanted to ask. How is releasing the existing contracts of each hauler over a 3-year period, how does that create competition when the city agreement is for a 5-year term? How does that create any real competition? Because they're releasing them over time. Can you explain that?
So I can take a shot at that, Commissioner. The concept here is rather than just organically letting contracts that are in place expire whenever they expire, we want to create a critical mass or a batch of contracts that are available for competition amongst all of the new franchise awardees. And so right now we have 2 franchise holders. We could have as much as 4 or 5 franchise holders once this RFQ is awarded. So at that point, we want to make sure that there is a batch of contracts that are available for everyone to compete for, to make it interesting for bidders to bid on this work in the city of Miami Beach. Similarly, we don't want to have every contract come due all at the same time for fear that that's going to create a chaos among the trash hauling industry and all of these people fighting over the resources of the handful of vendors that are available, trying to make sure that they've secured their contract before the time runs out.
I have a few more questions.
Go ahead, Yuri. Let me, if I could just add a comment to that, if you don't mind. Where we have landed is a compromise because originally the city said every contract would potentially become available, and of course industry wanted all their contracts to continue. And what I said is I don't want to create a situation where all these, the 2 vendors now can go out and sign up everybody on a new contract tomorrow for 5 years, which would eliminate competition, and we might as well just not even do the RP, right? So what we agreed upon, and finance, we addressed this issue, was having these 3 different tranches so that they would come available. And I know at least one vendor told me that, like, for example, in their first tranche, 400 contracts will become available, and you're going to have that. But go ahead, Commissioner, you're recognized.
So how many contracts are there total?
In total, about 2,300, ma'am.
2,300.
Yes, ma'am.
And then each year, 400 contracts will come due? I don't.
Not necessarily. It depends on the number of, depends when the contract was signed and when the contract expires. So tranche 2 could have up to 600-700 contracts as opposed to the 400 from one and 200 from another.
My big concern with this from the beginning was the smaller buildings and associations. For people who don't know what we're talking about how people get their trash collected, especially in multifamily housing, in the single-family homes in Mid-Beach. We have one single hauler and we go through the city. But these smaller buildings, people who live in apartments, especially a lot of our workforce, they are stuck in bad contracts. So it's good that we're going to be releasing these contracts. But why are we just not eliminating the up to 24 units so that the city will be responsible for all of those smaller associations? Because I don't see we're solving that problem here. I have no problem with the waste haulers competing and bidding for the commercial stuff, competing and bidding for, the larger stuff. But for the smaller buildings, I'd like some consumer protection that I don't think we have right now. So is there any way that we could allow that for the smaller buildings? This is where a lot of the problems are happening.
Thank you, Commissioner. So let me say that one of the things we have done under a new contract is with those buildings, no contract can exceed 2 years. We've agreed that that's in the RFP. Yes. We've all agreed upon that. So no franchisee will be allowed to issue a contract for more than 2 years for any unit that's between 9 and 24.
Can I ask another question?
You're recognized.
I realize that I know that Commissioner Ariola was supporting me in allowing people to terminate their contracts too, and that throughout these negotiations, there's a price differential. If you want to be able to terminate your contract, it's going to be more expensive, but a lot of people want the right to terminate their contract. And my question is, can we cap how much more they can charge to terminate their contract? I don't want it to be more expensive just so that you don't get, so that these small associations aren't tricked and have to spend legal fees and get sucked up into a contract that doesn't serve their association. And I don't feel like we're getting that protection here.
So
I want a cap. I would like a cap on that price increase.
If I may, and we were trying to be brief, but if I could just run through some of the items that we've already put into this particular RFQ. We've already talked about the terms of the contract for 9 to 24 unit residential buildings. You would be capped at 2 years, as the Vice Mayor said. All multifamily and commercial units larger than 24 would be capped at 5 years or the remaining term of the franchise agreement. There would be no auto renewal or evergreen clauses. Prior notice would be required to customers 90 days prior to the expiration of their contract, and within 60 days those customers can respond, or the contract will only renew for a 1-year term as opposed to a 2 or more year term. Cap on the annual increase for the 9 to 24 unit condominiums is at 8% annually. And all of the haulers have to offer a termination for convenience provision. It does, in the RFQ, it does allow them to charge a reasonable premium for that termination for convenience clause. And then there's obviously an escalation of customer complaints that if they don't get resolved within 24 hours, the customers, the residents are to contact the city over and above their dealings with their private hauler.
Okay, so my question would be, can we please define reasonable? Because how I see this, you're gonna go to a small association and they're gonna say, if you sign the 2-year contract, it's gonna be $10,000. And if you wanna be able to terminate your contract, it's gonna be, $13,000 or $14,000. So obviously, they're gonna choose not to be able to terminate their contract. So I would like to cap that. They can only choose 10% more to have the right to cap it at 10%, and then they have the right to terminate their contract. That's important. It's important because that's why we're sitting here, and that's why this has been so controversial, and that's why I have people in the audience that are here about the waste hauler item. If we protect these smaller associations, cap that termination for convenience, that is super important. So I don't know what that number is, but I'd like to figure it out before I vote on this today.
So, Commissioner, I don't think we can have one number. Here's why. Because every situation is different. It could depend on how many units and so forth. So I don't think you can have it. So I understand that there's a concern with the word reasonable, but what's going to happen is that we move forward, and then if the franchisees are doing something that somebody thinks is unreasonable, then they're going to bring that forward. They're going to make a complaint, and then the city's going to ask them to cure that, and then that's how that's going to be addressed. But you can't say 10%, 15, or 20, or 30%, because the cost to the provider could be different if it's 9 units or if it's 24. So I understand your concern, but I think we've spent a lot of time on this item, like over a year, and I really would like to move forward with it. At the last meeting, we identified this one issue, and it was sent back to finance for one issue, and I would respectfully say, let's not bring a new issue, because it's it's, I know you would never do this, but it's, you know, maybe another deferral tactic, and I know that you wouldn't do that. But I want to see if we can move this item, if the votes are there. So I'm going to move the item with the amendments that have been discussed today, because I want to get the RFP out. It's been over a year, and we're doing month to month, and maybe these vendors that are operating now would love to go month to month until the end of time, so they would not have any competition, but we need competition. I'll recognize you.
Thank you. I can't vote for it today if it doesn't have that protection in place. I do not want these waste haulers to be able to take legal action on these small associations, and I would like some sort of legal protection in place that I don't think is there. If we don't have the termination for convenience, that's capped, because people are going to choose not to be able to terminate their contract because these associations are already cash strapped, okay, and maintenances are high. So for me, this is an important issue. I don't know how my colleagues feel about this, but that protection needs to happen.
Let me recognize Mr. Carpenter to react to this.
So we hear you loud and clear. I would want to clarify for everyone that this RFQ is ultimately going to come back to the commission for award, and then we have to go and finalize the franchise agreements, which will also come back to commission. We will have the ability, since the RFQ language is going to say a reasonable premium, we will have the ability when we sit down and negotiate those franchise agreements to potentially have some cap in there for that number. And I think that that would be the appropriate time to finalize that. I don't want to speak on behalf of the haulers today to say that definitively they could do X or they could do Y, because all of those situations are different. We might be talking about a different scenario if we're only talking about the 9 to 24 units, which I think is what we are talking about right now. We might be able to get that 10% cap, I'm not sure, but that's something that I think that we could work out in the negotiations.
So why don't we add that to the RFQ to say that we want any offeror to react to this requirement and tell us what their plan would be. And then they could say they don't want to give a cap, or they might offer a cap, or they might offer different caps in different circumstances. But I think we can ask them, but as you said, they can come back when you negotiate with them and deal with it at that time. So Commissioner Fernandez, I'm going to recognize you.
Thank you. And it's a good question, because we've worked on a number of protections, new protections throughout this process in finance that didn't exist before. We've worked on the term of the contract. We've worked on finally there being no auto renewals. We've worked on giving the public a notice so that they don't get trapped in this endless loop with these companies. We're talking now about a termination for convenience, which we've been talking about for a number of months as this legislation has progressed through the Finance Committee. But we have, within the work that we've done, secured an 8% price cap for those smaller buildings. Wouldn't this apply to that?
This would be the annual, the 8% is the annual increase.
So remember, this is potentially something that comes into place at the initial contract.
Mm-hmm.
You have a contract with a termination for convenience and a contract without a termination for convenience.
Mm-hmm.
And so that 8% probably would not apply to that termination for convenience clause.
Can I just say something?
Wait just a minute, I want to see if Commissioner
I'll
Fernandez
yield
is.
to my colleague.
Okay, and Commissioner Minor also wants to be recognized, but go ahead, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, I'll recognize you.
I would like to encourage all of us to consider the 10% cap. That way, if you get two agreements, one agreement is 10,000, one agreement is 11,000, you're paying something that's reasonable. But if we're not if we're not specifically defining what's reasonable, everybody's going to get caught up in bad contracts all over again. This is the problem that we've been having with these waste haulers. And we know it because we've gotten so many complaints from the association. So would you guys consider approving the 10% cap right now? And I think it should even be less, but I just want to get you guys to agree with me. So the 10% cap is a reasonable differential. Anything higher than 10% is unreasonable.
Well, we don't know if that's reasonable or not, but here's what could happen. You say 10%, and you're required to do a T for C no more than 10%. What if everybody in town says, no, we're not doing that, and we don't get any bids? And then there's no one to pick up trash.
People are going to want to do business in Miami Beach. We have massive hotels that create a lot of waste. There's a lot of trash here.
They're not applicable to this because they're not applicable.
Yes, I know, the smaller associations.
Exactly.
But it's very lucrative. Listen, the commercial side of this does not bother me so much because they have access to legal departments and they can fight for themselves. I want to fight this for the little guy, and I want to be able to move forward today, and that 10% cap is reasonable. I don't know how my colleagues feel about this. I'd like to hear from them. Commissioner Richardson. Or, I mean, look, I don't want to send it back. I know you think I'm delaying. I'm not delaying. I just want that protection in place. I want that protection in place, and I don't want them to be able to tie up small associations and legal fees that they can't afford. That's not right. We have to stop it. I don't want any waste hauler that we're allowing to do business in the city of Miami Beach to start suing these small buildings and putting them in financial peril. It's not right. It's not right.
Commissioner Minor, I know you want to be recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, just to take a step back, I know I've asked this before, but the initial recommendation, proposal, whatever word you want to use, was looking at a single waste hauler. Why are you comfortable with this proposal now?
So I'll take first stab at that, and then Joe certainly can add to it. I think the initial proposal that was put forward by our consultant. I think that if you put multiple consultants in a room and ask them the same question about what's the best way to deliver waste service to a community, they'll give you multiple different answers. I personally believe that the non-exclusive is the best approach for the city of Miami Beach. We do have some challenges in the smaller residential buildings, like the commissioner has brought up, and I think that we've made significant progress on that with this particular discussion over the last year. I do have some concerns about having a single exclusive franchise hauler because you're basically taking the ability to negotiate waste contracts out of the hands of the people in the community that know exactly what they need and how much they're willing to pay for service. And we're basically giving them a one-size-fits-all scenario.
Another question, do we have copies of the contracts between the haulers, the waste haulers, and the property owners? And whether that's yes or no, and is it best practices to have that?
We do not have copies of those contracts. We have requested copies of those contracts. The waste haulers.
Hey, wait a minute, Eric, I'm gonna correct that because I don't want any misstatements here. We don't have them. It's proprietary data. Originally, a few days ago, they did ask for copies, and the vendor said, look, that's our proprietary data. So the compromise, and it's my understanding the city sent out a revised email requesting data, is that the name of the entity that is contracted would be provided in the 3 tranches when they become available. So, and they're required to give the 2 are giving the number of contracts in each tranche. That way all offerors will know that there's 1,000 contracts coming available in a particular tranche, so that may affect their bid.
So the haulers are saying they're not going to produce the contracts because it's proprietary?
The haulers are very protective of the contracts because if it were to be circulated, they would basically be giving the information on exactly what service they're providing and what they're charging to all of their competitors by making it a public record.
Is that best practices that we don't get the copies of the contracts? What do other municipalities do?
I'll be honest, I don't know the answer to that question, but we could certainly go back and ask our consultant what the other municipalities and county governments may be getting.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Yeah, I'm a little suspicious of that rationale because I've been in a lot of business situations. I mean, it's easy enough for, someone bidding on a particular multifamily dwelling just to go to that condo association and say, let me take a look at the contract, and they'll give you the contract and let you look at it. I mean, it gets into the public sphere pretty quickly, and basically the only thing they're really protecting is just the pricing, which is readily available if you do 1 ounce of due diligence. So, I mean, they can argue that, but these are not major trade secrets. What days of the week you pick up, and in terms of service, it's really the pricing. I mean, and that's readily ascertainable.
Guys, I need to bring this in for a landing, so do we have 4 votes to move this? If not, then we're gonna have to take another step. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm prepared to move forward with this because we have vetted this extensively, and I'm shocked at how long this one has taken. But, I do want to acknowledge Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez's concerns, because I've shared those concerns. Is there a compromise that will get you comfortable to move forward? I want to see competition. I want to see fairness. Whenever we're giving the waste haulers a franchise, essentially a monopoly or, oligopoly to do business in our city. And for that, they get those protections of, not having, unfettered competition. But what we want back from them is great service and fairness to our constituents. Some of our constituents have expressed, a lot of concern and dismay over pricing and at various times service and things like that. So they're asking us to use our leverage in awarding contracts to give them protection through contracts. And so, what's a happy medium for you to feel good about moving forward? I share that same concern. I mean, I think we've all been locked into bad cable contracts, cell phone contracts and stuff like that, and really only competition has freed us from all of those contracts that we used to have to sign for multi-years. This is unusual because you don't have that freedom, because we give the franchisees, basically, an oligopoly to operate in our system, in our city.
How
Go
would
ahead,
you
you're
feel?
recognized.
Thank you. How would you feel about agreeing to a cap? I would prefer a 10% cap. I think that's fair. I think a 10% cap is reasonable. I think we already have the language in there that says reasonable cap. I'll vote to move it forward if we put in a reasonable 10% cap, so that people don't get 2 options and they're forced to take the one where they're stuck in the contract, rather than reasonable could be 50% of the contract. So if I'm gonna go to you and say, look, it's gonna cost you $10,000 or it's gonna cost you $15,000, what are you gonna take? You're gonna take the you're gonna take the $10,000, excuse me. You're gonna take the $10,000, then you're stuck in the bad contract. Then they can tie you up legally, and that's what we're trying to avoid. So a 10% cap, what would you say, Commissioner Ariola?
Yeah, look, I mean, we as a city vet the quality of the providers of this service, right? We make sure they're, fully licensed, they comply with all our environmental laws. They, have been in business a long time. So we do a lot of due diligence on behalf of our constituents, right? In exchange for that, we give exclusivity to a handful of operators in our city, and then they have to go out into the community and compete for the business. But we've seen sometimes they sort of overextend their privilege of having, a limited franchise to operate in our city, and then they tie up multifamily dwellings with some onerous contracts, and they get stuck. And I think it's our responsibility to advocate on behalf of these property owners to, protect them contractually, because we're giving, in essence, a monopoly to these operators to do business in our city, and then they, at times, can be abusive with their contracts. And so, we're here to try to get in front of this and have some flexibility so that they just remain honest, competitive operators and don't get lazy.
And we have provided so many protections that have never been in these types of contracts in the past in this city. I mean, the fact that we're treating the 9 to 24 very differently. And you know what, I'm not an expert in the pricing of these contracts. I really don't want to take the time to open this up to public comment. But what I would say, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, what I would support is a T for C not to exceed 20%, and I would make the offerors put their amount in their contract and make it an evaluation criterion. So I would say you can't be more than 20%, but we're going to make you tell us what your cap is going to be, because some companies could say 15%, some companies could say 20%, and we'll make it an evaluation criterion so that someone who's offering a 10% will get more brownie points than someone that would be at 20%. I think that's fair. Go ahead, you're correct, recognized, Commissioner.
Thank you. You almost took the words out of my mouth, because it's exactly what I was thinking of. That way, there's competition in that. There might be companies that are willing to say, listen, I'll do 10%. And there might be companies that can't do that, and they'll have to submit a proposal that might be 15 or 20%, but it's now a more competitive process. But more importantly, what I don't want is the unintended consequence that if we set a low percentage, that then we increase the cost of the contract that doesn't have termination for convenience.
Exactly.
Clause, and that's the unintended consequence I want to avoid, which is why I like the idea of having a termination for convenience clause, because we've been advocating for this for a long time, and Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, you've been leading for it, and thank you for that, because it's an important consumer protection in addition to all the other consumer protections we put in place. But with what you're proposing, Mr. Vice Mayor, it makes sense.
But let me jump in, because lawyers are whispering in my ear over here that it's an RFQ, and they're saying that I can't do that it can't be an evaluation criterion. So, but I'll let.
But you could certainly include in the RFQ that you're going to have the cap of the up to 20%, and during the negotiations with the qualified proposers, we could address that with each firm.
Could we
Let
compromise?
Let me see if Commissioner Fernandez is. Okay, so we're still on the franchise.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
So I was just counting votes to see.
And I'm giving you my count. Here's the deal.
Okay.
I will. I'm going to vote for anything the administration recommends. When we get these procurements, I always feel like it's a little dangerous, given all the competing interests out there. So if Ms. Hudak says that this is what the administration recommends to the commission, I'm up. If she says they don't recommend it, I'm down. So that way, that's just to help you count the votes.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, this ultimately, if I may, this ultimately empowers the buildings, because this is the benefit of having an open market, a competitive market. It's not an open market, but you have a competitive market. Now these companies need to show each one of these buildings why they're better for their associations. And the termination for convenience clause and the percentage that they put there will be one of those competitive matters that the buildings can consider to see which of these franchisees will be the best for their company. So rather than us competing,
Said we can't do that.
No, not us.
No. What I'm saying is, I've been told that I can't make it an evaluation credit. But I think what we can do is say in the RFQ that you're capped at 20%, and then if you're chosen to negotiate, then that can be something that you can negotiate to say, we don't like, if you're proposing 20%, we don't like that. We'd love you to be at 15%. I think you can negotiate.
Yes, sir.
So we can do that. So would you? I just don't know I don't know if 10% is going to have the effect that Commissioner Fernandez says, and that would be to increase the price of the contract without the termination, right? And that way they take care of themselves, because they say, if you cap me at 10%, then I'll just increase my base contract so that my 10%, I get my cake and I eat it too.
Can I say something?
Please.
That's why we're going out to a competitive process. If you come to us with, if you go with ridiculous fees, then obviously, you're not going to win. I said 10%. Commissioner, you said 20. Why don't we compromise at 15%? 15%, and we move forward.
Let me
Come
ask
on,
you
guys.
if
All the
we
waste
can,
haulers in the room, come on. 15%, you cap it, we move forward. We got a thumbs up? Thumbs up from the waste haulers. They're saying yes. Look, we got them. Yeah?
They think that's reasonable, 15?
Yeah, otherwise we're just going to continue to fight. You know, it's not going to be, okay. Look, I even got Casablanca back there to give me a thumbs up. Look at that.
Because
Come a long way.
I'm not an expert in the field, so.
All right, I would say cap it at 15 in the RFQ. That's something reasonable. Hopefully prices won't be gouged. It's not perfect, but I think we've come to a compromise. And I'd like to thank you, Commissioner Richardson, for all your hard work, and Commissioner Ariel and Fernandez on that committee for the past year with the waste haulers. This puts up.
I'm going to look to the administration. Are you comfortable with 15%?
I think we're comfortable with the 15% if we're talking about the 9 to 24 unit
Yeah,
buildings.
exactly. So I think
So we can gouge the commercial interest, but not.
Well, their
the,
contracts can be up to
the
5
little
years
guys.
anyway.
I mean, fine. You know, it's already expensive to do business on Miami Beach. Now but I would like them to be. But I understand that those are valuable contracts. We're requesting new trucks. If you protect the little guys, I'm good at the 15. Cap it at 15. Yeah.
All right.
Look
and
at
I
that.
got your vote?
You got my vote.
All right. Are there any objections? Commissioner Minor, you're recognized.
Thanks. Just where are we leaving it with the production of contracts?
We need a second.
I mean, you said you're going to follow up, but is there a mechanism that, you said you're going to follow up with other municipalities with best practices, but is there a mechanism to have that incorporated here?
Well, let me address the two current operators are operating under their existing contract. That existing contract does not require them to give that information. So you really put, you know, you can ask them to do a favor, really, and that's what we've asked, to give us the information of how many customers they have. But think about anyone who doesn't have a contract now doesn't have to do that. And so I used to run my own firm, and it's the name of your customer and phone number and contact, that's all very highly proprietary, and I don't think that we should be asking. I don't think that's fair.
Well, we also don't know what best practices are. We don't have an answer.
We'll find out what best practices are. Ultimately, you have an inspector general that can subpoena contracts or audit contracts at any point in time. Certainly, he might be interested in weighing in on this matter, but from our perspective, we're gonna have to see a template contract at least to make sure that it's complying with all of the provisions that are in the RFQ and the franchise agreement. But whether or not they're gonna be willing to share their customer contact information and pricing information, we'll have to find that out.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody, we're not issuing any contracts today. We're just issuing an RFQ. So it's gonna come back to the commission, and you'll have to address it there. So I've moved the item. I don't know if anyone seconded, so, all right, Commissioner Fernandez seconded the item, and then Commissioner Minor, is it 6-1, or are you gonna be 7-0? Where are we at?
I'm good.
Is this recommended by,
And this is.
to go to the question I asked, are you all recommending this?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is as amended with the 15% cap
Yes.
recommended by
Yes.
Mr. Rosen Gonzalez.
For the units that are 9 to 24.
Perfect.
Okay.
And I appreciate all that because I think it is in better shape. So thank you, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor, I know you're probably disappointed in me. You left me the gavel and I got one item done, but.
Makes me look good.
Oh, and also, R7I, I don't know, clerk, if you need to call that item, that was the T4C that Commissioner Rosen, and that's been disposed of now, so.
So Commissioner, R7I, which is include term for convenience private waste hauler contracts, are you withdrawing the item?
Well, we just did it as part
Yeah, I'm
of-
fine with that. We're
But
done.
it's a resolution.
Yeah,
so-
withdrawn.
Okay, so withdrawn.
I got
Okay.
2 items done.
Yeah, not bad. We're finally getting the hang of this. So here's where we are. Members, at 5:30, I'm going to break and go to our recognitions. So we could work a little bit now and then break from that, if that's okay. Why don't we get into the budget a little bit? Is it really going to be fast? All right, all right.
Thank you.
Which item?
R5D.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. R5D is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 7 entitled zoning districts and regulations, article 3 entitled overlay districts at section 7.3.3 entitled West Avenue Bayfront overlay to provide an exception for bed and breakfast inns in the West Avenue Bayfront area Bayfront overlay, and providing for a repealer, codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires 5/7 vote. R5D.
Mayor, can I speak?
Yep.
on it? Okay. So this particular item was presented to me, and I did some research on it. It's a female business owner. The rules were changed after she had purchased the property and began renovating. Bed and breakfasts are very unique in that the owner must live on site. So it's not an Airbnb or short-term rental in that aspect. And the owner has agreed to a covenant that if she sells the property, she would lose that use. There is a wellness theme, but it's not a wellness center. Somebody misspoke earlier. Nobody from the public can go in and participate in any of the wellness activities, only the people that are staying there. So it's a wellness theme, not a center. The planning board supported this 6-1, and the West Avenue Neighborhood Association supports it. I want to support this female business owner. It's first reading, and it needs 5/7 vote. And Tom, anything else to add before we call the vote?
No, I think you covered it perfectly, Commissioner.
I'd like to call the vote.
Okay, this is not a public hearing.
It's, I
Okay,
need a motion
it'll
by
come
Commissioner-
back for a public hearing.
Correct.
All right, let's, who's moved it? One moved it, who seconded?
Second.
Seconded, okay, let's call the roll.
Well, can I just ask one question?
Sure.
So, it's my understanding we're here because the person moved forward with making plans and then the rules changed. Is that what happened?
Correct.
Okay, and if we do this, is it
No
gonna?
other property is affected.
No other property is
Not in the
affected?
future or in the past.
Because we just heard this at Sutnick,
That
this
wasn't-
whole list
That
of.
wasn't true.
Okay,
And
all right.
we've gone through that.
So this will be it?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think, for me, this is a little different because, we had an issue about a liquor store that wanted to move, but this is different because somebody started this beforehand, so I'm supportive.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola, did you,
Yeah, I just, I'm supportive
Thank
for all the
you.
reasons you said, but, just to highlight something you mentioned for my colleagues too, is that you're saying, so there's something that was said in public testimony what actually is not actually factual? That's shocking, because I've been doing this for 8 years, and that's just constant, and I just encourage all of my colleagues, going forward in the future, just because somebody says something doesn't make it so, and you gotta do your own due diligence and fact check, and try to be consistent in your votes, and, I'll have items coming up, the next commission meeting, I'm gonna ask for that same indulgence, doesn't mean you have to do it, but just because people say things doesn't mean it's actually factual. Always do your due diligence, and look, and I have some friends that are probably gonna be pissed at me because I'm voting this way, but the reality is, I don't agree with their point of view. I've spoken to the proprietor of this establishment. I think they come across very honest and trustworthy. I think their vision is sound, compatible with the neighborhood. We've got WAVNA support. They typically do a fair amount of diligence. This is a one-off, and what really sways me is that this applicant was caught in a changing of the law, and, the protections that folks typically want against short-term rentals, and this is not really a short-term rental, this is a true traditional B&B, she's gonna live on the property. Someone who lives on the property doesn't want their home and habitat and business to be overrun with, unruly behavior. So I don't think the neighbors that are worried about this really need to be worried about this.
okay. Commissioner Minor.
Tom, how many people can stay at this, not Airbnb, but bed and breakfast on a nightly basis?
It would be limited by the number of bedrooms, and it would vary. That would really be up to the owner to decide, because the owner has to be in residence the entire time. And so typically in a 3-bedroom house, you'll have 3 guests, 1 per each bedroom.
I mean, could they have 3 people in every bedroom?
Potentially a couple could stay in a bedroom, but it really would depend upon the size of the bedroom. In these types of homes, the bedrooms are typically small, so I would be surprised if you saw more than 2 people staying in 1 bedroom.
I mean, could the house have 5 or 6 bedrooms?
I don't know what the total capacity of this house is and how they're going to disperse the living quarters, so I could try to get back to you with that information, but I don't have the specifics on this particular residence.
Right, so right now, we don't know how many people can stay there on any given night.
Not a specific number, no.
I mean, how would code enforce, I mean, I'm not saying this would happen, I'm not trying to give scary hypotheticals, but if 25 people showed up, is that a violation?
25 people may be in excess of the maximum fire occupancy load for the home. Typically, homes like that, you just can't accommodate that number of people.
Right. I'm a little concerned that there's no exact number. And how the owner, and by the way, I nothing against the owner. I met her briefly actually outside the meeting, but last time. So I'm assuming good intent, but I also have to assume the worst when I vote on these things. What protections are there if the owner is not there? How do you know the owner's there or not?
If there were complaints that were made and code went to investigate and the owner was not in residence, then the owner would potentially be in violation of the parameters of the use. And if it was determined that the owner was not there on a regular basis or not there in residence, that could potentially lead to the revocation of the CU and the BTR. Because that is an express requirement of the BTR, CU, and BTR for bed and breakfast being issued.
And we're hearing that it's going to be a health and wellness. Is that an explicit criteria? Let's say that was not being offered. Does that change the usage?
No. The license for, if this ordinance is adopted, the only license that would be issued for this residence is for bed and breakfast. To the extent
Which
that...
means what?
That means that the owner has to reside in the residence and that the owner can have different families staying in the bedrooms. But the owner would not be issued a separate CU and BTR for any type of accessory use, like wellness initiatives, spa, things like that. To the extent that this owner has a wellness theme and offers yoga classes for people that are staying there, that's no different than if somebody brings in a yoga instructor to their own single-family home. But this would not be considered or licensed as a personal service facility that would allow members of the public to come and engage in spa activities or wellness activities.
And currently is zoned, it's single family.
No, it's currently zoned RM1.
One second. One of the things we're grappling with the city is short-term rentals. In your mind, is this different than your typical short-term rental? And if so, why?
Yes, because the license is not for a short-term rental per se. It's for a bed and breakfast, with the biggest difference being that you would not, in a short-term rental of an apartment, for instance, you're going to get a separate BTR for each unit in the apartment. In a single-family home that's a bed and breakfast, there is no separate BTR or CU issued for every bedroom. There's one CU and BTR issued for the home, for the homeowner. The second biggest difference, obviously, is that the owner of the home has to be in residence at all times, whereas with the short-term rental of an apartment, the owner does not have to be in residence.
Do we have other examples of bed and breakfasts in Miami Beach?
There have been a couple of bed and breakfasts that have been approved in historic districts. Typically, they only are permitted in historic districts in a limited capacity. There was an exception made for the West Avenue overlay in the early 2000s to allow bed and breakfast in single-family homes in order to incentivize the retentions of those homes. But over the years, residents became concerned about the potential transient nature, and that's why bed and breakfast were removed as an allowable use within the West Avenue overlay.
For the areas in the historic districts where we do have it, how has that worked out?
I'm not aware of any complaints from those bed and breakfast uses, again, because the owner has to reside in the home, and typically the owner of the home is usually the best person to ensure that there is no type of nefarious activity happening.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Okay, Commissioner Reyes-Gonzalez and Commissioner Fernandez.
So I see both sides to this issue. I understand that it's a residential street and there are people worried that there's a commercial business that's about to open. That said, I've received emails from every yogi across town, and I happen to practice yoga nearly every day. So a lot of the people I knew, and I know that these aren't, like party animals. What bothers me is that, somebody's able to invest this amount of money and, in a business, and then, we take that right away. So I'm okay with voting for it because I understand what's happening. Now, there are protections in place. What I would say, and I'm talking to you, Manny, who live on the street, if the owner is not living in this bed and breakfast, then you have to make complaints and let us know, because if there are enough complaints, if enough people complain and the owner is not living in the home, like is stated in this bed and breakfast, what would the process be for revocation? Tom?
Typically, there would have to be a violation, a complaint lodged, and then there would be an investigation by code compliance, and if it's determined that a violation has taken place, it would go to the special master, and the property owner would be given a certain period to comply. If multiple offenses happen, the same type of multiple offenses, that could potentially lead to the revocation of a BTR and a CU.
Okay, so if for some reason after this is passed, Manny, you file complaints and you see that it is a nuisance for your residential neighborhood, then you would have grounds for a process. I don't love these conversions because I think they hurt hospitality and our hotels, which are paying all sorts of other fees, and then we allow people who own a home or own a small building to convert them. Most of the time, in the case of a bed and breakfast, the owner is going to be on site. But a lot of these conversions to other transient uses are real problems in residential neighborhoods. And not just that, they're bad economic business because we have thousands of these across the city. And the only person who's suffering are our hotels. If you went on Hotel Tonight, I bet you'd see our daily room rate right now is somewhere around, you can get a hotel room right now for $60, and it shouldn't be like that. And that's because of these. Do you want me to Google Hotel Tonight right now and show you how much a room is?
Please.
Wait, I'm just gonna pull it up right now because this is a big problem for us. Look at this. You can stay at the Hotel Belleza for $63. You can't even stay at a Motel 6 on the side of 95 for that. You could stay at the Riviera for $72. We should not have room rates this low. The Gates Hotel, $77 tonight. SBV Luxury Ocean Hotel Suite, $68. This is what's hurting hospitality. Okay, so I'm voting for this today, but in the future, I really want to find ways to stop the conversion to transient uses because we are cheaper than staying in like Valdosta, Georgia at the Motel 6. And that is a very bizarre reality. And it's damaging to our, do you want to look, Commissioner Fernandez? Because they're all here. All the prices? No? Okay.
Come on.
Thanks.
Hold on, let me, we got Fernandez second.
I'll yield to Commissioner Arriola.
I don't want to belabor a point, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. I agree with you on the hotel rates being so low, and it's a separate conversation we should have another day in another forum, because I do think that contributes a lot to the types of tourists that we attract here, and then the behavior we're witnessing on the streets. People who want to stay in a $60 room hotel are a different type of tourist market than I think residents want to see coming here, because they typically take the party into the streets, and that's why I've been against 2 a.m. and midnight bar closures, because those people aren't even going to bars. They literally just want to hang out in the street and misbehave and bring the conduct they're bringing from their homes to our streets. And I think there's a reason why those hotels have to sell for $60 a night, because we have extremely restrictive zoning laws that prohibit those properties from being renovated or replaced with something else. So I think we should examine why we have hotel rooms going for so cheap.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, let's get this quick item out.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've let all my colleagues speak, so I'd like to chime in on this as well, just like everyone else. Thank you. So this is a property rights issue. From my perspective, we have someone that was looking to invest in our city, and in the middle of purchasing a property, the rug got pulled under them, and the laws changed. The rules of the game changed in the middle of the process, and that's not right. And I think any of us in the position of this property owner would not appreciate that happening to us. This is a legal non-conforming use, however. Is that correct, Tom?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we know what is the square footage of the property, of the home?
I don't know the square footage offhand, no.
Mr. Mayor, could I recognize the property owner?
Sure.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
What's the square footage of the existing property structure on the site
Yeah,
today?
it's 3,400 square feet. There's 6 bedrooms, max of 10 people, really.
6 bedrooms, okay.
They're
And
small, though. Some of them are really single bedrooms.
And Mr. Mooney, being a legal non-conforming use, my understanding is that under a definition of a legal non-conforming use, the non-conforming aspect of the property cannot be expanded.
That's correct.
So in this case, they're limited to what's existing there, and it could never be more than that.
Correct.
Okay, that gives me some comfort in the concern that one of my colleagues raised, that we don't know how many people could potentially be there. Well, we now know, because it was a maximum of 2 people per room, correct?
Correct.
And under an RM1 zoning, that is multifamily, is that correct?
That's correct.
So that means that instead of having this property where you have one property with one property owner who's going to be living on site, making sure that the quality of the clientele is consistent with that of her establishment, we could have a different type of property, perhaps more density there through multifamily, adding more traffic and other impacts to the area.
That's correct. If somebody wanted to replace the existing single-family home with a new multifamily apartment building, they could go up to 50 feet in height, up to a 1.25 FAR.
Up to 50 feet in height.
Correct.
So potentially there could be a 5-story multifamily building there.
Correct.
And I would imagine that this property owner who invested in our city under a certain set of codes and rules, well, I would imagine would want to divest unless they're able to fulfill the intent of what their investment was.
Correct.
And so I much rather have a well-regulated establishment like this, where you have a responsible property owner living on site and keeping an eye on the quality of the product, than having more density, more traffic congestion, more parking issues in an area where we already see that we're going to have a deficit, a significant deficit in parking, and where we already have an overdensity of people there. Mr. Mayor, I'm inclined to support this item, and I'll second Commissioner Dominguez's motion.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll. Let's see, there's been a lot of discussion on this. Let's see how
Yes, sir.
close the vote is.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Ariola.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I don't want to speak for her, but she
Oh.
pointed at the mayor and said I'm a yes when she left.
Okay, so-
Okay, well then I'll take that. Thank you for the
I'll take your
assist.
word, thank you. Commissioner Minor.
Yeah.
Mayor Gelber.
Yes.
So.
Is it a similar 5/7 vote on second reading?
Yes. So the item passes. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for October 18th.
Okay.
R5D.
So that's what happens when we all agree. Let's see how long the items that we disagree will be. What I'd like to do now is, and I know we've got a lot of people here for different things, and this could go into the night, but that's how this works. We're going to move to our proclamations, which go very fast, and we're going to get our folks. We're going to get our folks who we are proclaiming for their good deeds and their good things that they've done. We're going to get them. We're going to recognize them and go through it, and then we're going to come back into the order of the business of the day. So a lot of you are here for, I see there's people in blue, there's people in pink. We're going to come to you probably in about 30 to 40 minutes when we get through our proclamations, and I'll try to move us along, but I think some of you may want to use the next 30 or 40 minutes to go to Uber Eats or something else and get your food delivered, because we may be here for a little bit tonight. Okay, with that, let's go to the PAs, and I'm going to begin
And just for the record, everyone has a list at the end of their.
Yeah, go
items
to the
list.
list at the end. We have quite a few proclamations, and what we're gonna do with the proclamations
I
is.
have extras if you need.
Remember, sometimes we all go to the front. We're not gonna be able to do that today, so we're just gonna have people, when we take your pictures, we'll stand up behind you. Georgie will yell at us to move around. But, okay, why don't we begin, though? I'd like to pull up PA1, and on deck will be PA21 and PA23. Those are our police folks, and I'd like to get them, I'd like to honor them and then get them back to work.
Okay, so we're gonna do PA1, award presentation, Miami Beach Police Department. Officers, Jack Cover, Medal of Heroism, and we're doing PA22, proclamation, Public Works. You said PA2 also, Mayor? or-
PA1,
Uh-huh.
which is, I believe, Sergeant Delgado, Officer Moreno, and Officer Carballo.
Okay, so we're doing PA1.
And then on deck is PA21, which is from Commissioner Fernandez. So let's get these officers up here, if you don't mind. Sergeant Eddie Delgado, where are you?
He's out in the hallway, sir. He's on the way.
Okay, you're getting them. Officer Moreno and Officer Pete Carballo. And I'm going to wait till they're here before I tell you why we are presenting them with some special awards.
And for the SWAGAT folks who help us with the videos, we're starting the 5:30 meeting now, so just not to confuse them, because they're watching.
We have videos for this?
Oh, yeah. Meaning,
All right. What?
we have people who help us with the videos and logging them
Okay.
in. I got you.
Okay. Where are we? We got our guys here? You're not any of those guys. Okay, I know you. All right, where is, we need Sergeant Delgado, Officer Moreno, and Officer Carballo.
Coming up right now, Mayor.
Okay. Oh, I guess I am going to come up and present something, right? Let me tell, as soon as they're all here, I'm going to tell our community why we are honoring you today. We got all of you?
He's right outside with
Okay.
his little baby, so I'm pretty sure he's coming.
He's got a baby. All right, come on up here with your babies. You guys are clapping before you know how amazing these people are. Or just the fact that he came with a baby is enough. So let me tell you why we are presenting medals, the Jack Cover Medal of Heroism today to these individuals. On October 3rd, they saved a man attempting death by suicide in the ocean. We gave them certificates on October 7th, 21, but they have since been awarded the Jack Cover Medal of Heroism. Miami Beach Police Department got a 911 call from the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. A man said he wanted to go into the ocean and drown himself. He went into the water with a backpack. When the officers found him, he refused to come ashore. These officers dropped their gear, they dove into the water at danger, where they would get them out, bring them to shore, and bring him back to consciousness. So for that, they will be awarded the Jack Cover Medal of Heroism, and now would be an appropriate time to applaud.
Move this way.
next item is PA 22, Proclamation Public Works Department earns reaccreditation. 21. PA 21, Certificate of Recognition, Officer Rene Pimentel. PA 21.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We often speak in our community about our seniors and how much we provide for our elderly community. And they certainly are one of the most caring and most special parts of our community, but they're also one that are most vulnerable in our community as well. And people who mean to harm others target them, and they unfortunately often fall prey to their manipulation. Officer Rene Pimentel deserves to be recognized today. And we do so in recognition of the diligent investigative work that he did together with our Miami Beach Police Department. He engaged in an undercover case of elderly exploitation, and the victim was an 86-year-old resident of this community of Miami Beach. And this resident fell prey specifically to the manipulation of someone that befriended her under the guise of assisting her. And just think of that, how sad it is. Our elderly, who often are in need of someone to lend them a hand and to help them through the most difficult times of their life, yet they thought they could trust someone, and this person just came in to make prey of them and manipulate them. And through a multiple of interviews and meticulous review of bank statements and careful examination of phone records, our police department and Officer Pimentel were able to reveal a web of fraudulent charges, including unauthorized credit card usage and fraudulent ATM withdrawals, true abuse of the trust that this elderly individual placed in this criminal that took advantage of their situation. And today, Officer Pimentel, not only do we want to recognize your work, but honor you for it. Because in doing this, you sent a message. You sent a message to everyone out in the world that Miami Beach is a community that cares for its elderly. That you cannot come to a community like Miami Beach and prey on the elderly, because the men and women of the Miami Beach Police Department will look into it, they will investigate it, and they will uncover any intent to manipulate them and defraud them. And so today, Officer Pimentel, we honor you, we thank you, and we present to you with this certificate of recognition, not on behalf of us, but on behalf of the entire community out there who have elderly individuals and their families who could very well have become the victim of this criminal. And thanks to your efforts, now that person is serving time, is serving behind bars for the justice that this elderly person deserves. So thank you for your detective work. Assistant Chief Acosta, I don't know if you'd like to say anything, and Detective Pimentel.
Just really quick, Commissioner, I just want to thank you, the mayor, and all of the commissioners. Quite often, you recognize our officers and our detectives for the great work that they do. And trust me when I tell you, it means the world to them to hear these words coming from you. So thank you for that. Thank you for this recognition. This is the work that they do each and every day, and they're proud to do it on behalf of our residents of our city and on behalf of our department. So thank you.
And Detective Pimentel, I don't know if you want to say anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
PA 23.
The next item is PA 23, which is presentation recognizing Officer Errol Vidal.
Officer Vidal? Hey, everybody's bringing their kids. So let me tell you about why Officer Errol Vidal is here. On March 25th, 2023, officers were dispatched to a juvenile and adult male struggling in the water due to rip currents, which we get now and again here. And while en route, they were advised that the patients had become unresponsive and were taken away from the land by the very strong currents. He arrived to the scene and observed he could see a male approximately 75 to 100 feet from the shore. He took off his ballistic vest, his gun belt, and boots in preparation to enter the water. He entered the water and swam to intercept the patient. He reached him, turned him upright so his face was out of contact with the water, and made a very difficult swim towards shore. While the patient was treated for cardiac arrest and was able to regain pulse on the scene, he was transported to a hospital for further treatment. What we are recognizing Officer Vidal for is this was really a very heroic swim without any assistance. Officer Vidal inhaled and ingested large amounts of salt water, almost leading to really his own peril. He has served our community for the past 17 years and exemplifies our department's core values and mission. I always like to say, because I believe it, that you hear about police officers doing something amazing, but all of our department, our men and women wake up every day prepared to be a hero, prepared to put themselves at risk for us. So when somebody does that, we like to remind ourselves that they need to be lauded for it, they need to be thanked for it, and frankly, you represent all of your department in a great way because every one of them would be prepared to do something like that. Thank you, officer.
Even more so because walnuts or almonds.
The next item is PA2, Proclamation Hispanic Heritage Month, requested by Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today, I want to take a moment let's call up first the members of the Hispanic Affairs Committee who diligently work very hard to keep the culture of our community alive here in Miami Beach. I see their excellent liaison, Leonor Hernandez. If you come here forward, Carmen. Come here forward, please. Okay. All right. We want to celebrate today Hispanic Heritage Month. It runs from September 15th to October 15th. And here in Miami Beach, we're fortunate that not only do we have a vibrant community, but it's a rich tapestry that is woven together by the diversity that calls Miami Beach home. And most certainly, the Hispanic community has played an integral role in shaping the vibrancy and the inclusivity of the identity of our city and enriching our lives with tradition, with customs, and with contributions that just highlight us and exemplify us on the world stage. And during Hispanic Heritage Month, we come together to celebrate and recognize the profound impact that Hispanic Americans have had on the fabric of our society, from art and literature to science to business and even politics. And here in Miami Beach, we take great pride in being a melting pot of cultures, and we cherish the unique perspective and the experiences that our Hispanic residents bring to our community. The strength of Miami Beach lies in its unity, and by honoring Hispanic Heritage Month, we reaffirm our commitment to fostering an environment of inclusivity, respect, and understanding amongst all residents. And so therefore today, as mayor and city commissioners of the city of Miami Beach, we do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month en la ciudad de Miami Beach. Muchísimas felicidades.
Felicidades.
La cultura hispana es parte de lo que nos enriquece en nuestra ciudad, es parte vibrante, es lo que nos hace tan especial acá en el sur de la Florida. Otras comunidades no tienen la diversidad que nosotros tenemos acá en el sur de la Florida y es motivo de gran orgullo que esta ciudad y que esta comisión se une con honor, con felicidad para celebrar esta diversidad y para celebrar esta parte tan importante de nuestra cultura que es la cultura hispana. Así que, Mr. Mayor, should we go to the front to present this proclamation? And I don't know if the committee members, do they want to say anything or not?
So the next item is PA3, Proclamation National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, requested by Commissioner Fernandez.
It's not yours yet. Commissioner Fernandez, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually thought your office was doing this one, but I think it's a shared effort, and it's not me. I think we present this truly on behalf of the entire city commission. And when the request was received in our office, and I'm gonna let Sylvia really do most of the speaking after we present this proclamation. But how could we say no to proclaiming Childhood Cancer Awareness Month? Because we have to. This is an effort that we all believe in, and I'm just going to quickly read this proclamation. Whereas September has been designated National Childhood Awareness Month to honor those children whose lives have been lost and those irrevocably impacted by this terrible illness, and to strengthen the nation's resolve to search for a cure. And whereas cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and 15 years of age. And whereas 1 in every 260 children in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer before the age of 20. And whereas childhood cancers across all racial, ethnic, geographic, and socioeconomic backgrounds, and each year, tens of thousands of children face the battle of cancer with incredible bravery, and inspiring hope. And whereas this disease not only affects the child diagnosed with cancer, but also their entire support network of devoted parents, grandparents, loved ones, and friends. And whereas this month we recognize that these burdens are shared by countless dedicated health professionals, organizations, charities, and parent advocacy groups which support patients and families by offering advice, encouragement, hope, financial assistance, and work tirelessly to lift the spirit of the children suffering from cancer. And when you sent us, I think we all come together. When you sent us this request, we all come together to proclaim this month Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, because we believe in your mission, and we want to be there not only to support the children, but most especially that support network, the families and the community around them that are there giving them the inspiration and the hope to keep fighting every day. Thank you for the work you do.
Hey, I'm going to say one thing. I remember why I co-sponsored it with you. So when I was 25, and I started a camp for kids with cancer in Birch State Park in Fort Lauderdale. Some ladies asked me to set it up, so I did, along with some other friends of mine. And so for 20 summers, I spent my vacation with these children who had cancer. Really the most inspirational group of people I ever met. It was the families, really, that I found to be so exceptional. The kids go through it like champs, but moms and dads, it's a whole nother experience. So I spent 20 summers doing that and felt it was the most privileged thing I've ever done. 17 years into that experience, my nephew got acute lymphocytic leukemia, and after going through 2 or 3 years of marrow transplants, he succumbed to the disease. And I always thank the parents, because my sister and I really did not know how to deal with it, but because of this experience, I saw the kind of courage that happened. So to all the families out there that, after they lose somebody, decide they're going to do something to all those others out there that are experiencing it, we are very grateful to you, because that's really something exceptional. And I know I benefited from that, as did my sister, who obviously went through a horrible tragedy herself, a family tragedy, but it was that network that Commissioner Fernandez just referred to, which was so exceptional to me. So thank you for what you all do to really bring this message to the world. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Month, not just this month, but you do every single year. You always support our children. And yes, childhood cancer is something that most people don't like to talk about. They don't understand what our children go through. My own baby battled cancer for 3.5 years, and in those 3.5 years, he underwent 55 cycles of chemotherapy, 50 rounds of radiation. He had over 200 blood and platelets transfusions, 12 surgeries. He was treated in 7 different hospitals across 5 different states, and so much more. And unfortunately, that is the norm for our children that battle these aggressive cancers. Some of our cancers still remain terminal upon diagnosis, such as DIPG, which is an inoperable brain tumor. That is the same brain tumor that Neil Armstrong's daughter died from in 1962. And it is truly unfathomable that we were able to send him to the moon and do everything else that our country and our world has been able to do. And we still have no viable treatments for these children. They are terminal upon diagnosis with a life expectancy of 9 months. So the only way we will ever find a cure for our children is to raise awareness and let people know what our children go through and how little funding that there is for childhood cancer. And it is also very important to keep our children as happy as possible. 5 years ago, we started our foundation 15 years ago when my baby was diagnosed with cancer. 5 years ago, we opened the country's first childhood cancer haven here in Miami. And we support children from all over the world that are treated in our South Florida hospitals, because our children go through so much, and we always say that they are sweet and they are brave, but they are not brave because they want to be, they are brave because they have to be. So whenever we can bring them joy and happiness, we do that. So thank you. Thank you so much for supporting our children.
Thank you.
It's a great movie. I'm listening to the book right now, American Prometheus. Yeah, is it good? I want to read it. Well, the movie's better. Really? Wow. Yeah, it's quite amazing. It's long.
The next item is PA4, Certificate of Recognition, Melissa Delisle, former Miami Beach Senior High PTSA President, requested by Commissioner Fernandez.
All right, where's Melissa? There's Melissa.
Hi.
All right. Well, for those of you who don't know Melissa, Melissa is the rock star. And she's the rock star of public schools and PTAs. Melissa, ever since her 2 children enrolled in the Miami Beach public school system, has been a tireless volunteer and advocate for the students, for the parents, and for the teachers of our schools here in Miami Beach. She has worked collaboratively not only with administrators within the school system, but also with the neighboring communities and with city government officials with great success, always advocating on behalf of not just the PTAs, but also on behalf, most importantly, of the students of the schools. She held her first PTA position at North Beach Elementary School. Her children attended North Beach, Nautilus Middle School, and finally Miami Beach Senior High, where Melissa stepped up and her achievements just grew. She proudly served as PTSA president, and I never mess with a PTSA mom. So whenever she calls for anything, it's like, I trust in her. And under her leadership as president, she was able to secure a $25,000 donation from the Miami Dolphins Educational Foundation for a new football scoreboard. She secured a donation of $17,000 from the city of Miami Beach for the new marching band uniforms. And she raised $35,000 during Give Miami Day. Your accomplishments in fundraising and building community and infrastructure for the schools are certainly substantial, and they will last much beyond your tenure of service. And we honor you today because you're now the proud mom of 2 High Tide graduates, but we know you'll continue making a difference, and we know that the hard work you did for so many years, you did it for the goodness of your heart, for the good of the students of our community, and that work will have a ripple effect in the good that your children and the children that they were in school with will contribute in our community, hopefully for many years to come. So congratulations, Melissa. Thank you for your service, and we're honored to recognize you today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just have something to say. Besides thanking Mayor Gelber and Commissioner Fernandez and all the commissioners, you have all been such a partner for me and for the school. I started this because my kids entered the school and they said, "Mom, you have to do something." The school wasn't up to par with what you would expect in a city like Miami Beach. Infrastructure was lacking. There was little passion out of the kids and the teachers. So little by little, PTSA got together and we identified ways to improve the school, and with your partnerships, and Miami-Dade County Public Schools partnered with us in a few endeavors, like the field. The football field was a transformative thing for Beach High, and the patio that we just completed also has just solidified and helped bring so much pride to our school and to our students and the teachers. So it all, we all should benefit, we all are benefiting from all the work we did as PTSA parents. And Mayor Gelber, I wanted to tell you that we're going to miss you very much because you have a special relationship with our school. Your mom was a teacher there, you went to school there, and your children went to school there, as like many of us here in this room are parents of Beach High. So good luck to you in the future, and thank you for all of your partnership with our school.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
I saw it. Oh, you did? Yeah, it's great, yeah. Yeah, I love sometimes. So 3 times, yeah, 'cause it's a 3-hour movie. Oh, yeah, before it. Are you really? You like that?
The next one is PA5, Certificate of Recognition. Lilian Lopez, President, CEO, SFHCC, requested by Commissioner Fernandez.
All right, so the mayor made me come down here instead, and he gave me this microphone rather than occupy time and going back up. Monica's laughing. So earlier today, I was speaking here. Let's go here to the middle. Earlier today, we were speaking about the importance of diversity and supporting our cultural diversity here in Miami Beach. But part of supporting our cultural diversity in our community is also supporting those businesses that contribute to it. Those businesses, small businesses, that enrich the fabric of our community. And we do that in part thanks to the guidance that we get from organizations like the South Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And Lily is not only a resident here in Miami Beach, a long-term resident of, since kindergarten, there you go, a long-term resident of our city, but Lily is the president and founder of the South Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Lily has exemplified dedication, vision, and tireless advocacy, demonstrating her capacity to uplift and empower our community. And you have a unique passion to foster economic growth, to promote cultural heritage, and champion the aspiration of Hispanic entrepreneurs. And you can't call Lily without her being in DC, meeting with a senator, meeting with a member of Congress, without her being in Tallahassee, advocating for policies, because that is who Lily is, always looking after not only our community, but the businesses that keeps our community moving. So Lily, on behalf of the mayor and our city commission, we do here proclaim today, September 27th, as Lily Lopez Day in the city of Miami Beach.
Oh, that one looks great. It's November, I think.
Next item is PA 6, presentation JCC Maccabee Gold Medal winners, requested by Mayor Gelber and Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, where are they? Where are the JCC gold medalists? Here. Wait a second. You're the, you played with me once, right? I just want everybody to know, I'm 62. I played on, see the big guy in the middle who's pretty awesome? I had to cover him once. It was the ugliest thing you could ever see. He left me on the ground huffing and puffing, but I'm here still today. Joe, you want to tell us a little bit about what you guys did? Come on. All right.
These are my guys, but I coached this year.
Come on, all right, tell us a little bit about it.
It was an exciting tournament. We competed against, I believe, 26 other teams from around the country. We made it to the finals pretty easily, and then in the finals got a little bit of a scare and won the game by 2 points. So it was an exciting tournament. We took home the gold and proud to represent Miami Beach.
Well, first of all, thank you guys for what you do, and thank you to the JCC. This isn't, when I was a kid, we had a JCC, but it really wasn't the JCC we have today. So to all the folks that made this into a special place, thank you very much. It's a great place, not just for Jewish kids, but for all kids who come there and use it. And I want to thank you all, because I watched my kid go to this tournament, and they didn't quite get a gold. They got an A for effort. But you guys actually did amazing. So I know that Commissioner Fernandez and I are very excited to give you these things. Alex, you want to say anything? Are you ready? You're going to leave the basketball to me? Okay, I am a gym rat, so this is something quite amazing. We've got certificates. Danny, why don't you find out who's who? I see a Meltzer there, right?
It wasn't just, it wasn't just basketball. It was soccer, too, that won the gold in Israel.
So soccer won the gold in Israel. It's really amazing that these kids went there with their, it reflects well upon us. So thank you all very much. We have a certificate. Why don't you all come over here? Any of you want to say anything? None of you are applying for college. You want a little clip that you can use later? Okay. Would not suggest that ever happens. Come on, Joe. Where's Meltzer?
Right here, right next to me.
You got a little big, didn't you? Miami Beach is finest.
Everybody look at me, please. Okay, now for
Parents.
All right, let's give one more big applause to our basketball and soccer champions from Miami Beach. Joe, thanks, man. PA-12, PA-12.
PA-12 is proclamation Mark Herskowitz, requested by Mayor
education theme.
Gelber and Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, come on up here, Mark.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because he plays basketball.
I wouldn't call that playing basketball. Okay. So we're going to give our commission is honoring Mark Herskowitz. And if you don't know Mark, he's one of these people that gets things done and doesn't actually really even like to get any credit for anything. But he has helped amazingly in helping the Hebrew Academy get to the place where it is today. The new building was really, he was the person that was constantly here making sure that that building was on time, on target, and really wasn't just about building a building, but building a place where young people go to really become who they're going to be. And it was really amazing to me to see the job that he did. And I've known him for quite some time, but watching him take on this task on his shoulders, along with so many at the Hebrew Academy who made that building happen, is incredible. So we're now going to commend Mark for his invaluable contribution to the advancement of education and the enrichment of our community. And we're going to give you, Mark Herskowitz, September 27th, 2023 as your day. Thank you very much.
And I just wanted to join you, Mr. Mayor, in doing this because I think a true testament of the work that you do is that you're not doing it anymore. And I think, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned it at the ribbon cutting for the new school building, is that you're not doing this work selfishly because your children already graduated from the Hebrew Academy. They're not going to be the ones to benefit from this. It's a community. It's the work you did for the greater good of the community, all the children of Miami Beach that will attend the school there. And we've witnessed the good product that comes out of that school and the good work that they contribute to our community and the generations of family that have gone there and the impact that that has had later on in our city. And it's because of that that we felt it was so proper and fitting that the city honor you today, because your children are not going to benefit from this, but it's countless other children in our community and generations to come that will benefit from the labor of your hard work. And it's an honor to join Mayor Gelber and my colleagues in recognizing today as Mark Herskowitz Day.
I just want to thank you very much. On behalf of the Hebrew Academy community and myself, I greatly appreciate this award, and I'm very happy and pleased that I was able to partake in building the new building. So for many, many years to come, the city of Miami Beach will continue to grow and help educate many, many students to come for a long time. Thank you very much.
The next item is PA-10, Proclamation Procurement Department earns accreditation, requested by Commissioner, Vice Mayor Richardson.
David, come on down.
Good evening. Today we're going to recognize the Miami Beach Procurement Department as Procurement Department Day. So on September 7th of this year, the City of Miami Beach's Procurement Department earned the National Institute of Governmental Procurement's Quarterly Public Procurement Department accreditation. With that, I want you to tell us a little bit about what that means.
Oh boy. So first of all, thank you to you, the mayor and commissioners, for this recognition. I'd also like to thank Lena Hudak, city manager, for pushing us to do this, and assistant city manager Mark Taxis. We couldn't do this without them. The QPPD accreditation is awarded to departments that go through a national standardized accreditation process. There are 123 criteria. We achieved successfully 107. So there's some work to be done. There's, we've come a long way, but there is still work to be done. It kind of lays out what best practices are for procurement departments, and the accreditation is valid for 3 years, and they changed the criteria so you don't get too comfortable. And every 3 years you have to redo the accreditation. So,
and just so everybody knows how special this is, of the 3,000 government agencies, only 165 have this accreditation. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. And before
go ahead.
Before I go up, I want to thank my team. I have the most amazing team in the city. We couldn't do this without them. I call them the Timex kids because they take a licking and keep on ticking.
I love your team because you guys always follow your procedures. You award hundreds of contracts in the city every year, and you do it in a very transparent way. So thank you for everything you do.
That's beautiful, awesome, okay. Awesome, okay, everybody there, look at me, look at me, look at me. Now everybody look at Luis. Look at there.
Done.
Look right here. Last one. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much.
PA 7 is Certificate of Recognition, Greater Miami LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce, requested by Commissioner Fernandez.
What am I doing? Oh, down.
Half.
Okay. We had a backlog of proclamations and certificates, by the way. Recently, we decided that we would have our awards and presentations meeting on a day we wouldn't have official business, and so we had a backup. Of course, we still had business, but we're still out smiling. There we go. So today we want to recognize Commissioner Richardson, myself, and the entire City Commission. We want to recognize the Miami-Dade Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce for the work that they've done, especially this year because our hometown chamber was recognized as the 2023 Affiliate Chamber of the Year by the National LGBT Chamber of Commerce. And that's pretty significant, big recognition. And they received this because it underscores this chamber's unwavering commitment to promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion while fostering economic growth and empowerment within the LGBTQ business community. And we highlight that here in Miami Beach because we need to underscore the importance of this community, what it attracts in terms of tourism, what it attracts in terms of economic investments in our local businesses that then trickle down into employment opportunities and into the success and the vitality of Miami Beach. And so on behalf of our community, on behalf of our residents, and on behalf of my colleagues on the City Commission, we want to recognize you for the work that you do, for keeping us vibrant, for keeping our economy moving, for keeping us a diverse and welcoming destination in the state of Florida. Thank you, especially Steve Atkins, for the work you do leading this chamber. And I want to recognize my colleague, Commissioner Richardson.
I'll be brief. Congratulations. Someone told me that, did you guys move into the largest now, or where are you ranked?
We're top 3.
Top 3. That's pretty great. Awesome. Congratulations to you. Let's get a
Thank
picture.
you. Thank
Do you want to say something?
I'll say something briefly. We are honored that this is our home, and we couldn't be more proud of representing not only Miami Beach, the best and most progressive city in the world, but also to really market the destination in a climate that has been relatively difficult the last few years. So on behalf of our team, we represent a $15 billion local economy. That's just Miami-Dade County. And we're proud to be your chamber, your LGBT Chamber of Commerce. So thank you for the recognition.
Good night.
I promised George I'd take us out. Okay. I promised George I'd take the shot. Yep, go underneath. 1, 2, 3. Everybody look at Luis, please. Me. Got it. Everybody look at me, please. One more.
Now, Monica. One more over here.
Monica, I got it. No, George asked me. We're a proud supporter. We're a proud supporter. We are.
PA 8 is presentation. ADL, No Place for Hate, requested by Mayor Gelber.
All right. Our school board member, Ms. Geller, is here. Come on up. Anyone else you got? Ms. Del Valle, Dawes, Murphy, Rito, Nazar, Romel. Ah, you're all here. All right. So we are you guys have, you've got shirts and kids. You come ready. So what we're doing today is we are recognizing the ADL No Place for Hate. We've got some of the leaders in our community and our school system, including our school board member. I think our chief of staff to our school board is here. The ADL education director is here. The principal of Feinberg, the principal of Nautilus, the principal of South Point, counselor at Biscayne Elementary. Just so you know, our Miami Beach schools have earned the prestigious and important ADL No Place for Hate designation in this school year. The city earned that designation by really doing what it can to eradicate bullying in our public schools and across our community. They've partnered for over a decade. I've been to many of their events to implement the ADL No Place for Hate program in our schools. 1 of every 5 kids reports being bullied. 5 million kids in our nation are being threatened, pushed, and called names, and overall excluded from the kinds of activities that you would hope they would be included in. So this is really something, anyone who's a parent, and I am one, knows that it's important to create a safe place for our children in our schools, and these are the people that make it happen. So thank you all very much for what you're doing, and I'd like to hear from you.
While she's looking for that, I just want to say thank you so much, Mayor Gelber, all of the commissioners, for everything you do for our children. As your elected school board member, I have to tell you, previously as a teacher, I have to tell you that the work that ADL does and No Place for Hate is so important to create a positive learning experience and a healthy and welcoming learning environment. Our students thrive in welcoming environments free from harassment, free from discrimination, and I just want to thank the city, ADL, and everything that you all do to make our schools and maintaining this positive learning environment. And thank you, of course, to our principals, our educators who are here, who are taking a stand to fight against hate. And it's a privilege to have you all here. Thank you.
If I could add one thing to what you said, and I want to thank you, Ms. Geller, for your work. You know, the last couple of years, it's become pretty difficult in our public schools, frankly, because sometimes that hate doesn't come from children, it comes from the Florida legislature, frankly. I know it's a hard thing to say, and it's a terrible thing to say, but it's true. And I appreciated when you brought before your school board, although it was unsuccessful, I thought twice you've now done it, to ask them to simply recognize Pride Month seems to be something that would be pretty simple. And when you heard some of your colleagues talk about that as indoctrination, it was pretty offensive. So I want to thank you for standing up. Whitewashing education in schools doesn't make any sense. Making anybody feel like a school isn't for them is something that's just wrong, and it's amazing that this is a year we're still talking about it. But thank you for what you've done, and all of you, because I know all of you want all of your kids to be comfortable and happy in their schools. Okay, anything else from the group? Here we go.
I'll just mention, so I'm Amanda Dawes. I'm the Education Director for the Anti-Defamation League. And I'm honored to speak with you today about fostering a culture of inclusion and respect in our schools. As a former social worker, educator, and now education director for ADL, I've seen the impact that hate and prejudice can have on individuals and communities, and it's essential that we work together to create a safe and welcoming environment for all students, regardless of their backgrounds, beliefs, or identity. So we wanted to thank the City of Miami Beach for their dedication to building a community of respect and understanding. Thank you to Mayor Gelber for your continued support of this initiative and the broader work we do at ADL to combat hate. We want to thank School Board Member Sia Baez-Geller for your leadership in promoting inclusive school environments. And thank you to Dr. Leslie Rosenfeld for all of your continued support and dedication to No Place for Hate programming. And thank you to all the principals, vice principals, school counselors, No Place for Hate coordinators, club leaders, and teachers who work diligently every day to ensure that school is a safe and inclusive place for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And thank you for coming out today, especially some of you that might be bordering on your bedtime. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. Next, we're going to go to.
Take a picture.
Picture?
Come up here. Come right in front of us, so we can.
Do you have a phone?
Hey, buddy.
Phone? Do you want to use mine? Oh, you have one? Okay, great.
I always stand up for pictures. Come on, guys. Even you. Protest. You're gonna throw gang signs. Neither is Minor. Neither is Minor. He's running. Minor didn't do any. That's a very decent map.
Okay, everybody ready? Please, wait for Commissioner Fernandez just a second.
Quick, take it.
Okay. Everybody look at me, please. One more. Perfect. Everybody look at. Everybody look at Monica, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Mr. Richardson, you got something, right? What's the next one in order? Is it 11?
It is 11. PA 11 is proclamation, Miami Beach Community Health Center National Award in Innovative Care, requested by Vice Mayor Richardson.
Okay. Tell Richardson.
Okay, welcome, Doctor. Thank you. The City of Miami Beach is proclaiming today Miami Beach Community Health Care Center Day. So congratulations, first of all. Thank you. As a full-service outpatient medical clinic, which has been providing health care in Miami-Dade County since '77, the clinic's mission is to provide patients with a patient-centered medical home with high-quality, affordable primary health care and specialty services, chronic disease management, and support services. Now, if we could just get you a new building. Oh, that's another item. Never mind. Go ahead. Tell us about the work you do.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Richardson. It's difficult to look around today and find any evidence of love or care and government functioning well. But I have to say that our federal government, in a bipartisan manner, has 1,400 community health centers around this country, 15,000 locations, taking care of millions of patients that otherwise would not be cared for. Regardless of their ability to pay, they get their medical care. And that's something I think we can all be very proud of and thankful for, and have a little hope that our future will contain more kinds of caring, loving things like the federal government is doing with the Bureau of Primary Health Care. And thank you very much for recognizing that.
Sure,
Thank
and
you.
yes, give them a round of applause. Come on. So in addition to all the work you do daily, we also want to recognize that you won an award, a $250,000 grant, basically because of the work you've done in the community, I think related to COVID. That's a Pfizer grant, right?
Yes.
And what are you going to do with that money?
Provide free vaccines and medical care to those who need it and can't afford it.
So they got $250, and they're putting all the money right back into the program to support our community. Thank you very much.
Thank
Come on
you.
up, let's get a picture.
All right, 22.
The next proclamation is PA 22.
David, this is yours.
Proclamation, Public Works Department earns reaccreditation.
Okay, where's our Public Works Department? On August 17th of this year, the City of Miami Beach's Public Works Department earned re-accreditation by the American Public Works Association for another 4 years. For more than 80 years, the association has been steadfast in its mission to advance professional excellence. The City of Miami Beach Public Works Department was the first municipality in South Florida to receive the accreditation in 2007. Additionally, it has the distinction of being only one of 24 municipalities in the entire state of Florida and 194 in all of North America and Canada. So congratulations, Joe. We're so proud of the work you do and your team, and you help us every day. Tell us about this and the work you do.
Thank you, sir. And on behalf of the 350-plus women and men of the Public Works Department, we thank you for this recognition. This was a labor that took over a year to put together this reaccreditation, and it's a very comprehensive audit that's done by other public works officials throughout the country that come and audit us. So I am immensely proud of the men and women that represent Public Works and the work they do every day, because we're on the clock 24/7, 365. And we want to thank the residents of Miami Beach, because they're our eyes out there, and they're the ones that keep us focused on our mission. So thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And Louis and I got to see your team quite a bit when we were doing the food distributions, because you guys were there doing the cleanup after everyone. So we applaud you for that.
Thank you.
Madam Manager, would you like to say anything?
Sure. I just want to take the opportunity to congratulate Joe and the entire team. Like procurement, I think that all of you understand how committed we are to excellence and to always raising the bar on that as a management team, and I'm extremely proud of the work that you do every day. I know that I've called you in the middle of the night over so many different things in the last couple of years, and I just want to congratulate you, commend you, as well as the procurement department for everything that you represent for our city.
Thank you, ma'am.
you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Sure.
Come on, guys.
Everybody look at Luis, please? Oh, okay, everybody look at me, please.
Right, over here, over here.
Over there?
Got it, now.
Right here. Thanks.
Surround.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Are we on 13?
Yes, sir. So the next item is PA 13, Go Pink Breast Cancer Awareness Proclamation, requested by Commissioners Dominguez and Rosa Gonzalez.
Thank you. October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and breast cancer is the second most common cancer in American women after skin cancer. Increasing public knowledge about the importance of early detection and treatment can save many lives. Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an opportunity to unite all in the community to prevent related deaths through increased education and urging regular screenings. During the National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the City of Miami Beach recognizes the women and men who courageously fight to survive, detect, treat, prevent, and support the survivors and thrivers of this devastating disease. The city encourages our employees and residents to participate in the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Miami Walk on Saturday, October 28th. So, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Very briefly, our city manager organized this, so thank you so much. She also gave me a mandate to find something pink in my closet, which was not easy to do, but I did, in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Just to let you know, 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. So 12.5% of our population will at some point be diagnosed. But the good news about breast cancer is that if you early detect it, in 99% of the cases, it can be eradicated and cured. So that is why we are out here today proclaiming October, thank you, National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So thank you. Oh, and go get your mammogram if you haven't had one.
And Mr. Mayor, I just, if I may, I just want to also share that thanks to the support of all of you, the members of the City Commission, we're going to have a mammogram truck coming to the city, providing free mammograms to uninsured women over the age of 40 who are low income. I believe it's October 20th. And anyone who needs more information about that, or who may want to sign up because pre-registration is required, can call my office, and we can assist with that. But to your message, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, we're going to be having that free service here in Miami Beach, October 20th in North Beach.
And I believe we have someone here on Yes. behalf
Hi
of.
everyone, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and Alina Hudak. We are so grateful for your continued support. But there are some things I want to highlight today, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. So, first of all, the City of Miami Beach raised over $30,000 last year as a team for our Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk, and that's just absolutely incredible. So congratulations. Additionally, this year, we have City Manager Alina Hudak spearheading our Making Strides Against Breast Cancer, and Commissioner Alex Fernandez representing as a Men Wear Pink ambassador, so we are so grateful for them. I do want to highlight some Florida numbers, though, so we can understand where our money is going locally. So your dollars do make a difference in your community, and we are currently funding 18 grants in Florida totaling $13.3 million, with $2.2 million granted locally to the University of Miami. We are the only organization that integrates advocacy, discovery, and patient support to measurably improve the lives of cancer patients and their families. And over the last 2 decades, this non-competitive walk has grown collectively into the nation's largest breast cancer movement, and it happens in over 150 cities, gratefully here as well. And all of them do provide a supportive community for courageous breast cancer survivors, metastatic breast cancer thrivers, caregivers, and families alike. And that's why this year we will unite Miami against breast cancer on Saturday, October 28th at Lone Depot Park. And we invite you, your friends, and your family to join us, and we cannot wait to see you all there. Thank you.
All righty.
Additionally, we have some t-shirts for you.
Yeah, we
so.
got 'em.
Mr. Mayor, if we could invite the city team, the members of the city team that are here to join us for the picture. Morgan didn't identify herself, but she is Morgan Simon from the American Cancer Society, and we thank them very much for our partnership. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Lauren Fertel, who leads the city's efforts, and she's done this extraordinary job. We host 5, 6, 7 different events throughout the month of October, and we have 70+ teams participating, and we have survivors with us from our employee base, and we're really proud to be a part of this program. Thank you.
Okay, man. Man?
Can we get one looking right here? Right here?
We do have things on.
Thanks.
Thank you. What makes you think I'm wearing underwear? Okay. All right, thank you all. Now we're going to move to a series. Commissioner Areola, you have a group beginning PA 15. You can go down if
Okay,
you
yep,
like.
yeah, let me just read, because I have my notes on me, and then I'll go down and present.
Just a couple things. Yeah, normally I don't do a lot of, proclamations and things. I think I've given out 3 in my total 8 years here. And one of them, was to a woman we know, Molly Horowitz, who's I think she's 104 years old now, maybe more. Molly, I said Molly, who's a Holocaust survivor and, really has had an amazing, both accomplished and tragic life. So, I try to, really recognize folks, who, really exhibit, the tremendous accomplishments and have lived these, very full lives. And my slew of honorees today, I chose them, really, one sort of category. Although all of them tend to have a real estate background. The reason I chose these, and I've known most of them or all of them for my entire 8 years on the commission, is because they fall into the category of creators, doers, risk takers. People that have made the kind of characteristics that make this country great. But I've also witnessed these gentlemen all have gone through different trials and tribulations over the 8 years in their professional and personal capacity. A lot of it driven either by us as a commission or residents here who really tend to sometimes say some really unfair and inaccurate things to people who I think really should be heralded for their accomplishments and contributions to our community and our city. These are the folks that Teddy Roosevelt, talks about in his famous Man in the Arena speech, which are the folks that, don't stand on the sidelines, folks that are willing to step into the arena, take the slings and arrows of, their peers and community to try to actually get something accomplished in life. A lot of these folks, I think every single one of them, call or have called Miami Beach home. Some of them are generational residents who, were born and raised here, raising their families here, and, put their blood, sweat, and tears into our city, put their reputations and capital on the line. And a lot of them are building projects that we're all going to live in, shop in, dine in, fall in love in, raise families in. And I think they really should, be heralded for the risk that they take and the contributions that they make to our community, rather than sometimes, being held out for things like, I think an unfair treatment. So I want to recognize them because I think these are the best in class in their respective categories for what they've done for our city. So in no particular order, I'm going to call up my first proclamation for Todd Michael Glazer, and I'll read the proclamation, then I'll walk down and do the rest from the floor. Are we going to read them or no?
I typically paraphrase them.
Yeah, I'll paraphrase them because I've got 5 and they're long and it's getting late. But Todd Michael Glazer is a native of Miami Beach. He's been deeply influenced by the architectural wonders of our hometown, particularly the designs of Morris Lapidus and the timeless beauty of the Mediterranean styles in Miami Beach, Palm Beach, and Coral Gables. He actually began his journey in the world of construction by drafting plans for numerous iconic Miami Beach buildings, including the Jackie Gleason Theater. And then, I think he's turned a lot of our real estate here into some of the most desirable homes from some of the most discerning buyers around the world. And I think he's an example of, someone who maybe, in contemporaneous times, causes folks to have differing opinions. But I think in due course, over the coming generation and decades, his projects in Miami Beach are going to be the ones that future residents and future commissions are going to be fighting to preserve here in our city. So I just wanted to take the moment and recognize Todd for all the contributions that you've made to our city, helping our tax base, and I think time is going to be very kind to you.
Thank you.
I'll walk down. If you want to say a quick word while I walk down, we'll take pictures.
Thank you for this honor. We've been, I've been here 59 years, and it's pretty amazing to get this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Say it again?
All right, we'll do
Oh,
pictures.
out there?
Yeah.
Likely won't be.
Oh, good. You have no time. Is it shutting down soon?
They've only done this.
That'd be good. Oh, Lyle. All right. Lyle Stern is next.
All right.
Next item is PA 16, proclamation Lyle Stern.
Lyle Stern.
I think another gentleman that needs no introduction, well-known and I think beloved by most is our good friend Lyle Stern.
I like him.
What do you mean most?
So Lyle, again, a really important member of our community, invests his time, efforts, leading, Lincoln Road, the Lincoln Road bid, has been an invaluable advisor to me over the years on what's happening in our city, trends in real estate, and just a really impartial, business and friend advisor. Lyle is the co-founder of Vertical Real Estate, a dominant retail leasing company based in Miami Beach, and has been a leader in the real estate leasing profession for over 30 years. And the city of Miami Beach hereby recognizes and honors him for his outstanding contributions to our economy and the culture of Miami Beach. He's been responsible for leasing significant developments throughout South Florida and in Miami Beach, and promoting and encouraging the continued development of a diverse, vibrant, and pedestrian-friendly mixed-use neighborhood, not only in Miami Beach, but throughout our community in downtown and Wynwood. Lyle's invested in the Miami Beach community by developing retail projects in South Beach, Lincoln Road, Mid Beach, and North Beach, and is an active member of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, Board of Governors. He co-chairs the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Task Force during the pandemic, and in addition has served as president of the Lincoln Road Business Improvement District. Lyle has raised his family here and is a Miami Beach resident. He is a dedicated and longstanding resident and leader in our community, serving as president of the Police Athletic League, leading the effort to build the Powell Building, serving as president of the Fraternal Order of Police, and creating the Upper North Bay Road Homeowners Association, and serving as an active member of the Miami Beach Board of Realtors. So thank you for everything.
Commissioner, thank you. I just want to take 1 second to thank you and thank the commission. I am blessed to have been able to be raised here by my parents and start my business here over 30 years ago. My wife and I raise our family here. I've been supported by so many commissions and administrations, and I want to thank this commission and this administration for all the hard work that they do, and I thank you for this honor. And I thank our Annabelle and Claudia from the Lincoln Road bid and the hard work that they do. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Natalie as well.
He's in good shape. I'm a little jealous, to be honest.
Do you want to get in?
All right. Lyle, thank you. Thank you. All right, Jeff.
Next item is PA 17, proclamation Matisse Cohen.
All right. So another person well known to all of us, a man I'm honored to call a friend and mentor and advisor over the years. And, you know, actually Matisse is the only two-time recipient of this award from me. That's how highly I think of Matisse. So let me read a little bit about Matisse, because I wrote this and I tried to lay it on thick, hopefully get him to cry. So the City of Miami Beach proudly recognizes the unwavering determination and trailblazing initiatives of Matisse Cohen in establishing the Community Redevelopment Agency, the CRA, in the heart of our cherished North Beach community. And I don't think people truly recognize or acknowledge the fact that that CRA would not have happened but for you. Everyone loves to take credit, but they forget where it came from. So thank you for that. Matisse fearlessly charted a course throughout the murky waters of bureaucratic reluctance at different levels of government and public skepticism, ultimately achieving the improbable and transforming this vision into a resounding success. The origins of this extraordinary endeavor can be traced back to the early 2014 Mayor's Blue Ribbon Panel, a battleground where revitalization concepts were fiercely debated and contested. This effort extended beyond to his advocacy during countless public charrettes, leading to the creation of the North Beach Master Plan and the subsequent North Beach Town Center overlay that emerged from that plan. During these pivotal moments, Mr. Cohen, an indomitable champion, was summoned due to his unparalleled comprehension of the intricate legal and bureaucratic labyrinth of our city and county, and his extraordinary ability to mobilize local support, thereby transforming mere aspirations into concrete achievements. Mr. Cohen is a supermensch to the North Beach community and a titan of industry, whose pioneering spirit ushered forth the establishment of the CRA and played a vital role in the metamorphosis of vision into reality. This ensured the future prosperity and vibrancy of our beloved North Beach community. And Mr. Cohen's exceptional endeavors serve as an embodiment of inspiration for all of us, underscoring the profound significance of public service, active community involvement, and the transformation might of local governments. Thank you, Matisse.
Thank you very much. This was not a sole endeavor, but it was a work of passion. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that most of the ideas that came to fruition were first brought up in the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Panel that was established in 2014-15, which Ricky Arriola chaired, stewarded. I also want to recognize Marguerite Ramos, Betsy Perez, John Alleman, Sandor Scher, Russell Galbert, Sally Heyman, and Eileen Higgins, who all were champions of these ideas and helped to manifest them into reality. So this was a group effort, and I want to thank you very much for this acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you. Get in the middle, guys.
Look, I didn't do any of these for 8 years, so thanks for the indulgence. I only got 2 more. All right.
Next item.
All right. And next up, again, someone well known to all of us will be attending a very important groundbreaking very soon up in North Beach at the Ocean Terrace location. But this next proclamation is for Sandor Scheer. Sandor, you want to come up? So, you know, Sandor is another example of what I talked about in my intro, is someone who has just had incredible resilience over, you know, a decade plus, actually more, that he's been trying to bring his vision to our community, and it's been a real honor to watch you work, and the patience and resilience that you've exhibited to help create what I think is going to be an amazing amenity and neighborhood in the very near future, Sandor. So Sandor Scheer is the esteemed principal of Claro Development and Ocean Terrace Holdings. He leads a distinguished full-time real estate development firm dedicated to developing premier services in residential, hospitality, commercial, and mixed-use sectors, firmly establishing himself as a beacon of excellence in both the business sector and an invaluable realm of community enhancement. Sandor's visionary leadership and steadfast commitment have been instrumental in the planning of the transformative Ocean Terrace development, a project that promises revitalization of North Beach's oceanfront area into a connected, thriving destination for residents, reflecting his unwavering dedication to community planning and welfare. Sandor's commitment to community well-being is demonstrated through teamwork with the police department, personally handing out Thanksgiving dinners to North Beach families in need, through his efforts organizing the Ocean Terrace Toy Drive in collaboration with local businesses. The drive has provided toys to over 1,500 children in our community over the past 7 years. Through his continuous contributions to the Sabrina Cohen Foundation and their mission to enhance and improve the lives of those with physical challenges. Through his dedication to the Morning Family Foundation, developing leadership in the development of the Overtown Youth Center, all of which exemplify his selfless devotion to making a difference. Sandor's remarkable dedication to the welfare of our elderly community is reflected by his leadership in the construction of the North Beach Oceanfront Senior Center, has generously supported the senior meal program at the Unidad Community Center, a program that nourishes more than 100 seniors with daily meals, and provided his support on the city's senior soccer program, embodying his commitment to our seniors. Not done. The Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, in recognition of his exceptional contributions, has awarded him the Champion of Business Award, recognizing his outstanding contribution. His achievements have also led to prestigious recognitions from the Dade Heritage Trust, such as the 2016 Historic Preservation Award, and receiving an honor as a nominee for Citibank Business Beach Citizen of the Year Award, further underscoring his commitment to improving our community, affirming his status as a leader in responsible development, and upholding the importance of philanthropic initiatives. Thank you, Sandor.
Thank you. You know, just real quick, all of this, for all of you, for me, all of this focuses on legacy. And we like to think that we do something that makes the world and other people's lives a better place. So something that really goes back to my experience with the historic buildings that we've worked on, my work with, I mean, I don't know how to say no to the philanthropic side, so it's something I enjoy tremendously, and it's something I know means a tremendous amount to the community. Our legacy is really all that we're left with at the end, and we all see that at different points. I'd like to say special thanks to a few folks that are not on the dais, and obviously to everyone there, Commissioner Alaman, Commissioner Malakoff, Commissioner Grieco, Commissioner Steinberg, Mayor Levine, Commissioner Gongora, and then our current commissioners. Ricky, obviously you have been someone that has been there every step of the way for everything that we've done, both for the community and all of the things that we've tried to do. And Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, Commissioner Minor, Mayor Gelber, Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Richardson, you know, all of us. Also a special thank you to Raul, who is not here, and Rafael, who we worked very, very closely with to make all of this happen. You know, we have these brilliant ideas, and then you and Raul have to actually figure it out. So we're grateful for that. Very much appreciate, again, Montes Cohn, who has been a sounding board and somebody who, when you think you might be, you had enough, he convinces you that you need to have more. Our city manager, Jimmy Morales, who helped shepherd all of this in, and obviously my partner and very close friend, Alex Blavatnik. All of those people I really want to thank very much for all this honor.
Next item is PA 19, proclamation to Russell Galvin.
All right, to a gentleman who truly does not need an introduction. I think he's probably in City Hall almost as much as we are, because he's got so much stuff going on in our city. But I did want to take a moment to recognize Russell for his contributions to our city. You're talking about a man in the arena. Russell is that man in the arena. I mean, I've told you many times, I don't know how or why you do what you do, given the amount of, pressure and things that are thrown your way. But, if it weren't for folks like you willing to step into the arena, I don't think, our communities would get very far. And so, I want to take this moment to acknowledge your resiliency and, just commitment to trying to make our city better. We don't always agree on stuff, but I still admire your courage and resiliency to try to push forward. I think, some of the stuff I'll say only scratches the surface of what you and your family have done for our community and will continue to do. Russell, a native son of Miami Beach, has dedicated his life's work to the betterment of our beloved community and beyond, standing as a beacon of innovation and generosity. Russell currently serves as the managing principal of Crescent Heights, chairman of Norwegian Cruise Line, and chairman of CFO Investments, embodying excellence and leadership in the realms of real estate development, travel, and private wealth management. Mr. Galbut's visionary leadership alongside Crescent Heights, one of America's foremost developers of quality residential apartments and condominiums, has been instrumental in mixed-use real estate sector for over 3 decades, contributing to the vibrancy and growth of communities across the nation. Russell's role as chairman of CFO Investments, a firm specializing in real estate development and investments, has resulted in valuable partnerships in South Florida, residential projects, fostering economic growth and enriching the real estate landscape. Russell Galbut's philanthropic spirit knows no bounds, as exemplified by his founding gift to the Miami Beach JCC, which we celebrated earlier today, and his steadfast support for numerous organizations in Miami Beach and beyond, demonstrating the profound importance of giving back to society and standing as pillars in the community, making him one of the most charitable individuals in our community. His remarkable gift of Canopy Park to the city of Miami Beach, a cutting-edge 3-acre community park designed with sustainability in mind, reflects his commitment to environmental stewardship and community well-being, showcasing the transformative power of landscape architecture. So, thank you, Russell.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Arriola. I'd like to acknowledge and thank some of those that are no longer here with us. The first thanks would go to my grandparents, who brought my father here in 1929 to settle. My father was a military officer, very forceful individual. He went to law school, was the father of some other members of this commission, and he was able to bring all 4 of his sons back to Miami Beach, and he believed in Miami Beach. This is really a surprise and something really beautiful, and I'll tell you that every single person that has gotten an award, every single organization that has gotten an award today, is an integral part of the fabric of our community. So the fact that I can be part of that and share with these individuals is something really special, because, you know, it takes a lot to do things. It's very easy to sit back and do nothing and just complain about everything. But to actually try to make the community a better place, that's something very special. And that is something that you have done, Commissioner Ariola, and this commission under the leadership and guidance of its mayor. So I really, really want to commend everybody on the dais and everybody. I really want to thank everybody else who's gotten an award here today, because it's very special. And I would like to do a personal privilege. I would like to call upon somebody to join me here. She's here at her second commission meeting, and the truth is that we didn't do very well at the first one she attended. So I would like to ask my wife, Ronely, and my daughter, and my grandchildren to come up. Actually, I'd like to have all my family come up, because they really deserve it. You are a product of who you are friends with and who your family is. And let me tell you, that's what it's all about. In the end, it's all about family. We have our business partners, we have our family, and we have our associates, and it's really very special. I can't seem to get my wife up, but maybe I can get my grandchildren.
Come on up, make it a way up.
Come on up, it's very special.
Yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, everybody who's on the board. I know it's not easy being a commissioner. I know that you do have disagreements from time to time, but there's something to be said about civility and love, because at the end of the day, we all love each other. We're one community, we work together, and it's with a lot of pride and a lot of love that we accomplish everything that we do with tenderness. My mother said it's great to work hard, always search for excellence, but whatever you do, to do it with love and kindness. And I think we try to do that every single day, and you guys certainly do that as well. Thank you.
Galbert family members, come on up, please.
Hey, I want to add one thank you, not to you, Russell, but he mentioned our parents were in law school. My father went to law school with Russell's father, and they both were here, I guess in the GI Bill. They both had served in, my dad was the Army Air Corps, I think your dad was as well.
Right.
And they sat next to each other in law school, Galbert and Gelber. And my father was a reserved man who never wanted to be called on. And so every time he was called on, your father would answer for him. And literally, my father said that the only way he got through law school was because Captain Galbert actually made sure that he was constantly answering questions, even though he never uttered a word for 3 years of law school. So thank you very much for your family history with ours. Thank you. All right, last one is, isn't there just one left?
Yeah, one left, PA 20, proclamation, Marcely Lopez, Alicia Grunkmeyer, and Lillian Bravo, requested by Commissioner Dominguez.
Commissioner Dominguez, you're up.
Thank you.
Bring us home
All right.
before we have to start again.
So for Hispanic Heritage Month, I wanted to acknowledge 3 senior ladies, one from South Beach Federation, the other from Collins Park, and the third one from North Beach. And the first one I'll do in English, the other 2 in Spanish. For the first certificate of recognition is for Ms. Marcely Lopez. And I've known Marcely for many years, almost 10 years now, and she is just one of the kindest, most selfless people you will ever meet. She was born in Honduras and lived there for the first 27 years of her life, and later moved to the Cayman Islands, and that's where she learned English. For many years, she volunteered with the Jewish community, and she later relocated to Florida with her family, specifically into Miami Beach. And she's always devoted herself to helping members of the community. She drives. A lot of people in her community don't have a car, don't drive, and she selflessly is available to take them where they need to go. While in Miami Beach, she worked for over 20 years at Mount Sinai in the emergency room and radiology departments. She helps shop for seniors, and she really takes care of those seniors with limited mobility. So thank you, Marcely Lopez. The next one is Lilian Bravo. Y esto lo voy a hacer en español para que lo entienda usted también. Lilian nació en Trujillo, en Venezuela, y después vivió en Caracas antes de mudarse para los Estados Unidos, en Miami. En Miami hay una comunidad grande venezolana y en 2017, cuando ella se mudó, se encantó con la ciudad y con la comunidad. Ella es voluntaria para los seniors en Miami Beach, específicamente en Unidad, y ella ayuda también con clases privadas religiosas. Es una encantadora, ella ama mucho a su familia y a la comunidad, y te agradecemos mucho todo, Lilian, por lo que haces.
Gracias.
Y la tercera, de North Beach, Alicia Grunkemeyer. Gracias por todo, gracias por tu amistad y te agradezco todo lo que haces. Para decirle a ustedes un poquito de Alicia, ella nació en Villavicencio, Colombia, y vivió la mayoría de su vida en esa ciudad. Eventualmente ella trabajó para el Registro Nacional de Colombia y vivió ahí por 27 años. En el 99 se mudó para los Estados Unidos y se encantó mucho con Miami Beach. Y desde el principio, siendo jovencita, siempre ayudaba a los seniors de su comunidad. Y ella trabaja mucho con diferentes miembros de la comunidad. Es íntima amiga de nuestra Liliana Martínez y con ella es campeona para la gente que aprendan a votar. Yo he visto durante diferentes campañas que Alicia, sin tormento ninguno, coge su auto, recoge a seniors en diferentes edificios y los quiere ayudar. Tiene un corazón de oro y por eso te lo agradecemos muchísimo. Gracias a las tres, muchas felicidades.
Thank you very much. Okay, what we're going to do next. Laura, very good job. Very nice, Laura. Best man. Groomsman.
We love you, Commissioner Laura. Alicia.
Everybody look at me, please.
All right, that is it for our proclamations. Thank you all for coming. We're going to get back. To our agenda.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
I'd like to make a motion to extend our meeting.
you got it. Any objection? All right, here's what we're going to do, folks. We've got about 4 or 5 items that are grouped together. I'm going to try to get rid of 2 now, see if the votes are for them, and then we're going to get to the 2 that I think we really need to do. So call up, please, R5, B, and C. We're going to try to get the pink people out of here. Tom Mooney, you got to come up. Well, let's see where we are in this. Go ahead.
Item R5B It is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the city of Miami Beach 2040 comprehensive plan, policy RLU 1.1, entitled Single Family Residential RS to allow for additional specifically permitted uses in single-family residential districts within supplemental main uses pursuant to the procedures in section 163.3184 Florida statutes, and providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repeater, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. This is item R5B. Also, item R5C. Are we doing R5C also? Okay. R5C is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending subpart B, land development regulations of the city code by amending chapter 7, zoning districts and regulations, article 2, district regulations, section 7.2.2, RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, single-family district, single-family residential districts by modifying subsection 7.2.2.2, uses to provide supplemental main permitted uses for properties within an RS4 zoning district designation that abut a public park on at least two sides and are located within the Harding Townside Local Historic District, providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing, R5C. The item requires 5/7 vote.
Okay, let's see if we can, anybody gonna move these? Okay, Ariola moves both. I'll second both, but now let's see if we are gonna move forward. So, Tom, why don't you first explain this to us? I always think of this as the sword, it sticks out like a thumb in the area thing. But I know there was one of the speakers this morning said that, I had said the planning board had approved it. I don't think I said that, but I think she was correct that the planning board had not approved it. I think you were, why don't you first explain that, then explain this so we understand what it is, because you are recommending it.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. First off, yeah, I would like to correct the record. When this came up at the September 13th meeting, I came up and I very quickly explained the item, but I incorrectly stated that the planning board had transmitted with a favorable recommendation. It did not. Just to correct the record, and this is in the commission memorandum, the planning board did transmit this by a 4-3 vote with an unfavorable recommendation. However, the planning board also, by a separate motion, which was unanimous, did recommend that if the city commission moves forward with the proposal, that bed and breakfast, as well as other high-impact uses such as hotel, be removed from the proposed overlay. The bed and breakfast and high-impact uses like that are not included in the proposed ordinance for first reading. The ordinance itself, as I had indicated previously, is actually the culmination of a fairly lengthy discussion. This was the culmination of a referral to land use to basically discuss this property, because it is very unique in terms of its surroundings, because it is surrounded entirely by a public park. It's zoned single family. It's very limited in terms of what you can do with it. You can basically use it as a single family home. So at the direction of the Land Use Committee, we came up with an ordinance that would allow for a limited number of non-single family uses as part of additional supplemental uses. These are indicated in the draft ordinance, and as I had explained previously, they include the following uses, which would be townhomes, personal service, which would include like a hairdresser or a nail salon, office, restaurant or cafe, provided that the restaurant or cafe closes no later than 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and midnight on Friday and Saturday, no entertainment, and a maximum of 60 seats. So it would be a very small type of use that would allow for views of the park. Also, uses that serve alcoholic beverages would be limited to cafes and restaurants, so you would not be able to have a standalone bar. And retail would only be permitted as an accessory to a restaurant or a cafe or personal service. You couldn't have a standalone retail. Because of the uniqueness of the site, we think that this is something that, at least from a planning perspective, would make sense. And we did recommend approval of the ordinance, and if it's approved at first reading, second reading could be set for October 18th.
Okay, Betsy, you want to say something before? It's a public hearing, but it's your property. It's a very unusual property, because why don't you pitch us?
I'll give a little background, if you may,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. Good evening. I had written down good afternoon, but it's already evening. I'm
Thank
Betsy
you.
Perez.
Thank you
at
for sticking with us.
7605 Collins Avenue. I'm here along with several of my Miami Beach neighbors and friends. They're all here in pink. Not only were we in pink for solidarity to the breast cancer, but in solidarity to support my item today before you. Just a little background. We bought the property 23 years ago. It was very different back then. There were homes to the north and east of us. Since then, all the homes have been torn down. They were dilapidated. And a beautiful Altos Del Mar Park, which I really worked very hard getting that approved and come to fruition, surrounds us, along with the library and the parking lots to the south, and a 3-lane highway and hotels and a condo across the street. So we've really become an island unto ourselves, no longer a residence, and here before you today to ask for your support to vote yes for alternative uses that would better serve the community. I feel that the community would be better served with those alternative uses. The area has become very commercialized. And I just want to say thank you very much for your support. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I have Michael Larkin here who can answer any legal questions for you. And I hope for your support.
Okay. It's a public hearing. Any questions of Mr. Larkin before I open up the public hearing?
Mayor Gelber, I just have a few misunderstandings to clear up from the last
Sure.
hearing. That's all right with you?
Sure.
So first of all, the legislation does not apply to the park. That was a misunderstanding I heard the last hearing. I hope that's clear now. Second, the legislation will create a supplemental set of regulations for the single-family zoning district. It's not a rezoning. I've heard that often, so that's also incorrect. The third thing that bothered me a lot was somehow at the last hearing, it was implied that Betsy was up to no good, that 700 square feet was added to her property through some secret deal with the city. And that was an attack on her, and she felt very bad afterwards. And I tried to tell her that that's the way it is sometimes at these public hearings, but I still feel that was an awful thing to do to her. What happened was she was supportive of Altos Del Mar Park, but there was a street that ran north-south through the park, so the city had to actually close the street in order to have the park. But when you close a street, the property accrues to the adjacent private property owner because, as you all know by now, with all these street vacations, the private property owner owns up to the center line. So when that street was closed, Betsy got 700 square feet. Not a big deal. Well, that's the true story. There was no nefarious deal with the city. That's the way it is. And I also am available for your questions. I'll have you know that I've represented Betsy since the late 90s. She was one of my
Since
very...
I purchased the property.
There. But
Yeah.
she was one of my very first clients. So a pleasure to represent her always.
Thank
So
you,
I'm
Mike.
available for your questions.
Okay, any questions? If not, I want to go to the public hearing, and then we're going to vote. Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Public hearing. You're recognized. Betsy, move aside.
Oh,
We're
I'm
gonna-
sorry.
Hi,
Say
my
your name,
name
please.
is Maria Luisa Rocco. I live at 7600 Collins Avenue, apartment 705, directly in front of this property. I am sorry I'm not wearing pink today because I was not aware that this was going to be heard on this date. We found out about 3 p.m. this afternoon, and we ran over here. So sorry, but I do support the breast cancer. I wanted to say that the property is going to impact our quality of life. We live right directly in front of it. And the Ocean Blue community is totally against this, and so are other people in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, because we were not aware that this was going to take place today, we were not ready to come in. And we actually depended on the director of the neighborhood affairs, who was the one who notified us the previous time that this was going to be heard. We were not. So we actually have a group of people that would have been here, but are not here because, like I said, we were not aware. But we're in total opposition to zoning this for the different uses that they have proposed. If they do have a particular use specifically that they could bring up to us, that would be something that we could live with, we would be okay. But we don't know if it's a restaurant. You know, we would have the odors will impact us, the noise, the traffic, everything else. So There's no specific thing here being brought up, and I think that's what happened at the planning meeting that we attended, the first meeting where they did not recommend it because the uses were pretty open. So we would like to hear, we would like to have the opportunity to come forward and as a group in opposition. But like I said, we're not,
Thank you
we
so
didn't
much.
have to.
Thank you. We're
Thank
going to
you.
go virtually now. Bob, you're next. Bob Nanis.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm a resident. My name is Bob Nanis. I'm a resident of 7600 Collins Avenue, which is directly across the street from said property. I liked what Commissioner Ariola said about sticking to the facts. So I'm going to start with the facts. Fact, the planning board voted not to recommend this. That's a fact, no matter what anybody says. And thank you for clearing that up. Fact. There is no commercial property neither bordering this property nor across the street. She said hotel across the street. There is no hotel in that block, nor is there a hotel across the street from that property. There is only resident. It is surrounded by park, and then across the street is residential, all residential. So this does not solve that problem of this being out of character with the rest of it. In fact, it makes it worse because it brings a commercial into something that should be public and residential. Fact, in order to complete this, they have to make a change to the comprehensive plan. Now that is the essence of bad zoning practice, when you have to change the comprehensive plan, the North Beach comprehensive plan, in order to create something that's for the benefit of one single family. That's a fact, okay? And another fact, the neighbors are against it. I have nothing personally against Mrs. Perez, and maybe she brought some of her friends there, but I doubt whether they're residents of that neighborhood and that block. Because every resident that I have spoken to is against this. And so
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Moving on from facts.
Thank you. Next, please.
Basically.
State your name, sir.
My name is Frank Raposo. I live at 7600 Collins Avenue. I really don't understand, with the amount of traffic that we already have there, what would be the benefit to our community, okay, to bring another commercial property across the street? She's one resident that's paying, let's say $15,000. Let's go into the money issue. $15,000, $20,000 in taxes. We have a building across the street within 70 feet that is paying over $700,000 in taxes that's bringing to the city. Over 400 residents that lives there, that they don't want anything commercial on that property. And we're still debating this. And again, last time we were here, we make maybe comments that maybe we never should have made, but it's so suspicious. How come she knew that this meeting was going to happen today and we didn't know?
It was the same meeting they said.
Hold on. Betsy,
No,
please.
yes. How come we didn't know? And we're supposed to be advised that this was going to happen today. Okay? And then, like she said before, we could have 50, 100 people here also. Okay? But we didn't know anything about it. We found out about this meeting today at 3 p.m. We ran over here. She actually gave me a ride. Okay? So really, folks, let's do the right thing. Okay? Again, I understand, nothing personal, but again, why would you benefit somebody, one person, one resident, and hurt 105 that live right across the street? If you put a restaurant there, the noise, the smell, do I want to look at a dumpster across the street within 70 feet? Come on, do the right thing, okay? Again, it's not who's right, it's what's right. And just remember that, take that. You guys do what
Thank
you're
you,
supposed
sir.
to do and defend us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Our next virtual caller is Gil Radcliffe.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Gil Racklin. I'm also a resident at 7600 Collins. I heard a lot of the discussions before about what's going on in there. What I heard is that this spot zoning is supposed to go through a planning board, and because they didn't want to go through a spot zoning procedure, they basically did an overlay over Zone 4, which essentially opens the door for any Zone 4 in Miami Beach and everywhere else to become a commercial property. You talked before about the bed and breakfast location in such details about what is going to be used by this property. And in here, you're giving somebody personal against all the thousands of people that are using the park and the devalue of all the properties around it. You're giving a free realm to do whatever they want in terms of a commercial property. This park is used all the way to the west to the Miami shores and more. And now it's becoming, like I heard before, a dumpster. It's just an absurdity that it's even coming up. Again, we weren't ready for this today. We got an alert literally an hour ago that this is happening. But I would just like to show a complete refusal to disagreement to this notion, as I'm sure a lot of residents around the area are. I'll pause here.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Commissioner. Good evening. My name is Mickey Menagori. I live at 1065 Fairway Drive in Normandy Shores. I was the HOA president, and all my family lives in Miami Beach in the North Beach area. I know Betsy and her family for many, many years, and I know their intent has always been to maintain a great quality of life in everything that they do. And I think this is the first hearing. One of the things we did, and I sat in the design review board, and I was very active in many other aspects of the creation of things that are happening in North Beach. And I think that we need to be open-minded and not just attack this possibility that could be something remarkable and something that makes sense with the surrounding environments. I've seen this in many other cities where something stands out, as the mayor said, as a sore thumb in a particular area. But then if you analyze it, and that's what we're here for, we're not here to make a decision today that we're going to build a Hooters in there. We're here to talk about what possibilities can exist. And I think, first of all, there's a hotel right across from where she lives, which is the Broadmoor. So for that person to say that there's not a hotel there, that's a big mistake. And I think a lot of people here are misinformed as to what these possibilities could be. So I urge you to vote today to move this forward so that there could be a much more dissective, intelligent thinking of possibilities that could happen for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Yanesi.
Hi, good evening. Do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, hi. I has been there last time. I noticed now today, late on the night, that you has a meeting to discuss the case. A case that couldn't finish last time because the mayor, he left. So I'm surprised now that this meeting has been today at this time, but I not agree completely. I live on the 7600 Collin Avenue. I have a son that is autistic. He go to the park. I not agree completely with this case. Just as I want to be happy if you think the better for the community, for the kids, for the safety, enough for the opportunity for other persons regarding money. Ms. Perez, Betsy Perez, she said that she said thank you for the support. I don't know who is supporting her for that, because the last time when I has been there, nobody came with her. And now I'm surprised that she bring people, and she knows all of those people that today is at the meeting. With the community, the neighbor, we didn't know. So I'm surprised how you are working on this case, but please, I hope that you think in kids, that you think in the community, on the safe place for the kids. In this case, for my son, unfortunately, he is autistic. So just as I want that he be in the safe place, in the safe community, and not in the place that has a business. So thank you so much for your understanding. I hope that you think better before you get the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you very much. Marguerite Ramos. I'm the former president of Normandy Sud Homeowner Association. I don't know if you know that I had resigned in January after 26 years. And I've been working in the trenches with Betsy for about 20 years, bringing change and beauty and betterment to North Beach. Speaking of, you were speaking earlier about people that spread goodwill. The Perez family has been so active in bringing music and joy to people around the world. And we're all here because we all love her and her family. This property is a natural commercial property. It is bordered by the parking lot, which I'm so surprised that people aren't talking about the horrible stabbings and homelessness and robberies and things that take place in that park. I think that's where everybody needs to focus their energy. But this property is a natural commercial property. It's, you know, the hotel across the street, and then the whole Ocean Terrace project that's coming up. So I urge you to support this, and I hope you vote yes.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Wayne Roberts.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Betsy seems like a wonderful lady, and I know she's a longstanding good citizen of Miami Beach. And what I have to say is not a representation of a thumbs up, a thumbs down on the property. It's more the process. And, you know, it smells bad. A single family unit changing all these laws, it must have cost the city $500,000 already. And it smells so bad. And the Dan saying, like, I have to go home when the vote was a vote down, it was so obvious. And then to have this meeting, like, without any notice to the residents that are fighting this, that are, all have an accent, that are ethnic. It all smells really bad. And I'm so disappointed in the city. This is a representation of why I fight every day, you know, for the residents and to change the ethics and the humanity of this body. It's just so infuriating. I'm sorry that I said it this way, but it upsets me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Judy Rosen. I've been a resident of Miami Beach for 55 years. I'm very friendly and very involved in Betsy's property and her as my friend. She has put so much effort and energy into building that park. Betsy would never allow anybody to come there and do something that wasn't in everybody's best interest. And she really worked very hard to do that, get that park done and everything else in it. So I urge you to see her point of view and everybody else.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Neeson Kasdan.
Good evening, Neeson Kasdan. It is unfair to not allow this change to occur on the property that Betsy and Rudy own. To the south is the public library and the parking lot for the public beach, which are heavily used, including for voting. Directly to the east is a public park, directly to the north is a public park. It is an anomaly to have a single-family home which remains surrounded by those uses. So on a simple barometer of fairness, that property should be allowed to be changed to have more public uses consistent with the uses that surround it on virtually every side. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
All right, let's bring it in. Thank you.
There's more, Mayor.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Alice.
Go ahead, please.
My name is Alice Miller. I live at 405 Fairway Drive, and
I have seen the house that Rudy and Betsy have built and improved. I mean, they've spent thousands of dollars to make this a beautiful place. And they are surrounded in the park by vagrants, people who steal bicycles every day. I mean, she just wants to have the ability to sell if she decides to move. And I think that I agree with former Mayor Kasdan, and I just think that she should be, I think you all should approve this.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Ariana Rogant.
Yeah, I just want to, many of you know that I've been digging up the story of the West Lots and how the park came about. And Mr. Kasdan, of all people, knows that those properties were, they were supposed to be bought by the city and by the state, and they were all bought one by one, some by eminent domain, and he knows that very well. And Betsy Perez's house was the last holdout in that area. The owners before her held out and the city gave up, but the owners always knew that they would not be able to do anything of the sort with the property. And she knew that when she bought it. So she probably bought it under market price because of that reason, because the city was trying to buy it. And we still see that it's the last holdout on the block. And so I will urge the city to revisit the initial idea of buying the property, which was the intention for 20 or 30 years from both the state and the city to buy all these properties and add it to the park. I think that zoning it commercial, I have said before, it's a big mistake because as we know with the Live Local Act, commercial is commercial. And she could sell the property and a building will come up there. So I don't think that should be an option. Thank you.
Not true.
Thank you. Anyone else, please?
Oh. Hi, my name is Michelle Wallach. I live at 5600 Collins Avenue. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to say that I think it's a tremendous opportunity for the North Beach community to have this property to either be a personal home to someone or to be used for other purposes. When you look at the surrounding area, as other people have talked about, you've got a public library, a park, there's plenty of cars going by, but as we heard before, if there was going to be commercial use, for example, a restaurant would only be permitted to have 60 patrons. So we're not talking about extra traffic. Certainly most of the people, or many of the people that live in that area take buses and walk, and this will be a great opportunity for people to be able to share that space as opposed to one homeowner. And I just wanted to say earlier today, it's my first commission meeting, but I heard Mr. Cohen talk about the dedication of the residents of North Beach, and Betsy Perez was one of the people that he mentioned. So certainly if builders and people like in this room believe that she has always been looking for the best interest in that community, she certainly want to do something that was detrimental to all of her efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience?
Could I just ask you to repeat your address? Where do you live in that building? That
No, I live at 5600.
5600.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just
please.
one more. Good evening. I'm David Corey Perez. I'm Betsy's son. And I just want to say thank you for your time tonight. I've heard a lot of misrepresentation of the facts tonight. And the gentleman on Zoom who said people of ethnic descent being whatever that point was, I'm a proud half-Cuban child of Miami Beach. I grew up here. I've known, I heard earlier Mayor Gilbert mention his nephew that was a classmate of mine at North Beach Elementary, Zachary Lee. Still remember. I lived my entire life in North Beach, and some of the things I've heard tonight, I have no idea what anybody's talking about. The Broadmoor was mentioned. I don't even have to go as far as the Broadmoor. On 7500 Collins Avenue, directly next door to the south of the 7600 building is the Seaside Hotel and Suites. That is a hotel. So you have my parents' property, you have the building that they live in, I forget the name, the Ocean something, you have the Seaside Suites, and you have the library. So you have a hotel, condominiums, a library, a park, a parking lot, and then a single-family residence. How does that make sense? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nice to see you again. All right, can we close this up? Matisse? You saw a party and
I don't
figured
want
you had
to-
to play.
Everything about this property is an exception. And it's no surprise that the exception is also Betsy and Rudy Perez, who have been exceptional stewards in our city and our community. The exception in this property is that it's surrounded about GU properties. Everything about this would suggest that you would want to rezone this to commercial to be able to put eyes and bodies on the overlooking this park, to make sure that there is an activity. We fought hard, and you guys zoned correctly to make sure there would be bodies overlooking the streets. By allowing these other uses will allow some help and care to this park that was invested so much money. And I think that it would be wise for you not to look at the Perez family, but to look at what is the best use for the city, and that would be a commercial use. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to close the hearing now. Thank you all for participating. I just want to, always get accused of stuff. I left I had to leave the meeting at 9 o'clock. I was actually taking a plane, told everybody that beforehand, and that's what happened. I always appreciate the cavalier allegations that people make not knowing anything. And secondly, I did not know how this was noticed, but Raphael, why don't you explain it? Because the public, some folks didn't know that this was going on today.
Before the item concluded, Vice Mayor Richardson announced that this item was being.
You got to speak into that.
Vice Mayor Richardson announced that this item was being continued to this meeting. I stated the time where the item would be heard. As such, no additional notice is required.
Okay, so if anybody didn't know about it, I'm sorry. I just want you to understand that is, Raphael, that's our procedure in all cases.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, that's just a procedure. When we open and continue something, they announce when it's going to be. Anyone who's here hears that announcement. So let's get to see whether there were 5 votes for this or not. We've heard everybody in the committee. We don't need anybody at the, we're done with the public hearing. Thank you all. Thank everybody for their input. Okay, yeah.
Came in before you closed it, so if we could just do a 1 minute, so we can just legally.
Yeah, 1 minute.
So 1 minute, Ms. Blanco, go ahead.
I am not for this.
I'm sorry, you're not speaking on this item?
I believe that you guys.
Okay.
I'm not for this, and I believe that you guys should really think about the community before making this decision. I believe that what you guys are doing is wrong, and you guys should definitely rethink your decision very well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's get to the, you guys
And the
want to be heard?
public hearing is closed at this time.
Hearing's closed. You guys want to be heard, or you want to vote? Commissioner Ariel, you're recognized.
Yeah, there's a couple of comments. You know, the comment I made earlier when I was doing my proclamations about, the man in the arena, this is a perfect example. Mayor, you had to listen to some completely false allegations. I sat with you at that last meeting, and you literally stayed to the very last minute. You were worried you were going to miss your airplane. So when you hear people say horrible things, it's just unfair, and it's not going to stop. But you wonder why people don't run for office. We're here. It's 8 o'clock at night. We get paid $6,000 a year for this privilege of serving. Or you get 10, we get 6. I mean, just it's literally 8 years of my life, sweating the details, trying to make this community better, and you got to put up with totally false and unnecessary comments that attack, us personally, and the facts are very seldom accurate. Okay, so with that said, this particular property, I think it was outlined why we're entertaining this. This particular single-family home is surrounded by a sea of completely different uses: multifamily, hotel, library, parks. Might it be beneficial to the community to allow for commercial use? I think the answer is emphatically yes. I understand the folks that live across the street have some concerns. But I don't think they're keeping an open mind as to the restrictions we can put on those commercial uses. Tom outlined some of those, and we could explore those further. But to insist on this being a single-family dwelling,
Be careful what you wish for, because a lot of times in other communities, when we've seen lack of rezoning, these single-family homes end up crumbling. I used to live in the South of Fifth neighborhood, and if you remember, there were a lot of single-family homes there. And when the city fell into disrepair and decay in the 80s, a lot of those became literally crack dens. I mean, I remember all those little bungalows. They were just totally run over, and it wasn't until we rezoned and started allowing for some of those to be converted to commercial properties, and a lot of them now are real estate offices, law offices, some are restaurants, some are retail. It helped enhance the quality of life of the South of Fifth neighborhood to allow those properties to be converted from residential to commercial. We got to think about the greater benefit to residents of Miami Beach, and not just the ones who live across the street. Folks that go to enjoy the park, to go enjoy the beach, if they could stop at what might become one day a commercial place where maybe you go rent a surfboard, or you go get a smoothie, or you go get your nails done. There's a lot of people who will benefit from this potentially becoming a commercial property versus, these imaginary and hard to believe scenarios where the people directly across the street would be affected by the reuse of this as a commercial zone. I think a commercial property, we could address those in due course, but I think to just confine this to be a single-family home is incompatible with the way that area has been redeveloped, and we have to think about the community as a whole who might enjoy that property being used for commercial purposes as opposed to just a single-family home. I mean, those could be things that are very, very low impact. They can become a law office. They can become a community resource center. They can become a daycare center for children. But we have to explore those uses and allow that use to happen for the greater good of our community.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. This is a complicated item. What's concerning to me is that the planning board was not in favor of this, and on top of that, the state's Live Local Act could really bring a monstrosity. In hearing the residents that came to talk about this item, it sounds like they're willing to come to the table to discuss and come to terms with a use that would be acceptable to them. So I'd like to see them have a conversation, but I can't support this today.
Anyone else? Commissioner Minor.
Question for Tom. Two questions. First, does this proposed rezoning have any impact on the floor area ratio?
No, and actually, I should probably clarify this. It is not a rezoning. The zoning will remain residential single-family RS4. FAR is not used, unit size is used. And there are no modifications to any of the development regulations, including unit size.
Okay. And I was going to ask this question, but we've heard a couple of comments about the Live Local Act. Does the Live Local Act have any impact on this property?
No, because this property is zoned RS, the Live Local Act would not apply to it.
Commissioner Rosen, are you done? Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I'm so happy that I do believe items like this will go by the wayside when we have an election in November. Please don't take any of what I'm about to say personally, but if this is voted on, then this property, the owner of this property, her property will then be worth 10 times what it's currently worth. And we're putting a commercial use in the middle of a public park. And the reason why I don't want to put a commercial use in the middle of a public park with ocean views is because once you have that commercial use in the public park, then people can come back and say, well, we'd like to purchase this part of the park because you already have a business in there, so it's not really a park anymore. So in my opinion, and based on what I've seen, apart from making a buck, I don't see why these residents weren't noticed. Planning board voted against it, and this is probably the worst type of vote that we can take. It really is. And it's so disturbing to have to fight this And when I saw it on the agenda today, I rushed and sent an email to the whole electorate and said, look what's on the agenda, because it was so upsetting. And I didn't know how to reach you. And this last meeting, these people who live in the building, there were more of them, and they waited for like 5 hours. They waited 5 hours, and the mayor, I know you had a flight, Mr. Mayor, but they never got a chance to be heard. I'm not supporting this today, and here's what I will tell you, the residents of 7600, is that this is only a first reading. There will be a second reading on this on October 18th, and I think you need to mobilize your entire building to come forward and explain what's happening. I also had another developer drive me up there and kind of explain what the overall plan was, that this was going to be commercialized, that this oceanfront park was going to be taken away from the residents. So this is the first step in something that is really nefarious. And we can't take away people's parks. I fought for Allison Park. I mean, this is a constant battle to fight off the sale and the misuse of public land. And it's just wrong. It is wrong on so many levels. And these people should have a right.
Stop it, please, stop. Hey, hold on. Please,
It's
listen,
just-
give
and
everybody now.
and
Commissioner,
it's
let me
just-
just quiet everybody for a
Okay.
second. Please listen. I'm obviously on the other side, but you've got to let people speak. It's the only way these meetings in a democracy actually work. So just let her speak. Please give the commissioner that respect, and we'll move on. But let's not yell from the
I
crowd
hope that
on either side.
today's vote is one of the last infringements on parks, public land. I'm really hoping that moving forward, you know, when we have an election process, ask the people who are running for office, would you, commercialize, would you give a political favor like this and enrich one person and 100 people don't matter. Especially 100 people, like Wayne said, with an ethnic accent. And it doesn't matter if the Perez family is also Hispanic. There's a lot more. You guys are politically powerful. You know everybody up here, so you can get what you want. But they don't, and so they're not. And that's what's wrong with our government today, is that we listen to those people who have political connections, and everybody else falls upon a deaf ear.
Who
Mr.
else?
Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
you didn't
got
figure that out.
Got that. Commissioner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I went to the property, not with the developer. I went with my aide. Instead of having lunch yesterday, we drove by the property on our own, just to do our own understanding, get our own understanding of the dynamics going on there. And as different people have explained, you have a single-family home. It's kind of like Smith and Walensky, almost. You have a single-family home surrounded by a park. And then you have a parking lot, a very busy parking lot. And then you have the library. And then you have retail uses further to the south. It's kind of like an island of its own there. And it's kind of a very busy park as well. The house does not feel residential. And perhaps at one point, it was more residential, but neighborhoods change. Like when Commissioner Dominguez brought the rollback for 2 a.m. in South of 5th, because the character of neighborhoods change. And neighborhoods go from being, go from one identity, and then they become more residential in character. And then we make laws that adapt the neighborhoods to that character. Or like when we talk about park spaces and preserving park spaces, that's important as well. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, you speak about public parks. Let's join together maybe in an effort to expand our public parks and our green spaces. And let's work in making it part of the park, and let's work in making Pier Park part of the park too. If we're concerned about commercial uses, we're concerned about commercial uses in parks, then let's really be consistent with our word about commercial uses in parks, and let's make that house part of the park, and let's get a commercial use in a park and give it back to the people and the taxpayers who own the park.
Can I ask him something?
Very, very briefly.
So are you proposing that we purchase the house? Because I would be fine with us purchasing the house, because then we can control what happens there. But if we just change the use, then we have no control.
But let's be consistent, through the mayor, let's be consistent if what we're saying, if that house, you know, we're saying, let's buy that house so there's not a commercial use in the park, and let's make it part of the park. Let's get Pier Park, let's remove the commercial uses in Pier Park, and let's give that then also to the taxpayers, back to the property owners of that own Pier Park, and let's make that a park as well. If we are truly, genuinely concerned, the argument here is that we are genuinely concerned about park uses, about commercial uses in a park area, and we want to protect the integrity of parks. Let's buy this residence, which is out of character. It is out of character with the surrounding area. Let's buy that. Let's make it part of the park if the property owner is willing to sell it to the city. But then let's also get Nikki Beach, and let's also make that a park. Because that Nikki Beach property, One Ocean Drive, is Pier Park. It is a park, and it's a commercial use in the park. So I'll propose that. Let's.
Not right now, because we're on another item right now.
Can I ask,
Okay,
can I
and-
say something?
Yeah,
When
let's-
somebody complained about the Nikki Beach process, we reopened it for a fair bid. Why wouldn't you give them the same opportunity then? That's what I would propose to you, Commissioner Fernandez. All I ask is that you give them one opportunity to weigh in, either at the planning board or at some other meeting. If they have an opportunity to talk to the owners and find out what's going on, or we could direct, I mean, we reopened the Nikki Beach process when people complained and they said that it was an unfair process. We elongated the process, we reopened the process, and that's what I'm asking to do today.
So let's, Mr. Mayor.
Listen,
ask
you
you
guys
this.
are in a rabbit hole right now. We have an item that's been moved and seconded. We need to vote on it. You're not going to create a new ordinance from the chair at 8 o'clock at night. If you want to keep talking about it, we can, but I'd like to get to the vote. So Commissioner Fernandez, you're recognized.
Perhaps what should happen is that, because I spoke with these neighbors, and they didn't feel that they received proper notice, and they're entitled to a proper notice. This meeting, there was a first reading scheduled for our September meeting, and the item we didn't get to that item, but they received the notice for the September meeting. Perhaps if this moves to second reading, we can ask for there to be a mailed notice so that the affected parties receive a mailed notice, so that they're aware that this is going on, so that they can be present, and they feel that they want to speak on this because they're concerned about it. I think it's fair that if this moves forward, that these neighbors receive the public notice that they feel that they are entitled to. Now, Mr. Mooney, I have a question for you. If this ordinance gets adopted eventually, let's say, it would create townhouses, offices, restaurant, cafes, and personal services as of right.
Correct.
As of right.
Yes.
They'll be entitled to that. I don't think that that's right. I don't think, you know, a single family home as of right should have that, because they're the neighbors. They're going to be impacted potentially by this. They should have rights too. The neighbors should have rights to know what they're going to be living next to be able to get notice. It's something other than a single family home is going to go there, that those neighbors get a notice, and that those neighbors be able to know what's going to happen there, be able to attend a public hearing, be able to fight for protections for their building and for their neighborhood. Would a conditional use process, without any occupancy threshold or anything like a blanket conditional use requirement on any of these uses, number one, would that make that no longer a use as of right?
Yes, if these, if the ordinance was modified to make these conditional uses, then no. In order to get any of these uses, planning board approval would have to be granted.
And would the neighbors get a notice?
Yes, they would get a 30-day mail notice, and there would be a published notice as well as a posting notice.
So the same way that they got a notice for the September meeting, if anyone ever tries to do anything other than a single-family home there, they could get a mailed notice.
Correct.
And then they would have the right to attend a public hearing before the planning board.
Correct.
And would they be able to put and demand for conditions as to hours of operation? Would they be able to demand conditions as to cleanliness, as to dumpsters, as to noise, as to occupancy, as to parking? Would they be able to demand and get protections for those things?
Yes, all of that's under the purview of the conditional use criteria.
Mr. Mayor,
Yep. Tell me what your vote is
I would,
contingent on.
I would, well, if it would have been up to me, this meeting would have not started at 3 p.m. It would have started earlier because it's only predictable that we have
Yeah.
contentious items on the agenda. I would amend this because I don't think they should be entitled to this as of right, because we have to protect the rights of the neighbors. But we also need to realize that the character of the area has changed as well. I would amend the item so that these uses are conditional uses.
So they got to go through a process to do it.
So they have to go through a process so that the neighbors get the notice that they deserve to get, and they can fight for the protections for their neighborhood that they should be able to secure for their neighborhood.
Okay,
That's the only thing I could support today.
Okay, well, listen, we need 5 votes, so if that's the only thing you can support, that's what we'll do. Any objections?
Well, the item's been moved and seconded. Are you making a motion for an amendment? Is
As
it-
amended, yeah.
I'm going to second your motion for the amendment on first reading, but I'm gonna add one other thing, is that I would like an appraisal before this comes back. Because I do think that we should explore that as an option. And I believe that when the item was in FERC, I thought that we requested, but I could be wrong, because we've had so many items, property where we requested appraisals, and I could be wrong. So, but I would like to see an appraisal on the property, to see if we want to, if it's possible to before, I think we've got so many competent real estate people in our consultancy, I think we could probably get an appraisal on the property before second reading.
Okay, so there's been an amendment. Raphael, or any Raphael who will listen, do you understand the amendment?
The amendment would be to approve the uses, but with conditional use approval and setting it, which would
Okay.
require to go to the planning board.
It's not approving the uses, because the uses will have to go to the planning board.
As conditional uses.
Conditional
Yeah, it's
uses,
just
not as
converting
of
the
right.
uses. It's not as a right, but it's conditional.
not as
use.
of right.
Exactly, not as of right, but it would be conditional, because I do think that should be vetted. And so, but also, I would like to see an appraisal on the property.
And, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And the amendment also includes that before this item comes back for a
Yes.
second reading, that the neighbors receive a mailed notice that they should be entitled to, so that they know that this is being heard, and they can participate in the meeting.
Okay, you got all that?
Yes,
All
sir.
right, so first of all, I have no objections to any of that, and some of them make sense to me, and, but I'm gonna go to, but I do wanna say something about the item. You know, look, anyone who's ever been there and looks at this house, you know, when I first was asked to do this, I asked Tom a very simple question, which is, if you did a land use plat right now, would you make that a single-family home or not? And the answer is, of course not. No one would create that on purpose. Why would you put a single-family home in the middle of a park, next to a parking lot, next to other things, when nothing around it is what it is? It just literally makes no sense. It is a sore thumb. It is whatever metaphor you want to use, just makes no sense to me. So I didn't think it was unreasonable to say, let's at least make it consistent with what you typically would have. I understand anytime you do anything, people care deeply about it on both sides, and that's fine. I think that's why we like our community, because we stand up for it. But I don't think this is an unreasonable thing. And frankly, it makes no sense the way it is. It just is that simple. Now, I do want to, I agree with the residents should know, and honestly, the process we use here is the one we use in every single, we did nothing differently. We called the item up. I had a plane to catch, and it looked like the item was more controversial than ever, so I waited till the very end, and we announced we were continuing to this meeting. So anyone who was here should have heard the announcement. We typically don't send out other announcements because we make that announcement at the time we do it. That's what we do in every matter. That said, I think it's a good idea to make sure on second reading, if it does pass right now, that we'll have that in between. I don't know that there needs to be a lot more debate on this, because I honestly believe, I'm gonna let everybody speak, but I do want to point something else out, which is there's gonna be a second reading on this. So if anything that can be done between first and second ought to, if we have 5 votes. This is a 5 vote. I've got, it seems like there are 4 votes for it with the amendments. I don't know if there are 5 yet, but we're going to see in a moment. All right, so let's go back and we'll start. Commissioner, you had your hand up.
Yeah,
although
so
hold on for 1 second, because I do think, Commissioner, you want to hear others? Can I go to Commissioner Richardson?
Sure.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson, go ahead, and then we're going to work our way back down for a second.
No,
bite.
I just to, listen, this item's been before us for a long time. There was proper notice, and also, by the way, the agenda's been printed for a while, I think. I don't think this was a late filed item on the agenda, so, so I do believe, as Commissioner Fernandez has proposed, that it should be conditional use because we should know what's going there. But I reject the notion that this is spot zoning, because it absolutely is not. If you look at everything that's in the area, this is the only single-family home. You'd never want a single-family home. And I also reject the notion that somehow if we change this, we're gonna start selling off the park. That's never gonna happen. And by the way, I made a proposal about 1.5 years, 2 years ago to expand the park and to take the parking lot, and I could only get 3 votes, and 4 people voted against me. 4 people voted against turning the back of that property where the parking lot is, where the library, into a park for the end of time. I made that proposal. Commissioner Steinberg voted against it. Commissioner Gongora voted against it. Who else was on the commission that voted? There were, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez? No, that was before your time. 4 votes against turning that into a park. And I said it should be a park. But I was rejected on that. So, but that single-family home, it doesn't fit there. It's not spot zoning. You look at everything that's going on in the area. So, but I do support the conditional use on first reading. I'd like to get this passed today. But I also want to see an appraisal, because depending on the value of the property, the city should consider, if we can afford it, making an offer. And I want to see what that's worth.
Well, can I?
Okay, Commissioner Minor, you recognize, then we'll go to Commissioner Gonzalez. You want to speak next? Okay, you can go ahead.
So I'm in agreement with the appraisal, but we're talking about 2 very different values. This home as a single family home is worth X, and then when you give it the right to open a business, it's worth, I don't know how many times, like I said, 10 times as much. So as stewards of the public trust, who are we representing? Are we representing the city's interest, which would really be to purchase the home as a single family home, not give it the zoning that would increase the price 10 times over and enrich one person? So if we do the appraisal, let's do 2 appraisals. What is this worth as a single-family residential home, and then what is it worth as a business? Because those are 2 very different numbers. I would like to see those numbers. I would like to discuss those numbers, vet those numbers, so we can see what we're actually doing. Because maybe we can purchase the property for $3 or $4 million, or maybe we can, if we do this, then the property would cost us like $25 million. So it's just a total, it doesn't make any sense. So who are we representing here? Are we representing the city's interest, or are we representing the Perez family's interests?
Let me get to Commissioner
But let me react to that, because
Commissioner,
because
I've been waiting, he's been waiting,
Okay.
and I want to, Commissioner Minor, you recognize.
I have no issues with the dual proposal. By the way, I am sympathetic to the notice issue, because these proclamation meetings are not generally known. So while it might have been on the calendar for a while or for a week, these are not known as regular commission meetings. Actually, I was the sponsor of the legislation that our commission approved to separate proclamations from regular meetings. So I actually am very sympathetic to that argument. I guess here, the fact that we do have a second reading and we're going to provide the notice, but it shows you why that I'm not crazy about that process. I'm also, and I like some of the proposals that we're hearing today, and Commissioner Fernandez, what you've proposed, and the dual appraisal I'm comfortable with. But if it's helpful, I don't know if the neighbors and the residents at 7600 have actually sat with the Perez's. I don't know if that's happened. I'm happy to facilitate, sit in any of the meetings if that helps, and maybe try to come to a meeting of the minds, what concerns you have, what we can reach. Obviously, our city management should be involved. So I'm happy I offer that if that's useful to you. Also, I would not be comfortable selling any public park here. I actually, in other parts of the city, I sponsored legislation to make sure we don't sell it off and we keep it as a public park. So that's my comments.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson, did you want to speak? And then Commissioner Rose
Yeah,
Gonzalez, and then we can vote.
I just wanted to say that when I said I want to see an appraisal, I want to see an appraisal under its current situation, because this has not passed. We have not changed anything. So I want an appraisal of what it's worth today, because we're stewards of the public's money. And yeah, there's potential that it could increase in value, but I certainly wouldn't support paying for some, if it's worth more money, why would I pay more when I can get it as a residential? So I expect to see an appraisal. And let me ask Elizabeth, did we request an appraisal or no? Is that on a different property?
No, it's actually on this property. There was an item at FERC. Unfortunately, the item was withdrawn, so we did not complete the appraisal.
Okay.
And
Is
at
it
that-
possible to get an appraisal before the October 18th meeting?
We will certainly try. And at that time, we had assessed the value of this site was at 1.7 million.
1.7 million.
So we will get an appraisal.
Yeah, let's get it before October 18th. That's your goal.
Okay.
Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, then Commissioner Ariel.
I would make a motion to purchase the property right now for double that. Double it. We'll buy your property, 1.7 times 2, and let's call it a day. We'll own the property, and that's it. Because otherwise, we're going to pay $20 million for a property if it becomes a nuisance property. We have a lot of conditional use permits that have turned into nuisance properties over time. So if you guys want to speak between first and second reading about the appraisal, let's pay the real price of a single-family home, which is 1.7 million, and not this elevated price once the zoning is changed.
Commissioner Ariel, are you recognized?
Yeah, just address a couple of, I think outlandish, false, misleading points that were made about, selling parkland for, private use. I mean, it has been the history of this commission to do the opposite. We have built more parks than probably any commission that preceded us. So, I'm sick and tired of the lies that mislead the public. It's just there's no facts to back that up. In reality, there's facts that refute it emphatically, because we've created more park space out of nothing than any previous commission. And to the folks that live across the street from this single-family home, to say, hey, some of the horrific things that you said. I don't remember getting, calls of thanks or anything when we helped enhance and rebuild the Altos Del Mar Park, which, really accrues to your benefit because you live directly across the street from a world-class park that we, and especially I, helped increase the budget for to make it an even better park, particularly that pirate playground park for the children. I remember specifically enhancing that budget to make it an even more spectacular place for children to visit, which, really accrues to people who live across the street from it. So, you're welcome for that. We've also talked about in the past actually expanding the park, to Commissioner Richardson's point, which is if and when we move the library site, to expanding the park to make it even better, which would benefit you more than anybody else. And then, very soon we'll be breaking ground on the Ocean Terrace development, which again is going to accrue to your benefit because you live right down the street from it. Oh, and by the way, the Baywalk, which we completed a couple years ago, which accrues to your benefit, so you're welcome, okay?
All right, let's.
Mr. Mayor.
Hey, did you already speak? Are we done?
No.
Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, a motion was made to buy this house for double of 1.7. I think it's an irresponsible just jumping of, just splurging of taxpayers' money, like if it were water, like if it were our money, just splurging away $3.4 million without even having an appraisal. And that's just so irresponsible. And I can't support that motion. And if we ever contemplate purchasing this property, should be solely so that it stays in perpetuity as public park space, open green space, so that then, you know, we don't make a motion here to give $3.4 million of taxpayers' money to buy a property just so that then we can just give away the property, its management, some concession or lease to a buddy, to a friend, to someone, just because. So you know, let's just be responsible. Let's just be responsible. You know, if we want to purchase this property, let's purchase this property so that it stays in perpetuity as park space, but let's get an appraisal. Let's get an appraisal, and let's just not say, oh, let's dole away $3.4 million. Just make a motion on that, like if the taxpayers' money didn't matter. That is money that is hard-earned by the residents of our city. And, you know, let's just move forward in a responsible manner. These residents deserve notice before the second hearing, and the motion now includes it. And nothing here is as of right. This came forward to us, giving the property owner the right to do this, and now we're saying it's not the right, it's a conditional use where the neighbors, have now the right to chime in and protect their backyard. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me.
Wait, can I just say one more thing? I would just like to conclude with, the reason I said we would pay double the price is because you're voting yes on legislation that is going to make it 10 times as valuable, 17 million. So wouldn't you rather pay 3 million than 17?
All right, let's call a roll.
Yes, sir. On both items.
Yes, as amended with Commissioner Fernandez's amendment, and Commissioner Richardson asked for something, and all that stuff that's on there. Let's do it.
Yes, so R5B and R5C as amended. Commissioner Ariola.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Dominguez.
No.
Mayor Gelber.
Yes.
The motions pass. Second reading public hearing will be October 18th for both items R5B and R5C.
Okay. See y'all next time. Now let's move to R2A. This will be a fast one. We let the kids run around.
Mayor, microphone. R2A, award RFP 2023-479 KB management.
R2A.
Management operations of high-end beach establishments, R2A.
Okay, where are we? Who do we have here from the administration?
Good
Mayor, I'll
evening,
start.
Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Alex Dennis, Procurement Director.
Hold on. Let me give a second to get all the pink shirts out of here and all the other people out of here.
With some introductory comments.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it over to the administration. It's gonna start on this. A lot of people are interested in it. It's 8:30. You know what night it is in the Gelber home tonight? Anybody want to guess? Lentil soup night, which means I am happy to be here all night long. At lentil soup night, sorry, Joan, if you heard that. Don't change the locks on the house. All right, so we're going to do in a moment as soon as it calms down. It's 8:30. We have 3 items, I think, really. This we're going to take care of all the time we need to. Then we're going to do all the budget items in a group. And then I know there was something put on today that we're going to also take care of, and that should cover the agenda, Raphael, correct? Okay, so let's all be happy and be civil and start this discussion. City Manager Hudak.
Mr. Mayor, before you tonight, for consideration, item R2A is the culmination of a process that began as a result of a resolution passed by the City Commission on May 17th. The City Commission directed the administration in a resolution to prepare and issue an RFP, a competitive RFP, for the management and operation of a high-end beach establishment at 1 Ocean Drive. That resolution had very specific criteria. It outlined very specific things. 5 years of experience, alternate proposals. It allowed for 2 alternate proposals independent of each other. It had a term for commencement upon the expiration of the current period not to exceed 30 years. The RFP was to include, and the resolution outlined, again, very specific scope. 1, scope of services and programming. 2, experience of proposal team. 3, qualifications, including financial capacity. 4, past performance, including consideration of performance under City of Miami Beach contracts. 5, revenue and financial proposals and terms. 6, additional public benefits. The resolution was very specific. It gave dates and deadlines for issuance, and I won't go through those dates. I'll outline specifically when those were met, and they were consistent with what the resolution mandated. On June 13th, the RFP was in fact issued, consistent with what the resolution directed. On June 28th and on July 12th, there were mandatory pre-proposal conferences. On July 12th, there were site visits. 8 addenda were issued to the competitive solicitation. 83 prospective bidders accessed the advertisement. The RFP was advertised for a period of 79 days. July 31st and August 15th, 2 protests challenging the specifications were responded to by our city attorney's office together with our administration. The RFP had a due date extended of 16 days as a result of those bid protests. On August 31st, the responses were due. Responses were received, in fact, on August 31st. There were 2 options that were outlined, again, in the competitive process. Option 1 allowed for proposals to be 10 years or less, and under that option, we received 3 proposers. Under option 2, which allowed for a period of 30 years, we received 4 proposers. On July 13th, an evaluation committee was appointed. That evaluation committee consisted of senior members of our leadership team. It was chaired by our chief financial officer, a resident of the city of Miami Beach, and included a resident representative of the homeowners of the condo associations south of 5th. September 11th, the evaluation committee met, convened, and spent an entire day reviewing the proposals as proposed. As a result of that process and as a result of the work of the evaluation committee, the work of the evaluation committee yielded 2 results. In option 1, there was a clear number 1 ranked proposer. That clear number 1 ranked proposer was the Boucher Brother proposal. It was unanimous. And in the option 2 category, there was the evaluation committee had a tie. That tie consisted of 2 proposers, the Boucher Brother proposal and the proposal by the group. The details of that evaluation and the details of each of the options, I will ask our procurement director to outline for you in greater detail. I will tell you that the recommendation before you is a recommendation that came about as a result of a review of the evaluation process, a review of the documents, a review of the financial proposals, a review of all of the goals as addressed and outlined by this commission in terms of what the vision was for that particular property. And as a result of that, the administration, I have recommended to you the selection of option 1 as opposed to consideration of an option 2. And the recommendation is very specific to the number 1 ranked proposer as a result of that process, who are the Boucher brothers. In attachment B, you have a comparison matrix that gives you a great amount of detail about each of the proposals and the different qualifications and requirements that were in the RFP. They were each category was assigned points, and that criteria and that evaluation can be reviewed by the public. It's all available in the public record. The evaluation process was actually a very public process. And again, I would ask that Alex walk you through the specifics of the recommended proposal.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I was going to share a brief presentation, but I think the manager covered almost.
You can take us through what you want to.
Yeah, so I'm going to point out a couple of things. There was a concern that the RFP was not on the street for a very long day.
Alex, could you skip a couple slides?
Yep, absolutely.
Go back.
I'm going to go to this slide.
I'd rather you not skip them because I think some people can see it Is this, PJ, is this something the public can see online? Absolutely. Yeah, when you start at the beginning of your presentation, all right? So just make it clear.
All right, so, if you recall, on May 17th, the commission approved a resolution authorizing administration to prepare and issue the RFP. The resolution had three very important points. It was to allow bidders to submit up to 2 proposal alternates. There was a 30-year maximum of the agreement, and there was a minimum requirement that bidders had to have similar prior experience. The RFP allowed 2 proposal options. Option 1 was for a term of up to 10 years, or just shy of 10 years. Option 2 was a term equal to 10 years or more, but not more than 30. We received 3 proposals for option 1, Boucher Brothers, Tao Group, and the Group US Management. For option 2, which is the 30-year term, we received 4 proposals, Boucher, RH, Tao, and the Group. Again, there was minimum eligibility. They all met, all 4 proposals met the minimum eligibility. There was very detailed evaluation criteria in the RFP, qualifications, programming and scope, design and timeline, public benefit, and the financial proposal. This is a very high-level summary of option 1. There is a detailed spreadsheet in your proposal. In short, as far as concept, for option 1, all 3 proposers pretty much proposed a beach club with various amenities, restaurants, lounge areas. Some had pools, and children's areas. The design and timeline, they all proposed renovating the facility, not demolishing and building a new facility. And the timelines were somewhere between 6 and 13 months. There was various public benefits proposed by each. They all had a different variety of public benefits, but they all proposed resident discounts. As far as the financial proposal, the Boucher proposal proposed $4 million, or 10% of gross, with a $4 million minimum annually. The Group US Management proposed $2 million a year, and the Tao Group proposed $2.5 million. They all had a rent abatement during construction or renovation. This is the ranking from the committee. It was very unanimous. The committee was across the board in agreement with number 1, number 2, and number 3. The unanimous first place was Boucher. Group US Management was second place unanimous, and Tao Group Hospitality was third place unanimous. What happened, guys? PJ?
While he's reloading that, just who was on the selection committee?
The selection committee was, I have it here. Was, okay.
All right, you can come back to
Was
that.
our co-director Hernan Cardenio, Jose Del Risco from our Parks Department, Jason Green, our Chief Financial Officer and resident of the area, Keith Marks, who is the president of SOFNA, and Elizabeth Moreau, who is the Director of Facilities.
Okay, keep going, I just was filling in.
All right, for option 2, there was a little more variety in what was presented. Boucher proposed the same as option 1, the restaurants, wellness spa, pool, children's corner, and the beach areas. The Group US Management proposed the same as their option 1. Really, the variety, the real variation was in the proposal from RH that proposed demolishing the building and putting in its place a hotel, a design studio / furniture, where they sell their furniture. A parking structure, which none of the others had proposed, and then a sculpture garden, some public areas, restaurants, and a beach club. As far as the design, the Boucher Group proposed the first 3 proposed renovations. The RH and the Group proposed demolishing the existing facility and creating different structures. The Group's proposal included very similar beach club to its 10-year proposal, but it also included a performance space on the 3rd floor. And RH it was also a demolition and a new building that included the amenities I just mentioned. Public benefits, again, there were all a variety, a menu of public benefits. The first three proposed resident discounts. RH proposed a sort of membership structure that we would have to iron out in negotiations. The financial proposal, Boucher, was a continuation of the $4 million per year. The group was also the continuation of $3 million per year with a 10% escalation. Tau Group was the same as their option one, and RH proposed $7 million per year starting in year 2. They also proposed some upfront payments. The option 2 rankings were a little more varied than the option 1 rankings. First place was tied between Boucher and the U.S. Group Management. The third place was unanimous Tau, and fourth place was unanimous RH. The committee was consistent with the third and fourth place. They flopped a little bit with the first place. As far as financial considerations for option 1, Boucher is proposing 10% of gross revenue with a $41 million minimum annual guarantee. And, I'm sorry.
41 million over 10 years.
41 million over 10 years,
Not
yes.
annual. We would like annual.
Did I say annual?
You said annual.
Will they do annual?
We wouldn't be here if that was the case.
And then option 2, I'm going to concentrate on the group. The group is proposing $150 million total rent for option 2. Really, the consideration came down to, do you want to lease the facility for 10 years for $30 million, or do you want to lease the facility for 30 years for $45 million? And the recommendation was that the 10-year option was financially a better deal, and that it wouldn't tie up the property for the 30 years. So I just went through that, and we are happy to take any questions.
Okay, before I'm gonna give everybody a chance to speak. We're gonna go left to right across the board. But before we do, are there any questions, not comments? Anyone have a question of these guys or the manager?
Question.
Commissioner Minor, you're recognized for a question.
So I'll have to hold back on the comments, but the question, if it's more than 10 years, would it need voter referendum?
It will.
I can answer that,
Yeah.
and it would depend on whether it's a lease agreement or a concession agreement that that the proposer, if they require either a lease or a concession agreement. Specifically, if there's a lease agreement that's more than 10 years, then our city charter would require a citywide voter referendum. And if it's a lease agreement that's less than 10 years, under the county charter, because this property was what was once many decades ago used as Pier Park, then as a neighborhood park, then it would require approval by a majority of the voters in the voting districts within 1 mile of the property. So that's if it's a lease agreement. If it's a concession agreement, then there is no voter referendum requirement under our city charter or under the county charter. There are very key differences between a lease and a concession agreement that explain that. And so if it's a concession agreement that is more than 10 years, our charter requires planning board approval and a 6/7 city commission vote. If it's a concession agreement less than 10 years, it would just be a majority vote.
All right.
Which is the current proposal.
The option that the manager has recommended is option 1, which is less than 10 years. And I don't believe the proposers have advised us whether they prefer a lease or a concession agreement. But if it's a concession agreement, then that final agreement that comes back to you will be just on a majority vote.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson.
For, you want me to comment?
Oh, yeah, I'm done with questions unless you have
Okay.
questions. I didn't.
No.
No, let's do comments.
So you can make me go first. That's okay. I'm happy
Well,
to.
I often go that way first. But
That's fine. I do actually have a couple of questions, so I'll do my questions and then comment. And then, Alina, remind me, how many days did we have Because I know originally I proposed, and then when we did the RFP, I said I offered up a 15-day cushion or something like that. So how many days was the RFP out on the street and
79.
where
79.
people could? How many?
A
79.
total of 79
79.
days. Commissioner, if you'd like, I can go through the deadlines that were outlined in the RFP.
No, that's okay. 79 days. So, you know, when we first, we've actually spent a lot of time on this issue because it was in the Finance Committee for more than a month or two, and we certainly had a lot of discussion there. Let me just say that I've gotten, because I counted, because some of the comments that I heard today bothered me a little bit about things that people said that happened that didn't really happen. And so I'm going to try to put some of that on the record. First of all, I noticed somebody earlier today said that the RH would give us more money than the 10-year Boucher. Guess what? It's 3 times as long in duration, so that would be true, but you can't compare apples to oranges. So, you know, I feel like when we decided, and if you remember, I'm the guy that wrote the resolution offering up that we should go out for a competitive procurement. And I remember spending the weekend and killing your weekend as well, asking legal to help me draft a proposal. And let me just say, the reason I offered up a 10 versus a 30, and I remember Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, you and I were in agreement early on that we don't want to sell this property. I absolutely don't want to sell the property. But I really don't want to encumber the property for a long period of time because, and I'm not going to go back and second guess what a commission did 37 years ago when that neighborhood looked very different. But in hindsight, it was wrong to tie up that property for 40 years, and the last 17 years in a non-competitive, a no-bid contract to the current vendor. So the reason that I offered up for you all to consider 10 versus 30 is because I never wanted 30, but I was afraid, what happens if nobody bids on a 10-year contract? Then we have nothing. So I said, well, let me offer up both. But now that we have both 10, and we had 3 responses on 10 and 4 on 30. Now that we know we have 3 bids, I will never support a 30-year option at this point. Because we know that we have a financially viable 10-year option. And also, I'm troubled by comments saying it was rushed, that we didn't leave it open long enough. And that's why I asked you, Manager Hudak, you said 79 days. And I think the RFP for the convention center and the hotel were both less than 79 days, but correct me if I'm wrong. Am I wrong on that?
I believe they were. I don't know the exact dates. I don't know if Alex has those, but I believe they were much shorter timeframes.
Yeah, so typically 45 days or 60 days is.
Thank you.
Is it, do you know?
I have that. The Convention Center Hotel was on the street for 38 days.
38?
I'm sorry, not the hotel, the Convention Center itself.
38 days.
Yeah, this building was on the street for 38 days. The hotel was on the street for 28 days.
28 days. 38 days and 28 days, but we left this on for 79 days, but people come and say it's rushed. No, it wasn't rushed. It wasn't rushed. The other thing that I find remarkable is, and then I also remember in my resolution putting a requirement to have a meeting, and anyone who wants to bid to have a meeting, because I thought that we should get an idea of how many people might be interested. So 83 people looked at the RFP, 34 people came to the first meeting, 10 individuals came to the second meeting, and then we had 4 offer wars on the 30-year and 3. Alina, do I have those numbers right? Because I don't want to mess them up.
You do, Commissioner.
Okay, so, and the reason those numbers dropped is 83 people read the RFP and they probably realized how difficult it was. So only 34 of those 83 showed up for the meeting, and then after that first meeting, they probably thought, wow, this is going to be really difficult. So only 10 people continued the process. And then we had 3 and 4, and we would have had 5, by the way, but the current operator missed the deadline. And I want to speak to that too, because I'm getting some comments about it wasn't fair that they don't get to participate. So you all know that I've been doing procurement my whole career. I was a Pentagon auditor, and then later on as an expert witness in procurement and forensic work. I've been an expert witness on more than 20 bid protest cases. What you learn in procurement school on day one is if you don't get your bid in on time, you're not considered. That's really procurement 101, the lowest responsive bidder. You cannot be considered legally responsive if you do not submit your proposal on time. That's a condition of being responsive, is getting it in on time. So now what I'm seeing some people say, well, nobody wants this. Well, I don't know about you all, but I counted the emails a few hours ago, or I asked Louis to do that for me. I've gotten 20 emails in total. We live in a city of, 90,000 people, and I've gotten 20 emails, and I got 2 phone calls. I haven't gotten 100 phone calls. I've gotten 2. It does seem that the people that want a deferral are supporting either the current operator or RH, which is the 4th ranked of the 30-year option, which I find remarkable that if you're ranked 4th, even if number 1 doesn't get it, you'd go to number 2, and number 2 would go to 3, and then you'd get the 4. So I just find that whole thing very, very strange. So, with these things, I really have been very quiet and waited for a recommendation from the administration. I know in my heart this was a fair process. It was objective. And at the end of the day, the city administration has recommended an operator that we know has been in our community and been a responsible operator for many, many years. And so I am very supportive of the administration's recommendation. Again, I'm not going to vote for anything that is on the 30-year side because I don't want to encumber the property. Now that I know that there are 3 responsive offers on the less than 10 years, because I just don't want to tie up the property for a longer period of time at this point. So with that, I'm very supportive. I appreciate all of the work that has been done by the city administration to make this a very transparent process, a fair process. And with that, I'm going to move the item as recommended.
No, it's fine. So I too received a lot of different emails requesting more time, given that the property's expiration date isn't until 2026. And the Boucher brothers have a terrific track record with our city, and they've really done a great job throughout. But I do want to be supportive of the residents that wanted more time, and so I won't vote on it today, but I would suggest a deferral to the next meeting, and then take the vote after there's been more time from the community to digest the offer.
I seconded the motion. I've looked at the proposals, and the comments out there that this was somehow rushed, or the fix was in. I mean, look, the facts are that this has been bandied about, because I was the original sponsor since about this time last year when we first started discussing it. So this has been in the ether for well over a year, and we ultimately issued a well-publicized RFP, and took a lot of unfair criticism from the current vendor, who despite having been in this community, I believe 38 years at the current site, I think almost all of us, I heard testimony in previous meetings, none of us actually know them. I believe Mayor, you yourself as mayor have never even met them. I think even Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez had said she had never met them. So it's just kind of weird that all of a sudden, you know, now that their renewal might be in jeopardy, now all of a sudden they want to get active. And then the irony of ironies is they didn't even get their bid in on time to formally allow us to consider any new ideas they would have, despite creating a lot of unnecessary angst and controversy over this. Okay, so that said, if you look at the proposals, I didn't know how this was going to shake out. I didn't know how many responses we were going to get. You know, kudos to the procurement team. Well-deserved recognition earlier today for your outstanding work. I think we got some really compelling, world-class responses. So again, kudos to you. I imagine that evaluation was not easy because these are some of the best offers of any city property that I've seen since I've been here. So I know it wasn't easy to pick. You know, I know looking at the Restoration Hardware proposal in particular was really compelling and interesting. I think they had really good ideas. You know, the Tao Group, I think, does some outstanding projects in Las Vegas and in New York and other places. But, you know, I think the fact that the recommendation to go with the Boucher Major Food Group, Raymond Jungles Consortium is appropriate for our city because I think it combines a local vendor who has worked hand-in-hand with the city for over 30 years, so has a demonstrable track record versus an outside company that would be new to our community, that's publicly traded and, you know, will, you know, ebb and flow with the vagaries of the market, combined with, for sure, one of the leading restaurant hospitality groups operating now in the nation and taking a very active role in investing in our city, not just in Miami Beach, but across the Bay. They're clearly here to stay, and I think at least a couple of the owners of that group are Miami Beach residents. And then, of course, you know, Raymond Jungles, you know, needs no introduction to the outstanding work they've done in our community. So I think you marry some world-class operators, which bring their own unique competitive advantages to the consortium, and you know the local flavor for it. I think it's a really compelling group who have made a very compelling financial offer. It's $4 million guaranteed. Is that correct?
It's 10% of gross sales, $4 million guaranteed. So it could be higher than $4 million.
Yeah,
With a 3% escalation.
Yeah, and you know, there was a comment made by the public earlier that, you know, it was just, you know, 10% of gross. That's not true. They're going to commit to a minimum guarantee of $4 million, which by my math, I believe Penrod's right now is paying ballpark about $1 million a year.
That's correct.
Yeah, so 4 million is more than 1 million.
Yeah.
So the community is going to end up in a much better place financially with an enhanced property, you know, in terms of beautification, with, you know, more robust amenities that serve a broader segment of the population and not just folks that want to go have a buffet and sit on day beds all day, but something that's good for everybody, locals and visitors, children, families, and guests who, you know, want to have a little bit fancier dining experience. So I think the package is compelling, and we are ending up where I hoped and envisioned us ending up, which is a very compelling offer for our residents and our visitors to enjoy, and we're getting it, you know, down on the books now versus waiting 3 years for, you know, some procurement process that at that time, you know, might take years to roll out, and who knows what the economy looks like then. So I think, you know, having the certainty that we've got some world-class operators who want to invest in our community now, with I think a really compelling financial offer, and something that I think is going to be beautiful, with, you know, I think really impeccable resumes and track records working in our city versus someone coming from the outside. I think this is a no-brainer, and I'm proud to support this today.
this just comes, to me, it's all about process. To me, actually, this is a textbook case of if we had done the process right from the beginning, I don't think we would be in this position right now. So that's why I'm not even getting into whether it's a good result, bad result. I just want to briefly go over the process because I've been very consistent in voting no to these no bids because, and I know we open it up for bid, but the reason why is because one, it's not a good look. Government already, people question us, our credibility, and I think we just have to be so above board in everything we do. So we give that level of confidence to our residents that we're doing things the right way. And secondly, economically, if we don't put out things out to bid, the market is not giving you the ideas and the best terms you can possibly get. So what happened here? I think we started off, I believe, and I said this at the time, we started off on the wrong foot. We had an exclusive 30-day window that we were offering to the Boucher brothers. And I actually pulled it from the consent agenda. It would have passed without even a discussion. I voted no, and there was one other vote no, so it was 5-2. But interesting what happened afterwards. There was such an outcry from our residents and some negative media attention that the only time I can remember something like this happening, it actually, the winner of the vote can bring it back, and our commission voted again to open it up to the bid, which was the right result. But already we were off on the wrong foot. People were upset, our residents were upset, they were questioning it, and ultimately it really just soured the process, which we didn't have to be there. It didn't have to happen this way. And you're never gonna get everyone to buy in, this is a premier property, but I don't think we'd be in this situation right now if we had done it correct the first time. So then we opened it up for bid. I thought we should have it open longer. I'm not sure of the comps for the hotel and and I'm not sure it's the greatest comps because I think I wasn't a commissioner then, but I understand my recollection was that people were upset about that shortened time frame. But I don't think that's really the issue. It really goes back to that initial opening salvo, and we just have to be so above board. So it just kind of tainted the process in my mind, and I'm not even getting into whether, I have faith in the evaluation committee. I think you guys, try your best to come up with the best result, but I can't support something that, to beginning with, wasn't the way we should go. So that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, where are you at?
PJ, can you put up my graphic, please, that I gave you earlier today? I have to make a disclosure and a revelation right now that I really do with a heavy heart.
Oh, please, come on, this is not appropriate. Listen.
When you look at this,
Hold on,
excuse me,
Commissioner.
it is my turn to speak,
Except
and I
you're-
get to say whatever I want.
No, you
Stearns,
don't.
Weaver, Miller, Weisler, Adaloff, and Sitterson, that is the firm that represents Penrod's. That is the firm that is suing the city.
This is very
We're in
inappropriate.
campaign
No,
season. Wait.
Commissioner,
We are
I'm sorry.
you are not allowed to, everybody else got the
No,
opportunity
no,
to talk,
by
and
the way,
I deserve the same
I'm on your side on
opportunity.
this, but this isn't a.
Commissioner
Robert's
Minor,
rules don't
from the
allow
very,
you-
from the
you
very
cannot
beginning
assault
of this
another commissioner.
process, from the very beginning of the
Okay,
entire process, Commissioner Minor grandstanded on this. He caused a huge scandal.
All right,
This was a
listen,
very
guys,
expensive property.
That's it.
And
I'm
it's
sorry.
come to my
Commissioner,
attention.
I'm gonna stop the meeting because Robert's
okay.
rule says you cannot address somebody specifically. You cannot do that. That's against the rules. So
But I
if you.
also want the ability to respond to
Of
that.
course, because
Yes,
that's what
we need
happens
the
in this
ability,
process.
I would
So,
like to, that's why I'm
so-
bringing this up, because
so
I think it's
I'm
very
just-
germane
I'm
to this
admonishing
conversation.
You cannot, no, please, Commissioner Minor, please. Robert's rule says it is absolutely a violation to specifically go at another member by name or certainly by putting something up that if you want to talk about the issues, do so. But you cannot personally go after someone. That's just the way this process works. Now Commissioner Minor is going to want to respond, and we're all going to watch a food fight. And that's why Robert's rule says that. So I'm the presiding officer, and I'm telling you, you cannot address another commissioner by name, and certainly you can't do something to
Okay,
impugn
well, I'm
him
not going to
on-
mention any names moving forward,
and-
but I am
and
going
you
to
cannot
talk about what
impugn
has
another
happened.
commissioner.
Okay.
Okay?
So, there have been a lot of incendiary emails that have gone out to the electorate. We've been accused of tainting a process when all the while what was really happening was fundraising behind the scenes. We put out a bid, and you're right, I was on this commission when the convention center was put out, and that was very, very quick. I remember when the convention center hotel bid. At one point, we even had a bid process for a train. that was very quick, like $1 billion train. So this has been several months in the making. I don't necessarily like that this item is on this agenda right now, but that said, there were several things that were very important to me when I thought about this property. Number one, I did not want a long-term lease, like the 30-year lease. Number two, I did not want a large building constructed on the property. I never would have thought that this would have become politicized the way that it was. But once we put this out to bid, everybody was talking about money, and there were candidates, and there were forums, and there were emails. So the entire so in some ways, this became a real circus. And I want to get back right now to what I initially liked, which was when One Ocean came to speak to us today and said that they don't want to see the property built. And this option, the Boucher option, allows us to keep the same building that we currently have, renovating it, and I like that. There was a young girl, 26 years old, from Miami Beach today who said, I want to be able to go and have a fun time and have a discounted chair on the beach. And she deserves that. And that's something else that this provides. It provides resident discounts, it provides access. It opens up something that wasn't necessarily open before. The public benefit, I think, and the amount of rent that we're getting over the next 10 years is a really good deal. It's a very good deal at 10% of gross profits. My only hesitation and what I would like to add to this is a buyout clause after year 5, meaning that if we came and we got a better, like, if it became a nuisance or something happened, or let's say that the city was in financial peril and we had to sell the property, that we would be able to pay them out for whatever monies they had put into this deal minus depreciation and income. So if we add a buyout clause to this, because what I don't want to see is some sort of like extension to the concession agreement and then, you know, some sort of development of the property. I want the Bouchers to do what they do the best out of anybody, and that is run a beach. And run a beach that's accessible to everyone. I know that this SOFNA and the South of Fifth Neighborhood Association was very excited about having an extra police substation. It's very expensive to fund police, and the fact that this proposal includes that is something that I fully support. So I am supportive of this today. And I'm sorry that, that this became part of people's campaigns and about fundraising instead of about
I get to you.
guarding a property and doing the right thing.
Commissioner, you're briefly recognized, Commissioner Minor. We're going to continue then to Commissioner Fernandez.
So it's a public record that I was vehemently opposed to this bid back in April. That was when the meeting was, April of 2023. It's a public record, you can pull the records, you can pull the meeting. Then in May, when it came back, after the commission overturned its vote, when did Stearns Weaver become, and I will tell you, I didn't even know, somebody actually forwarded me a tweet that was sent today, similar to, I mean, it was from Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. She sent the tweet with that flyer. And somebody sent it to me, and actually, my reaction was, I didn't even know Stearns Weaver represents them. But even so I never even knew that. But even so, when did Stearns Weaver take over the representation?
I believe, Commissioner, that after the city prevailed and we got their 14-count complaint dismissed in its entirety in state court, then they changed counsel and Stearns Weaver filed a notice of appearance. Whether they were representing the Penrods before that, I don't have other information other than when they filed their notice of appearance.
Well, I didn't even know till today that they represented them. But secondly, I was told, I don't know if this is true, but somebody who texted me, who seemed to know what they were talking about, said that it was August 14th. So again, I'm on public record as saying back in April and then back in May. So, and I don't even know the Penrods. I said publicly before, I met them once briefly at a South of Fifth Neighborhood Association. I talked to them for about a minute, months and months ago. I've been an honest, trusted servant, whether you believe that. Anybody who's watched me for 4 years, and this is why people don't want to get into public service. Somebody said that before. This is really why. You give your guts and tears. I wake up 5 o'clock every morning to answer 2 hours worth of emails. I play the game right. I play it fair. I play it honest. And this is why good people don't want to get involved. It's really going to be a problem. We only have 6 people running for commissioner. We usually have 4 or 5. And you know why? Because people told me, I don't want to get mudslung. I don't want to have it. I don't want it. Sorry, it's really, it's gotten out of control, and you try to make good decisions, you try to help the residents of our city, and you just get blasted constantly. It's not good, it's not healthy for our city. And I have nothing against the Boucher brothers. They're a good vendor. They've been good, and I even said, this has nothing to do with them. It just has to do with the beginning of the process. To me, it was tainted from the beginning, and it doesn't take away. I'm sure if they get the contract and they get the votes, that we'll have a great facility. I have no issues with that. But I'm really trying to get our city, and I've been trying this for 4 years, and I've been consistent. This wasn't the first time. I've done it every time for 4 years. Nobody usually notices because most of the issues aren't that as high profile. So people don't even notice my votes that are against these no bids. This one happened to be more high profile, so it got a little bit more attention. But to me, I'm just trying to get to a place where our city gets to that point, because I think we could have saved ourselves, again, a lot of heartache had we done it from the beginning.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, our citizens are watching, and they deserve from us as their public servants a heightened level of civility and professionalism. And discussions, agreements and disagreements based on factual material, based on objective material, based on the presentations we have before us, based on the professional recommendations, and never should succumb to attacks like what we just witnessed, and or attacks even the ones we've experienced as a city commission throughout this process as well, specifically by Nikki Beach, by the way, who has also attacked all of our integrities and talk about reasons why people don't want to run for public office. You know, but right now, I want to speak to our community, because One Ocean Drive, this Nikki Beach property, stands as an invaluable asset within our community, and is collectively owned by the community, by the taxpayers of Miami Beach. And to me, it's imperative that no private entity perceives entitlement to this treasure that belongs to our taxpayers. And I've taken the time, the hours, to diligently review the presentations selected, the presentations submitted to the selection committee by the entities that responded to the RFP. And some were truly spectacular, like that submitted by the Boucher brothers, while others frankly failed to impress and didn't live up to the expectation one may have perceived for their brand. And I truly believe that any objective review would concur that the findings of the selection committee were correct. Anyone who reviews the presentations, the comments, the visuals, the financials, they would concur with the selection committee, because simply, I do believe that the top-ranked proponent was simply remarkable and was indeed coupled with an impressive with an impressive comprehensive public benefits package. And I believe that they unequivocally won their position as the top choice within the committee's evaluation. I think that is indisputable. And I sat through the many hours of reviewing each one of these presentations. And I have to tell you, the one that I thought, that I would have thought would have been most impressive was actually, in my humble opinion, the least impressive. It's worth noting also that the actions taken by the current operator to obstruct the competitive process were overturned by the court. And their intent to stop competition was truly egregious. And that to me, that sense of entitlement to the public property, to the taxpayers' property, how dare they? And how dare they feel so entitled? Shame on Nikki Beach for feeling so entitled to the taxpayers' property that they first would approach the city to seek a waiver so that they could continue operating, and then challenge us when we try to engage in a competitive process. I have to also say that I voted against when the item was brought to negotiate only with one party. I voted against that because I didn't feel that that was right. And I believe that that's where we made the mistake in this process. That's where we made the mistake in this process. When this city commission discussed and was taking action to negotiate only with one party. And that action at the very beginning eroded a little bit the public's trust in us. And for me, that is my biggest responsibility, my biggest duty, my biggest oath is to the trust of those who have entrusted me with public office, with those who have entrusted me to be a good steward of their assets, including the assets and the properties owned by the city of Miami Beach. And as we deliberate today the future of the site, I think we have to be mindful of that. This lease doesn't expire for 3 years. I think, given that we're dealing with one of our best assets, most valuable assets, I think we need to think about the public's trust. I think we need to think about proceeding with maybe not as quickly to make sure that the community feels comfortable with how we're handling the future of their property. Make sure that they feel, that the community feels, that those who we feel that we're fostering a truly transparent process, a process that engages the community, a process that I believe should re-earn their trust in the work that we're doing, because we have a tremendous opportunity before us. Tremendous opportunity before us, recommended by a selection committee that's earned the professional recommendation of our city manager through a 10-year option. But what we have not regained, I believe, is the public's trust in this process. And that's why I believe that not moving as quickly today is our best option. I think we need to make sure that, above all else, putting aside financials, and yes, their financials are great. And in terms of lease, they're giving us the best guarantee compared to all the others. And the percentage of revenues, they're giving us the best percentage of revenues compared to all the others. And in terms of public benefits, they're giving us the best. And it's clearly, there is tremendous value to engaging with a partner that has decades-long relationship with our city, that lives in our community, that understands what our community wants there and what our community doesn't want there, and the challenges of our community, because they're stepping up to the plate to address that. But I just don't think that the timing right now is right, because we, not them, but we made a mistake at the very beginning of this process, in my humble opinion. And this is just solely my opinion, and we can agree or disagree. But I feel when we moved to negotiate at the very beginning with one party, and I didn't agree with it and I voted against it, I feel that we lost public trust a little bit in this process that we haven't been able to fully regain. And I will only feel completely comfortable moving forward with this once we have the public trust back on our side, because that's who are we representing? That's who we're ultimately representing, the public who elected us to sit in these chairs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson, you wanted to speak briefly?
Yeah, so because I want to, since I'm the finance guy, I want to circle back and talk with my colleague, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, because it seems like she's added a condition for her support. So I'm the numbers guy, the budget guy. So Alina, how much was the Boucher Brothers, their investment? It was over 20 million, if memory serves me?
The investment for improvements, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Specifically, it was over $26 million. I believe 26,226,920. Somebody correct me if
That's
I'm wrong.
correct.
Yeah, so, first of all, I kind of feel like we're taking care of the short term by having 10 years versus 30. So, my concern is, with $26 million, it's a very significant investment, even if you consider some depreciation. To buy out would be a very big number. But if that's what it takes to get your support, then maybe we go where we did with the waste hauler. You're at 5 years. Maybe you could go to 7 or 7.5 or 8, because the depreciation is going to be somewhat. But I would not want to see the city have to pay out over $20 million to buy out the last 5 years. So I'll let you react to that in a minute. And then I want to speak to this idea of no bid contracts and consistency and everything. And I'm going to do that without mentioning anyone's name. Okay?
Thank you.
We have in this city, since I got elected in 2019, done some no bid stuff. That was unanimous. So in April of 2020, it was unanimously approved by the commission, unanimously, all 7 of us sitting at the time, that we would give a no bid permit arrangement to a company called MedRite to do testing in one of our parking lots. So we have a public parking lot, and we allowed them to use that parking lot for commercial purposes because they made money on that. They made money on that, and we didn't get a share of the revenue. We didn't get any participation. So they made money. I don't know how much it was. I'm told well over $1 million, $2 million. And we didn't put that out to bid. So the question is, why didn't we, at that time, let all the clinics who wanted to bid on that step up and bid on it? But we did a sole source and let one clinic that's located on 41st Street in Mid-Beach get a sole source, and that was unanimous. So it has been done before. So it's, bothers me that when we say we've never done that or it's consistent and everything. So I want to put that on the record. And then I'd like to hear from my colleague, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, to see, as the budget guy, what are we going to do about this, if you'll recognize her, Mayor.
Okay, hold on. Before I go to Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, Commissioner Minor had asked to speak, and then I'll go to Commissioner.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Minor, you're ready.
It's funny, no good deed goes unpunished, so that that no bid that Commissioner Richardson referred to, we were actually one of the first cities in the United States to bring public testing to its residents. That is an incredible feat. And by the way, Jimmy Morales was the city manager at the time. He handled that. There was someone who had approached me, and I actually introduced him, but ultimately it was his call and his decision as to who can offer the services. And I know there was no time to put out an official bid, but I know Jimmy was actually reaching out, and others in the city management at the time were reaching out to try to find who can do this. And ultimately, it was the city manager's decision, and I supported it. I supported it because we actually offered a service to our residents almost before any city in the United States that they can get tested right here in Miami Beach. So, sounds like a good thing to me.
One at a time. Commissioner Gonzalez, you're up.
It's interesting how certain events qualify for no bid and certain ones don't. Certain events qualify for certain processes and other ones don't. The buyout clause. This buyout clause is in the case of emergency because it's a very expensive property. I don't think anybody is looking, once we award this, what we really want is something that the residents asked for, which is why you won the bid, and which is that tremendous public benefit, beach discount, the police officers, there's programs for kids, which is like a community center involved. That's what people wanted. But the buyout clause is a protection. And in order for me to move forward today, I need to know that at any time, if in the future, if we needed to, for financial circumstances, we could exit and pay them out. And I know that 20 million sounds like a large number, but Commissioner Richardson, what if we were in terrible dire straits and we had to sell that property for $300 million, then 26 million wouldn't look like such a big deal, right? What we want is we just want to be able to exit. I've seen us get into poor contracts in the past. We had this with the marina. We couldn't twist our way out of it. Even now, right now on Ocean Terrace with some of the stuff that we're saying, we're in a contract where we really can't, we can't ask them to do anything. They can cure, and we have no recourse. So I can't allow that to happen again. So what I would say is let the legal team, before this comes back, negotiate a buyout clause that they will present to us on the second reading. And I think that protects the property. I think that protects the city's interest. I think this is a short-term lease. I think that a lot of people don't want a big building there, and we've had a lot of fancy proposals come in, but that is really not what the community wanted. So, Commissioner Fernandez, I understand your questions about process. I wish you would have been so hooked on process earlier today with the Perez home, but that's okay.
Okay, come on.
Mr. Mayor,
What-
since my name was invoked, could I respond?
Guys, can I say something? Let me just, I'm gonna recognize.
Well, if we're going to talk about process, then we have to be,
No, Commissioner,
then we have to be right about the process.
Commissioner,
Okay.
it's 9:30, and as happy as I am to stay here as late as possible.
Okay, well,
every
I'm
time-
sorry.
No, every
I
time you reference
apologize.
someone's name,
Okay.
we go into a rabbit hole for a while. So if we could just resist that impulse, it would be terrific.
Well, it's
Okay,
kind of
now-
a double standard because I feel like, I've been mentioned in the past so many times and you never, ever, ever shut anyone down.
Well,
But if I do anything, I get immediately shut down. It's
Okay.
another double standard
Actually, I
by
shut-
Mayor Gelber, but I'm not supposed to mention you, so I won't.
Commissioner,
Okay.
earlier today, I actually was pretty critical to a group that was actually yelling at you because I wanted you to have the floor, and I respect everyone's right to the floor. Commissioner Richardson, let's make it brief.
Yeah, so let's bring it around, because, there won't be a second reading. This is a resolution, but it will come back for a
Will come back
contract.
for the final, that's what I meant,
And
the
so,
final.
if it has the 4 votes today, I would agree with you that let legal work and come up with a term. I don't think it should be less than 5 years. And also, I'll say on the record, I don't think that property's worth $300 million, given what other properties have sold for. But I get your point that if we need it for sustainability and the city needs to raise a couple $100 million, I get that point. So let legal negotiate with the offeror, and it'll come back on, if it passes today, it'll come back on October 18th for final approval of a contract. So, and that's a challenge. And I'm gonna say to this, for the people that wanna delay it, and I can't mention you by name, can I, Commissioner Fernandez? But when you say, but let me say that I don't wanna delay it, and here's why. I heard this in my finance committee along with my colleagues, and I'm heavily invested in this process, and I'm gonna be leaving, and you know what, honestly, I wanna be able to say this was one of my accomplishments, that we enhanced the offering of that property. And so, because somebody said to me over the weekend that I shouldn't get to vote because I'm leaving. And I reminded them that I actually got elected. Yeah, I got elected. And you know what? I get to vote until, I think it's going to be November 28, around 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. So we're not lame ducks because we actually get to vote.
November 28th.
Well, maybe you know something, but I think there may be a runoff, and so I think we may have the swearing in on the 28th is what I've been told to put on my
I'm
calendar.
really wondering, is he?
But I don't know, it could be earlier. But I get to vote until the last day that I'm here as an elected official. And so I want to be part of this process, and I think it's fair that I get to vote.
Mr.
I've
Mayor?
been heavily invested
I'm gonna get to you.
in this process, and at the end of the day, I want to be able to say to everybody, you know what, I served 4 years in Miami Beach as a commissioner, and if I did nothing else, I improved what's there on One Ocean. And I want to be able to say that.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, what do you want to say?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, Mr. Clerk, there was a motion made by Commissioner Dominguez to defer the item. Was there a second on that motion?
I did not, if you want.
No. So I've never expressed an interest to delay this vote. We're here today, and I haven't mentioned a delay on this vote. So just, I want my colleague who's worked hard on this item, I'm ready to vote on this today, and to vote what I believe to be the right vote on this today.
I'll call a question then.
Well,
Oh, it's all right, we're not going to vote. We can call the question.
thank you. Regarding
Okay, I withdraw that.
regarding processes, and again, I just bring this up for matters of consistency, processes. On the other item, we were just speaking of probably an hour ago. It was brought up, buy the property and make it part of the park. My colleague mentioned that. And that's fine. Let's buy the property and make it a park. Let's ask the voters. Let's make this a park again. I'll make a motion. Let's send this to the voters. Let's ask the voters, should Pier Park go back to being just a park? No commercialization, no commercial uses on that park. You got my vote. If we say we're approving this, if we send it to the voters and the voters say, and we ask the voters, do you want to make Pier Park into a park again, into a green space for the public use where no one has to pay a single penny to be able to use the park as a public park should be? And if they say no, let's proceed with the lease. I'll be happy to support a motion today to say, let's approve this if our voters are asked at next year's elections if this should be a park, and they say no.
Okay.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, would you support that motion? Would you give the public first an option to decide whether this should be a green space, a park space, the way you were suggesting with the Perez House, that it should be converted back into a park?
I think that is opening the billionaire hornet's nest to allow millions of dollars to flow to different political candidates so that this will be sold or that this will be developed into some large building, which is why I'm ready to vote today to keep it a low scale, the same building that it is. This is a property that is invaluable to the city of Miami Beach. And that motion would be the worst thing, because we have seen all sorts of grandstanding campaign from the Penrods with this lawsuit filed by Stearns Weaver. That was a very hostile lawsuit. I've seen my colleague grandstanding about ethics when he's fundraising with a lawsuit. I mean, this entire process, I did not mention any names. I just said a colleague.
Can I
Okay, or a
respond?
candidate. Wait. Please let me finish my thought. I have seen other candidates as well holding forums. I'm sure that there is a lot of money exchanging hands. And I think that that proposal, that Europe actually does the opposite of saving that property. I think that really opens that property up to getting snatched up by whoever has the most money. And that's not what this community is about. This community is about making sure that there is not a high-rise property there, that this property is not sold, that if we need this property at any point in time, we can get this property. And that's what we're doing today. We're saying we're keeping the same building. We're going with a group that respected the rules of the bid. And frankly, I have an admiration. I was happy that what I call our hometown boys, I was happy that the Boucher brothers won the bid, because I've observed them, and I've observed how they've mentored thousands of students and young kids from Beach High who are out there sweating on the beach. Their policies are akin to Disney World. They give they are such a great organization. I couldn't be happier that they won the bid, and I'm proud to vote for them today. And I think that this was a very fair process, and you have seen that we got several bids. And if it was not a fair process, and we've seen this in the past with some RFPs that are questionable, like the Barclay, where we got back one proposal and then a smooth operator showed up and offered us $300,000 for a property that's worth $17 million. And that is not the case here. We are getting top dollar. They're agreeing to a buyout clause. I mean, they have agreed to we're getting a tremendous public benefit. So I do not support that idea, because I think that that idea is a very dangerous idea in a Citizens United government.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could regain the floor, please. I
Guys,
yielded.
Yeah,
So,
listen,
Mr.
I'm
Mayor, we
going
called this
to
mayor
recognize
late in
you.
the day
I just
for
want to
meeting.
give one admonishment to everybody. Guys, we are spending so much time on these limbs. We have a procurement that's been recommended. We're going to have to vote on it. If you want to debate all the other options, we can do that until midnight. It's, I got nothing at home I want to go to. That's not crazy about the meal. But I think as we need to focus on this and voting on this. We can bring up other things, but we have an item that either you're for or against, and let's just figure that out. Commissioner Fernandez, what would you like to talk about?
Thank you. I think my colleague misrepresented what I was saying. I was saying, ask the voters that this should go back to being a park.
Okay.
Not a high-rise,
I
not putting it to sale to anyone else. Let's approve this, contingent on us going to the voters and asking the voters,
Okay,
should this go back to being a park or not? And that's what I was asking Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, just because, again, if we're gonna look at processes and compare the two, at the end of the day, this is park property. And so, at the other instance, you wanted to buy the house to make it part of the park, and you're calling me out about the process there. And so, here, let's ask the voters whether they want this to become a park or not. And if they don't want it to be a park, then we continue with the lease.
So do you want to have a debate about this for a while? I want to put a time limit on it. How long do you want?
I just want an answer from my
No, I mean,
colleague.
Commissioner, come on, finish. Commissioner Rosenthal, you recognize.
So I've been through several referendum campaigns, and you know who wins the referendum campaigns? The people with the most money. And the people with the most money in this bid are the billionaires like Restoration Hardware. So I'm not doing that. I'm not putting myself through fighting another campaign against large financial resources that I cannot compete with. I am perfectly happy keeping this very low scale with a simple renovation and a great public benefit. And I think that this is the best thing for our community. But, and that's where I stand on this.
Okay, I'd like to say something about it, because I haven't spoken, and we've talked about a lot of different things, and I want to tell you why I've supported. And I want to deal with some of the issues that have been raised. first of all, you know, the reason why we're doing this so early, a lot of the public have asked why it's not open, it's not up for a couple of years. Well, if we're going to change it, it takes a while to do all that. And if we wait till the lease is over and then we say, let's discuss it, it'll be a couple years before something happens to that property. So doing it now makes sense. It gives everybody an opportunity to know who's going to be in charge of the property and what's going to happen in a few years. So the current incumbents can figure out what they want to do, and the folks coming in can figure out what they want to do, and they have more than enough time to do it. So I think now is the right time to do it. You know, when I first started thinking about this, it was because actually the Nikki Beach people came to my office and they were seeking a no-bid extension of their contract. Now, by the way, I don't find that offensive. Smith & Walensky was the incumbent there. They wanted an extension of their contract. I didn't find it offensive. I only was a little bit offended when they then started criticizing anyone else who wanted a no bid. That just seemed to me a little bit situational and hypocritical. But I didn't find it offensive because sometimes there is a reason. I understand some of my colleagues don't want to do that, but sometimes there is a reason. The reason why it was originally, at least in my mind, why we thought about doing it is that the Boucher brothers actually have the lease, the existing lease for the beach. So if there was some kind of thing they would, and no one else does, by the way. So if there was something that could be done to use that existing contract with this, it might have been interesting to see. But I think people were right. I credit my colleague for saying, and a couple of other folks saying, let's not do that. And I think the commission pretty quickly reversed itself and said, let's just open this up and see what people have to say. So that's what we did. But I think people have to understand this process to understand why I am going to today, for exactly the reasons many people are saying we shouldn't do it, I am going to support the administration's recommendation. First, you have to understand, all the commission did in this case was agree and direct what the guide rails were for the RFP. That's what we did. We just decided this is what we're looking for. And we had absolutely nothing to do with the decision in any way. In our charter form of government, we don't do that for obvious reasons, which I'll get to in a moment. So we created a selection committee. It had a couple residents who also are city staff, but their job, they're skilled, they're experienced, they live, some of them live here, they've done this before, they can look at numbers, they can come up with judgments. They actually did the process. Now, I don't know if it was 60 days or 75 days. How many days was the contract actually where people could have a chance to do it?
79 days.
79 days. By the way, I think we did the Convention Center Hotel, which same way. How many days did they, or did we wait for bids in that? Was
28.
That 28. Okay, the state law tells you what you're supposed to do, and I think the lowest you can do is 28, and the most you can do is, you can do more than that if you want, I guess, but 78 days is not a small amount of days. It's 2.5 months for people to come up with ideas. And frankly, since we had been talking about this for so long, anybody who was interested probably knew they should put together a plan. So we put this out into the marketplace, and we got some very good proposals. So, you know, the first thing everybody has to understand is that no one on this table, no one, at least the elected officials, had anything to do with considering the specific proposals that were presented. In fact, I think today was the first time I learned who was on the committee. I didn't know who was on the committee. I heard he was on the committee. I was very happy because I know he still lives south of 5th? Yeah, he lives south of 5th, and he's our CFO, so that's terrific. But the point is, though, that we have absolutely zero involvement with the people that sit on that selection committee. Zero. We don't ask what's going on. We don't say, oh, what about this? And our city manager, who is decades of very credible and service filled with integrity, and I mean that, Madam Manager, she oversees the process because in our form of government, the manager is in charge of that, not us. And I'm going to get to that in a second because I think people are forgetting something. So we had nothing to do with it, absolutely nothing. Now, I got a lot of emails saying, well, let's let the Nikki Beach keep it. Listen, Nikki Beach missed the deadline. That's what happened. And our legal department, again, not us, said if you miss the deadline, you're out. That's just the rules. And none of us, I found out about it when the whole world found out about it, when they sent out an email saying, hey, they missed the deadline. I was shocked, by the way, really shocked. Now, some people said we should have let them in. By the way, if we let them in and we gave them another set of rules, I assure you all the other people who wanted this bid would sue us and say, how can you set up another set of rules for somebody who didn't follow when we followed the rules? Because they all would argue the same thing to us, which is we lost it because they were taking some of our votes. And of course they would be right, because you can't just suspend your rules and say, okay, Nikki Beach was late, we're going to let him in. So anyone in the community who says put Nikki Beach in this process is 100% wrong. We cannot legally do it because they missed the deadline. They missed the deadline. That's just the way it is. Now, some had said, what about this RH? What's Restoration Hardware? Good company, by the way. Interesting that they put in. They were fourth. There's really very little chance in the world that this commission is going to look at this and say, oh, we got to take the fourth and move them to first. So all the people sending me emails, and there's really probably 4 or 5 of them, you know, we can't do that. That's terrible. But here's what I think people have to understand. And this is something I've done. I don't know if I have presided over 100 or 500. I don't know. How many procurements have come through us in consents and other things?
I can't tell you that.
Be hundreds?
At least hundreds.
Hundreds of them come here. I say the same thing almost every time. I say, what is your recommendation? And I am going to follow it. Why? Because the moment, and there's a real important reason for this, I always ask the manager, whoever's standing up there, what is your recommendation? And then I take it. I don't need all my fingers in my hands to tell you the times I didn't agree with the administration. It might have happened 2 or 3 times, but only in the most extreme circumstances, when the manager said, well, they were about the same and we couldn't figure it out, or circumstances changed when Pepsi and Coke were arguing with us and we decided the money wasn't as important as the plastic-free aspect of it. So we went away from the first recommendation. But every single time since I've been mayor, I go with their recommendation. Why? Because these are all the lobbyists who are on this. The moment elected officials become procurement officers, whatever you think is going to happen above board doesn't happen anymore. The moment everybody who wants some money from our city, who wants a job, who wants services, who wants to sell us goods, the moment they know that it's the 7 of us making every one of those decisions, willy-nilly, well then guess what happens? The meals, the money, everything comes rushing at us, which is why our charter says we don't do that. She does it. They do it. We do not. So for all of the folks that are saying, oh, this process is, I'm worried about it, the reason why I'm accepting their recommendation is I, number 1, have faith in it. Number 2, it was absolutely above board. And number 3, the moment I start deciding I'm going to second guess staff, every lobbyist in the world knows all they got to do is convince me every single time. I tell them the same thing every time they come to me. I say, don't talk to me about what goods we should buy. Don't talk to me about services. You go convince the manager or Tom Mooney or whomever of what you want to do, because they are our professional staff. I'm paid more than these other guys by a couple $1,000s, but I'm paid $10,000, they're paid $6,000, and we are part-time elected officials who hire and oversee a manager who runs a company, and all of the folks here are paid quite a bit, and they're all experts. We're not. So I am not going to deviate from the recommendation, as I always stay true to, because I do not want somebody to think that simply because they hired a lobbyist or they convinced a couple people to scream about it that I'm up for grabs. I'm not. I will say the same thing I do every single time. If this was a fair process, which I believe it was, if she ran a procurement, which I think was fair, which it was, then I'm going to follow their recommendation because it makes the most sense. And by the way, I'm happy with the recommendation. I've watched this company in this city. I've watched them be very good corporate citizens. I've watched them, when we have events, really try to be a partner with the city. We have an experience with them, which is why experience with our city was one of the things we put in. We wanted to know how you've operated. I didn't really know that about any of the others, but I'm glad. I learned who they recommended when everybody else did. And I learned who was on the committee, I think, today. So this is not a process that in any way is suspect. And I appreciate at the beginning, well, initially we were going to ask Boucher to come back and give us some ideas, but that's simply because they own the beach contract right now to me. And I think my colleagues were correct. We should have receded from that and done an open bid, simply because it's easier to. And you know what? Sometimes there's a lot of imagination and creativity in the community. Sometimes knowing that other people are coming in with ideas drives you to do a better work. And I think that probably happened here, by the way. I think when, instead of just talking to one, when you put it out there, you get a better product from everybody. And I think that's what we got. So this is not a hard decision at all. I don't know that we're going to get more than 4 votes, but I hope we get 4 because we should pass this and we should start this process because this is a beautiful piece of land. It could be something very special. I think that for most of my life in this city, I've only known it as a place I've never visited even, and it is our land. It's not anyone else's land. It's the city's land, and so we ought to be very careful on what we do with it. So I am fully able to vote for it today. I think this process was both fair, and I think folks that are telling us to do something different, if we did something different, I think that would probably suggest that this process was in some way not fair or above board. Take the recommendation of your professional staff. That is what you should do in almost every instance unless there's something extremely amiss, which there is not in this case. So anyone else want to be heard? I'd like to vote.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Okay, since we're voting on this. All right. And undoubtedly, beyond qualified. I think they've been managing Loomis Park for over 20 years. I think Loomis Park over 20 years, Ocean Terrace, Collins Park, more recently, a number of with a number of other hotels. What do you propose in terms of programming at all price levels, at all different hours of the day? Also very impressive and very unique to all the other presentations. And since I took the diligence of listening to your presentation and the presentations of everyone else, and this is the first time we're able to discuss this. It's because we're in the sunshine. And under the cone of silence, we cannot have discussions with any other parties except if it's in the sunshine in an advertised meeting like this. One of the things you mentioned as part of your public benefits is that you are providing a police substation in the South of Fifth neighborhood. Is that correct? Yes, okay. And in your presentation, you mentioned that as part of that substation, you would be providing funding for the hiring of police officers for that substation. That's correct, okay. All right. This is an asset that's going to be enjoyed by people who are accessing it by the beach walk. The beach walk that is used by residents of the entire city. And that asset doesn't just belong to the residents of South of Fifth. It is a citywide asset that belongs to all the residents of Miami Beach. Would you agree to provide for police services for the beach walk, so that the people that want to use this facility through the beach walk have protection outside of South of Fifth? We get complaints about public safety along the Lincoln Road area, areas that you manage as well on the beach side. We get complaints about public safety near the W, near the One Hotel, and other areas. To help enhance the safety of the beach walk, would you be willing to provide for additional police officers specifically for the beach walk so that our residents from North Beach to South Beach can more safely access this?
Okay,
And I see the city
yeah,
attorney is
so
waving at
the,
me.
the measure before you is awarding the procurement and authorizing negotiations, which we will commence if this meeting ever adjourns. But let us, Commissioner, give us that feedback to attempt to do that, because there are procurement rules. They did submit a proposal, and negotiating on the floor before the procurement's even awarded is let us take that direction and meet with the team and take your feedback and negotiate.
I think we can do that.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, if the potential winner of this starts negotiating with us now before we even award it, it could call into question, procurement.
We're not
practices.
changing anyone's proposals. They're proposals as submitted, and you're awarding based on the proposals submitted with the additional feedback for enhanced for us to negotiate enhanced public benefits.
You got it? Okay. Anyone else? Otherwise, we're going to vote. Okay. Yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes, no. 4-3, show it approved. Thank you.
And we will,
Okay, all right, guys. All right, Nikki, we've got actually a budget to do, probably the most important thing we're going to do. I know the manager's quite happy I waited till the end to do it. If we could have the Nikki Beach people, thank you for coming. Nothing's going to change. You can leave. All right, let's bring up all the budget items.
Okay.
And I want you to also add Commissioner Fernandez's R9A, which I think is an item related to the budget from the way it is written. So can you call them all up, since I think are they all public hearings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so bring up every budget item, R7, A, B, C, D, E, F, and then R9A, and I think that's all of it. And, and then we'll do an RDA at the end, and then we'll do the other RDA at the end. Got it?
Got it. Okay, so I have to read the budget items, R7A.
All right, start reading while they're clearing out the room.
Got it. R7A is the resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the final ad valorem millage of 5.8155 mils for fiscal year 2024 for general operating purposes, which is 12 5/10% more than the rollback rate of 5.1681 mils, and 2, the debt service millage rate of 0.33.
That's a pretty long thing, right, you're reading?
Yeah.
Anybody wants to go to the restroom, now would be a good time. While he's doing the reading, I mean,
Bring me a snack, whoever goes.
I went already. I'm
0.3326 mils. R7B, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the final budgets for the general geodebt service, RDA ad valorem taxes, North Beach CRA ad valorem taxes, enterprise internal service, and special revenue funds for fiscal year 2024. R7C, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District, adopting the final ad valorem millage rate of 0.8468 mils for fiscal year 2024 for the Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District, which is 11 3/10% more than the rollback rate of 0.7610 mils. R7D, resolution of the Board of Directors of the Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District, adopting the final operating budget for fiscal year 2024. R7E, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the final capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2024 through 2028, and adopting the City of Miami Beach final capital budget for fiscal year 2024. R7F, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the final operating budget for the North Beach Community Redevelopment Area for fiscal year 2024. This is a joint item with a CRA item. We're also doing R9A, which is discuss/action 5 p.m. budget hearing, request for Lincoln Road improvements requested by Commissioner Fernandez.
Mayor, can I?
Okay, is that all of it?
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
So and these are all public hearings. We've done R7A, we're doing R7A, B, C, D, E, and F, and we're doing R9A.
Okay, so this is second reading. So we've gone over all this, and I'm going to turn to my erstwhile, is that the right use of the word? Raphael,
Amazing would be a.
Is erstwhile the right use of the word? Anybody?
Amazing.
Our finance chair to intro all of this, and Commissioner, where is Commissioner? You, Commissioner Fernandez. I put in, I'm sorry, it's late and it's getting silly, but we got to do serious stuff. I did pull up your R9A, so we're going to go through the budget, and then I'll, because you wrote on at 5 p.m. budget hearing, so it's now active. Has it been pulled up too?
Yes, sir.
Okay, everything is active. Commissioner Richardson, Vice Mayor, tell me, cue it up, please.
Okay, we're gonna, hopefully with your cooperation, we're gonna get through this very quickly.
You talking to me, my cooperation?
No, the cooperation of the entire commission, my colleagues. So, all the items have been called up, the budget items. I want to assure everyone that all of your items that we agreed upon in the last meeting have been incorporated in the budget. There have been no changes. The cat trapper included, right? So everything's been included. I did ask that there not be any new items, just because we want to go through this, but, and I appreciate Commissioner Ariola, you did a referral versus trying to do this on the floor, thank you. And so, I'm gonna move all of the items as presented, and then with Mayor, with your indulgence, I do want to find out what Commissioner Fernandez would like to do, or if he would simply like to do a referral to finance on this, because I really don't want to do floor amendments today. I would like to keep the budget clean, please.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're gonna,
Yeah.
first of all, it's been moved, and can we second it? I'll second it.
Okay, okay.
Okay, budget's been moved and seconded. We're gonna go to public hearing in a second. Commissioner Fernandez, you've got the outlier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
You know, Lincoln Road, it's so important. We focus so much of our energy on Lincoln Road, because we have to improve, this street. My concern is that we have a multi-million-dollar capital, improvement project that's scheduled to begin, for.
Can you
Lincoln
speak
Road.
into the mic, sir?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's that the audio in this room is horrible. We have a multi-million-dollar capital project for Lincoln Road scheduled to begin very soon. And I think it's supposed to be completed within the next 3 to 3.5 years. I see David nodding in the back. My concern is to continue investing, especially piecemeal. You know, a little bit of money for the sign, a little bit of money for the lights around the trees, a little bit of money for park, without seeing a holistic master plan. How does this all work? All this money that we're investing on a sign, and then we're investing more money on a park, and then we're investing money on lights, and then just to be ripped out in the very near future when we engage in the capital program, I don't think it's a good use of our dollars. I think let's get these small allocations that we're making for Lincoln Road, and I personally think let's refer that to FERC for more analysis so that we can see a master plan from Lincoln Road, see how it all comes together, see if it even makes sense to make these temporary investments, because we're going to be ripping up Lincoln Road and engaging in this big capital program. That's what I would do before we throw in this budget more money to these small little projects. Let's just not do that now. Let's refer that as a discussion to FERC, and let's take a look at the master plan.
Okay, so,
Vice Mayor?
yeah, so thank you, I appreciate that. These two items that are on page 476 were new items. They're not in the current budget now, but we could refer that. But you also have a couple of items, I think one of them might have even been an item for programming that is in the budget. You're saying let's take those, and these are not funded right now, but there are a couple that are funded, I think, for around 100,000 or something. You're saying,
So there's the sign,
yeah,
there's the lights, and there's the instruments. You know,
okay,
those,
so let me
those are
just
permanent installations that we're.
let me
yeah.
just get it
One
in the
at a
proper
time, guys.
posture first of all. So the 29,644 and the 139,121. Jason, did
Yeah,
we put that in the budget?
Yeah, if I can, to clear up, the 139,000 for the lighting is not in there.
Yeah.
But there was a $100,000 allocation for 2 one-time items. One included an entrance sign, another one was related to, what is this there?
The welcome sign.
Oh, the instruments fixture in there. That was a $100,000 one-time allocation there, and I think that may be what the commissioner is speaking about, is that that $100,000 one-time allocation on whether to remove and add to the reserve and to be discussed later.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would support your, if that's your motion, to now, to refer these items, including the ones he mentioned, back to FERC.
The lights.
Yep.
The sign.
Yep.
And the instruments. They're all great ideas, but those are temporary things that we're expending money on, when we're gonna be ripping it all out very soon for a major capital program. Let's just vet a little bit more at finance.
Okay, so.
Just tell me, because I just want to understand something. These items are in the budget right now?
2 of them are and 2 of them are not. So
Where
we're,
are the 2 that are not? Just so, I think we all have to.
the 2 that are not are going to FERC. He said he would, rather than us take the time to vet them now, they can be vetted in FERC. And then there are 2 items that are funded now. They'll stay in funding, but they will be also reviewed in FERC as well. So the point is, I think you're trying to make is that we're making a lot of capital improvements. Let's see how we're spending money, because you don't want to spend money and then have it ripped out in a year. So,
Can I ask a
yeah.
question? So we're keeping it in the budget.
We're keeping the budget exactly the way it is now. And there are 2 items that are in the budget now for Lincoln Road. We're just saying we're gonna review those back in FERC to see if there's any change that we might wanna recommend on that. And the 2 new items would be referred to FERC, right?
Well, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd say let's just put it back together in reserves. I think they should all be treated the same. I think let's review them all at FERC. Let's review them all at FERC, because it's gonna be a waste of taxpayers' dollars if we don't see it all collectively in a master plan. We're gonna be coming in and ripping all of this out as part of a long overdue capital program that David's team at CIP plans on starting soon. Let's just review it all at FERC and put the money back in reserves.
Okay, so just so we're clear, I think we probably should handle these in 2 different ways. 2 of them, these 2 of them are new, Jason, right? And I think we can, if we can all agree, just to refer those to FERC, the new, and then I'm gonna have to get, if we wanna basically defund 2 items until they're heard again,
Yeah.
then I'm gonna need 4 votes on that.
I'll make the motion.
Hold on. This is all a
Wait
little
just
odd.
a minute,
It's
I'll
all a little
recognize
odd.
everybody.
It's all a little odd, I'm just trying to get my arms,
Yeah.
because we voted on 2 of them previously, but
Right.
now you'd like us to take it out and put it in, and take it out of the budget and send it to FERC.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor, I'm letting you run this part of it. You're the
Yeah,
finance
so,
chair. Go ahead.
no, I get your point, and so, I don't see any problem with that. I get the point that we need to review them.
You could move to reconsider.
Move to reconsider, so they were put in on first reading, we're just saying let's just look at them again, and I'm happy to do that. We're meeting on October 16th, so it can be done forthwith. They're not huge amounts of money, you know what they are, right, Jason?
Yes, we have the 139,000 for the lighting. In his item, the 29,000 is actually part of the 100,000 that's already funded. So what I'm hearing is, and depending on how the vote goes, is the $100,000 for those 2 one-time items will be removed, added to reserves. And those 2 items, along with the $139,000 lighting item, will be added as a referral to FERC for discussion.
Okay, and so I would need 4 votes to be able to do that. So if you've made a motion, I will second that, and then.
Is this a move to reconsider?
Yes.
Yes.
There were
Okay,
2
so
consent
I'll-
items that would need to be
Move to reconsider,
reconsidered.
seconded. Is there any objection to the move to, the motion to reconsider?
You're recognized, Commissioner.
There was an expediency to these items because they wanted that installed before Art Basel, and by doing this, Lincoln Road will not get the sign before Art Basel. They will not get that harmonics installation, and there are big gaps in Lincoln Road. So while I will support your funding for the 139,000 in extra lights, please don't do this to Lincoln Road, because there is an expediency here, and by doing this, they will not be able to get it installed by Art Basel. I don't understand why Lincoln Road should have to suffer because a late item was brought at the last minute. So I would ask that my 2 items, this is important for Lincoln Road. I'd like to go through, we need this support. They were so happy that they were gonna have the harmonics installation and that brand new sign ready for Art Basel. We're also getting the Jersey barriers removed. This would be a huge step back. And this would be a huge step back, and the only people that are gonna suffer is Lincoln Road and the shops. And I don't think that's, I would ask you to please consider keeping those items funded. They were going to be installed within the next month. There is expediency to all of this. We are entering the season right now, and Lincoln Road needs our love, and this would completely derail it.
Commissioner Ariola.
I'm with you.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to be heard?
Well, I'd like to know what Commissioner.
Okay, so there's not 4 votes to do
Whoa,
that?
whoa, whoa,
So- Okay.
I'm,
Oh,
I'm not out yet.
Oh,
I wanna
okay,
go-
great.
Commissioner Fernandez, you wanna,
I just think, you know, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, this sign, is this a temporary sign or is this a permanent installation?
It's an absolutely permanent sign. They had it bid very quickly. They've done a lot of work for this. They were getting ready to schedule the installation of the sign, and this would completely derail that entire process, and they would not have that beautiful sign at the entry of our season during Art Basel. They won't have that gorgeous harmonics park and for the kids, and I think that this is just the wrong thing to do. I understand that you want your lighting, but why
It has nothing to do
hijack
with the lighting.
Lincoln Road's
Wait, one at
items?
a
Why-
time.
I-
No, but Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, the point that, the comment you're making is supporting his point, because when you said it's permanent, because he's saying we're doing millions of dollars of capital improvement, why would we do anything permanent and then pull it out when we do the bigger project? So,
First of all, the harmonics can be moved, and we already spoke about this. And the sign is going to, we are not even starting that project until like the end of 2025. I mean, it is so far before we get shovels in the ground on this project, and that sign will be there for many years. And the 30,000 for the, I believe, it was like 28,000 for the sign, right? 29,000. This $29,000 is gonna go so far to completely, I mean, they need this. That street, sometimes I go there, and I've seen it recently, and I'd like to congratulate the city manager on making sure that the street is spick and span and clean. But that sign is really important. The bid decided that it was very important. The property owners there were very excited about it. We need to get it installed right now, and it would not be ready. It would not be ready on time if we do this.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
go, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just, and I don't dispute anything of what you're saying. I just, you know, I get frustrated when it's just these piecemeal requests and you don't see a master plan and you don't see the collective of it and how does it integrate with what CIP is saying. I think we can so easily just iron this out at FERC. Let's just see the master plan, make sure we're not wasting the taxpayers' money by putting something that's just going to be removed. Let's just have a discussion at FERC. We can still bring this back afterwards and approve it.
Yeah, so let me just
Or we
quickly-
can put a
I just want
placeholder.
to poll everybody to see where we're at. So Commissioner Dominguez,
I don't feel comfortable walking it back. We already voted on this.
okay, Commissioner Ariola,
Yeah, I agree. I'm fine leaving it all in.
okay,
I'm with Commissioner Fernandez.
okay, and Commissioner Minor?
Fernandez.
All right, well, you got 4 votes, so you got 4 votes and we'll send it to Burke. I promise you that I will hear this.
You know
on-
the bid already put a deposit on this, right?
I'll hear this on October 16th, I promise you. Okay, and the other items are referred, seeing no other changes, the item's been moved, seconded. Let's have a public hearing to see if anyone wants to talk about the budget.
There is someone on Zoom. Mr. Roberts, you have 2 minutes, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the basics of finance that I feel that we're missing. As you know, state law, there's Homestead Act that provides homeowners that lived here a while 3% caps. And renters and the poor people don't have those caps because commercial property can go up 10%. So our tax bill is really affecting commercial properties, especially renters, more than homeowners, as you know. Miami Beach had an increase beyond county, beyond school as a percentage. And in addition to that, our debt payments went up 50% from last year, and as payments on my tax bill. That's unsustainable. It's over, I think it's close to 12.5% increase overall in terms of your budget in general operating. Your debt payments went up 50%. Not a very good outcome based on inflation at a little over 7 last year. So we're almost double inflation. We're higher than county, higher than school in growth and percentage growth, and it's unsustainable. And what's going to happen is those renters only had a 10% increase, but if the commercial property grew 20%, they can expect a 10% increase next year. regardless of inflation. And you got to take that into consideration with your budgets, how it impacts renters and commercial and first-time home buyers into the state if we want to attract foreign non-state residents. There has to be a deeper understanding of budgets.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Is there anyone else here in the audience?
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on all of the items. And so the items have been moved and seconded. As amended on the operating, do you want to?
I just want to clarify, so the amendment is to remove the $100,000 for those two one-time items, which will be added to reserves as part of the budgeting process. And all of those items will be referred to FERC for discussion.
On October 16th.
Correct, and if they're approved, then they would come back with a budget amendment at some point, if it happens.
And I'm happy to go a time
Gotcha.
certain if we want to hear those. So with that, I think we're ready to call the vote on all.
You've done so well.
Is it a voice vote or?
It is a voice vote.
It's a voice vote.
Everything's a voice vote?
So, yep,
Yeah,
so all those in favor of supporting the budget as now
Is
amended?
this all the budget items?
Yes.
So we're, just for the record, we're doing R7A, R7B,
B.
R7C, R7D, R7E, and R7F,
Yep.
of which R7B is as amended.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Call it, Commissioner, you call it.
So, well, wait a minute, I want to make sure, is it R7B that's amended or A?
B.
B, okay. All of those are as presented, R7B as amended, the motion has been made and it's been seconded, all those in favor, yay?
Yay.
Anyone
Mr. Vo-
opposed? Okay, show that 7-0.
I'll take over.
Mr. Vice Chair, or Mr. Mayor, may I please take 5 seconds to commend Jason and Tamika and the entire budget staff. This is a 6-month process. There's a very elaborate level of analysis that goes into preparing our budget. All of our directors are still here, and I really want to take the opportunity to commend everyone on the hard work associated with making sure that our projections and that our proposed budget is a responsible budget, and I'm very proud of the work that they both did. This is Jason's first budget, so congratulations to you.
Tamika, thank you for carrying him.
And Mayor, I too would like to thank Jason and Tamika. Thank you, Tamika, for training Jason so well. No, you guys make my job easy as Chair of Finance. So thank you very much. It's been my pleasure to chair for the last couple of years. So,
And I want to
Thank you.
take a moment to thank the Vice Mayor, who was, I asked to be the budget chair to clean up the mess the last budget chair left. Was that you? Was that you? Were you the last one? But by the way, I want to thank you both, because I've been mayor 6 years, and the budgets have been done extraordinarily. And Commissioner Early, you did a great job. Commissioner Richardson, you did a great job. So thank you very much, because it's the most important thing we do is spend everybody's money. And we have a great staff who figure this out. And on the budget items, even though we have some issues and other things, we tend to get the job done. And I appreciate all the work all of you do. And I appreciate the work Commissioner Richardson did along with the members of his committee. Okay, let me get through these last items quickly.
you got to do the RDA and
Yep,
the.
let's become an RDA.
So we're recessing as the commission meeting, we're reconvening as the RDA. Commissioner Higgins is absent.
We have a
First,
quorum. Okay, call the two items.
item 1 is adopt fiscal year 2024 RDA final operating budget. Item 2 is adopt 2024 through 2028 RDA capital budget.
Is there a public hearing?
They are not public hearings.
They're
I'll
not
move
public
them
hearing.
both.
Moved and seconded, show it done by acclamation.
So Richardson, Gelber, yes, 7-0.
North Beach Community, let's
We're-
get out of the RDA and now become the North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency.
Yes, sir, and everyone's present except Commissioner Steinberg. It is item 1 is adopt fiscal year 2024 North Beach CRA final operating budget. It is item 1.
Show it moved by Richardson, I'll second it. Is there any objection?
7-0.
Okay, let's leave, and we have one more item. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
We are in item R9D, discuss, take action, permit Allison Island HOA to contract with private security.
Okay,
R9D.
this is a discuss or action. Is there an action you're asking us to take?
This is not a controversial item. There have been a lot of break-ins on Allison Island. I believe that the community has come to me. They want to contract their own private security. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
They
is
just
this-
want to be able to negotiate to get their own private security after having several break-ins on the island.
The
Cars
budget
are
that you
getting
just
broken into.
approved includes the additional amounts that would be required for that enhanced security. And then this item, if you give us a direction, we'll negotiate an agreement with the HOA to provide that security directly
so-
on a reimbursement basis.
So Commissioner Rose Gonzalez moving it, and it's
The
seconded.
agreement, it could come back, the agreement could come back for your approval, yes.
Okay, showed moved by Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, I'll second it. No objection, show it done. Are there any other items? Okay, this was a wonderful proclamation meeting. Commissioner Minor, you made it long.
Zero
Guys,
proclamation.
thank you. Motion to adjourn is accepted. Anybody who objects can stay behind.